everybody. Welcome once again to another fun-filled party, a Locktopus party. Got a little tongue-tied right at the start there. We'll get that out of our system before the podcast. How are we all doing today? Hey. Thank you so much for that host, Broken Mold Live. I really appreciate the host for the podcast coming up. It's good to see you, Lisambe, Juice, Soul Shriven, Ezra, Broken Mold. There's Damos Thea, and I was just about to say, our guest today, it's in the title of the stream, but we are going to be doing our third Tavern Talks podcast today. Today we're going to be interviewing and getting to know Damos Thea a bit better. Getting some stretches out of the way. But yeah, so we also do have a giveaway going on right now. I'm going to go ahead and pull that right before it starts. So we'll let that go for another like 15 minutes. We're giving away our Locktopus beanie. For anybody who hasn't been here before, doesn't know what that particularly even means, I'll go ahead and show you what that is. We're just kind of getting things set up for the show right now. I had to take care of my dog. My poor corgi back there has a bad back leg at the moment, so he takes a little extra care. But so that's why we're a bit late. Had to have the just starting screen up there for a bit. Hey Veronica, good to see you. Great to see you. Love seeing the emotes. Love seeing you all. Bum, 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 bum. We're gonna have a good show today. We're gonna have a great show today. This is not our theme song. Sometimes I just sing. This is just what you're dealing with right now. Anyway, so it's up. Exclamation point Ante-up, ANTEUP. This is the hat we're going to give away here right before the podcast. So that's it's an embroidered octopus on the front of a beanie, and you can choose the color if you should win. Bum, 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 bum. There we go. There we go. Hello, 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 everybody. I know I said hello a bunch of times, but it is so good to see you. Yes, this is our third Tavern Talks podcast. Yes, we have been doing the podcast for less than a week. I did get some DMs and some questions, so I actually, before the show, wanted to clarify a few things. In the first week here, I am jam-packing it with a lot of episodes, getting people kind of used to this being a thing, but also it lets me stock up on videos to go out to YouTube, podcasts to go out to the pod, once we start getting those out. And speaking of that, I am in the process of editing the first one we did with KJ Driz. So those will be going out on YouTube here very shortly over the next week. All the people we interview this week, those videos will be up on YouTube. My command doesn't work, so never mind that command. And then starting March 3rd, roughly, the first audio one will be out. But the question I wanted to just kind of address right before we got into this is, I got some DMs from people I know, people that are part of the community, people that are just kind of were curious. I am not moving to full-time talk show content. I know it seems like there's been a lot of worry lately when creators try new things or play different games. I'm just starting out by doing a lot. We did the Lorecast thing. We're doing these. But it'll just become a normal part of the weekly content after. Oh my gosh. This is the comedy hour where I just get this out of my system. Hey, Coded Sky. Hello, humans. Hello to you, Coded Sky. Hello, Wolf. Ezra. Hello, it's not Sam. How are you? Good to see ya. Great to meet ya. Yeah. Just so people know, hey, thank you so much for the follow. Really do appreciate that. Coded Sky. Welcome to the Locktopus party. So yeah, we're about 15 minutes, give or take, away from the podcast. We're going to be starting it right at noon. We'll get the scene adjusted real quick, and we'll be kicking it off then. Hey, it's not Sam. Thank you also for that follow. Welcome to the Locktopus party. Glad to have you here. Thank you for the host, Damos Thea. It's going to be pretty great, I reckon. Seems like a... Hey, happy baddie. So yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead and take, now that we got the hat giveaway going, I managed to knock myself out of my chair. So yeah, what is a Tavern Talks podcast? What Tavern Talks podcast is over a year ago. I'm a live action role player, except for there has not been any live action role playing for the better part of a year because of the global pandemic. And I had started doing a podcast for live action role playing. But since that kind of went to the wayside, I've repurposed it for streamers. We're starting, because ESO is the primary game I've been playing a lot lately, we're starting with people who at least do some Elder Scrolls Online. As the podcast goes further, it will grow to encompass more than just streamers who play Elder Scrolls, but that's where we're kind of just like starting. That's the community I'm most involved in, so it makes sense to kind of start there. And basically the purpose of the podcast is there's a lot of podcasts out there that are like this, but there's also, most of them when it comes to things like Elder Scrolls are lore or gameplay, things like that. And the real focus that we have here with Tavern Talks is, and the reason it's called Tavern Talks, name may change, but the idea is like you're just kind of having a good conversation. So while it isn't podcast, it is an interview. The purpose of it is to get to know people better, let people talk about their goals, what brought them to streaming, things you may or may not know about the streamer, and kind of get to know the community better, because everybody has such unique journeys, unique styles. And this is a way for us to kind of appreciate that. Because sometimes when it comes to like MMOs, there's collaboration in terms of like, maybe you go raid, maybe you do a trial, maybe you do some PvP. But there's not a lot of like that collaboration, because you're in intense moments within MMOs, doesn't always have the same level of like really getting to collaborate and get to know someone. Excited for your guest today. Hello. Oh, Bella Internets. Hello, Bella Internets. I need to change the color so I can't see that color. I'm going to go ahead real quick. Also, we do Stream Raiders here. A lot of streamers do Stream Raiders. And my bot's trying to communicate with the server when it's not up. So I'm going to go ahead and stop that timer from going through. That way we don't keep getting that message. There should be. Good. Yeah, we're good there. Cool. Bum, 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 bum. Thank you so much also for following Cheeky Trooper and Bell Internet. Thank you for joining the Loctopus party. Hey, Gorham Back Guy. Good to see you. Hello, Wolf. Wearing your beanie right now. Awesome. Hey, Magnus. How are you? Thanks for the compliment. Appreciate that. You're all stunning. You're all ravishing. The embroidered, yeah, I really like the hats that you can get through Streamlabs because they are embroidered. So just a couple other, I guess, housekeeping things that we talked about before the podcast. Because we're going to be in conversation, we're not always going to be able to respond to things that are in chat. If I catch questions, if we catch statements, I will definitely call them out. But there's a chance that a follow may be missed or question may be missed. So I do currently have a channel. I have all my normal channel point stuff that require me to like do different activities turned off. And there's one that only costs 25 channel points. That way everybody can use it frequently. So if you have a question, if you just use the 25 channel points, it'll go into my channel point redemption thing. And that way, when we get to the Q&A at the end, none of those questions will get missed. Because I know with my ADHD and the way I am, if I had a question like 30 minutes earlier, I would not be remembering it later. So I want to make sure it was easy to have those recorded for everybody. Boom, 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 boom. Greetings. Hello, hello, hello. Oh yeah, you see Virgil back there? Okay. There he is, cozy on the couch. We have all of our Halloween Squishmallows out still. One, because I like them, and two, because they're his best friends. It is really red. Magnus, to answer your question is why my ear is so red. Fabulous question. The answer is I decided to, right before stream, I want to make sure everything was taken care of. So I took my dog out. I did not put a hat on. My ears and my nose is covered, has a little like anti-shine makeup on it. That's why you don't notice it as much. Super susceptible. The minute they even get a little bit cold, I get like a Grunkle Stan from Gravity Falls nose, and my ears become like, looks like I'm a Looney Tune getting pissed off. So to answer your question, that's why my ear is so red. Hello, Earthquake. No, some people have found, some have been introducing people. Obviously, I have a lot of guests here today. We do have better Twitch TV installed, which means we have a lot of extra emotes. So if you're seeing just words in the chat occasionally or wondering why those are being posted, it's because better Twitch TV, because you'll actually see them in the chat on the screen. Converts all those things into emotes. And I went ahead and finally went through BTTV and added a bunch of new emotes. Thank you so much for the follows, Husky the Dog Tour. That is a great name, Husky the Dog Tour. And welcome also the Blight. A quick question: did I get the Gamble? Yes, Gamble. Our little channel games, Gamble games ended on Monday. All right, so it is 11:52 now. So yeah, if you have questions, just use the channel point redemption. It's only 25 channel points, so should get points quick enough to easily use that as much as you want. Yeah, he loves comfort. He loves comfort, Ezra. Hey, thank you. Thank you. It's not Sam. Yeah, he's getting older, but he's got the energy of a puppy. Just not right now. Thanks for the lurk. Gus. Grunkle Stan cosplay about 4 years ago at Anime Los Angeles. Actually, I can do it again. I need to get a little more serious about losing some weight I put on over the pandemic, but I could easily throw it back on here probably about a month. Husky. All right, cool. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to take just a moment. I'm going to get, don't worry, I'll be covering up my shockingly red ear with my headphones here. I'm going to go ahead and get on a call with Demos Thea. I'm going to have to adjust the scene, so you'll see us adjusting the scenes here before we start, and make sure all the tech is up and working, and then we will get into the interview. So while I'm setting that up, I will go ahead and turn some music on towards the channel. And get everything else set up. Not talking to Sakar again. I know I forgot one thing. Boom. Corrected. Oh, and to answer your question way earlier, Lasambe, yeah, I changed my profile picture. I'm in the process of actually graphically overhauling my my Twitch setup. All right. So call should, all right, there we go. All right. Hello. I'm going to go ahead. All right, chat, I'm going to turn off my microphone for a minute while I get everything set up. And we'll be right back with you. All right. But yeah, our volume's not going out to the streams while I get set up. So. Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me okay? Broadcast. Chat is now going to broadcast. All right. Hello, chat. We are back. We are back. We are all set up. If you can let me know if I sound okay, and then Demos, if you can talk on so they can make sure you sound okay.
Do I sound okay?
Here, I'm going to turn it up a little bit more. Can you talk one more time?
Hello.
Hi there, Ezra.
There we go. Now everything is coming through correctly. Fun start of the podcast where I just have to adjust everything. Perfect. All right. All right. So yeah, just one more time for anybody who came in. I'll do my best if I see questions, but since we're going to be having a really kind of a conversational interview, some stuff's probably going to get missed in chat. If you have a comment or question or anything, it's only 25 channel points. I have something turned on for these interviews. If you put it in there, when we get to the Q&A, we'll be able to answer it. Same goes for if people come in. I might not notice. I'll grab the ones that just followed now, but anybody else who kind of follows throughout, I'm not going to be able to call out because it kind of messes with the audio, because the audio needs to be edited down and sent out to podcasts, and people listening at home don't necessarily want to hear things getting called out, unfortunately. But thank you so much for 2 months in a row, for 3 months total, Striker God. Thank you so much for remaining a party Kraken. Thank you so much for the follow, Mothica. Appreciate that. So you have a cat up. Oh, what? Oh, she has a cat in the tree. Gotcha.
Yeah, if my cats are here at any point, I'll bring them for you. Yeah, don't know where they are right now.
All right. So welcome everybody to another Tavern Talks podcast. This is our third podcast that we are doing. Today we are meeting with another amazing streamer. We're sticking kind of on the initial theme, not of streamers who only do the Elder Scrolls Online, but of streamers who part of their content definitely is Elder Scrolls Online. And we're joined today by Demos Thea. If you want to go ahead and introduce yourself to everybody.
Sure. So, as Locke just said, my name's Deimos, but a lot of people call me Day online. But in real life, my name is Chloe. I'm 23 years old. I grew up in Dubai, but I'm originally from Scotland, which is why, despite the fact that I have the red hair, I do not have the accent, unfortunately, which is something that I lament over on the daily. But um, I do have a Scottish, like a bad Scottish accent redemption on my channel, which people love to get me to do. Uh, Even though it's honestly kind of offensive because I just don't have a Scottish accent. Anyway, I do the accent absolutely not. um, yeah, anyway, so yeah, I am studying psychology full time currently, but honestly, my biggest passion is streaming, content creation, singing, and creative endeavors, I suppose. And so this is like the path. If I could do this for the rest of my life and have this be my path, then that would be an honor. And yeah, I don't know what else to say. I have two cats named Ori and Kuro, and
Then
yeah,
that's
pretty much it.
what I've learned from streaming is the pets are probably the most important fact there. But
Yeah, I'm pretty much like on understanding now that people follow me for Ori, and I just kind of accept it because I would follow for Ori too.
yeah, and you mentioned a number of different pursuits there, creativity things, singing as well as doing streaming, as well as your educational path, and we're going to get into that a little bit later because it's really interesting. I think what brings people to streaming and what they kind of bring to streaming from all of those like sort of backgrounds. Um, but we're gonna just kind of start out with like the basic questions, the kind of information that people may not know if they aren't familiar with you. When did you start streaming?
I actually started quite a while ago, um, but I definitely never took it seriously, I suppose. So I started in summer of 2017 when I was 19 years old. And I, at the time, didn't have any direction to it, but I was just kind of doing it for fun and chatting with my friends, and that was pretty much it. I never really anticipated it to become anything. And because at the time I lived with my parents, I was doing it like while they were sleeping because it was after I'd finished my job. And so it was kind of an awkward situation because I would wake them up half the time screaming on my streams. That was great. But they didn't really appreciate that. And so I kind of stopped streaming for about a year or 2 years, actually. I would say 2 years, and just kind of focus on other things because I didn't live by myself and there was other things in the way, kind of from me being able to pursue it. But that is officially when I started streaming, I suppose, and then I only just started again properly and taking it seriously in March of last year.
Yeah, and that was going to be my my follow up question because some people do have multiple start dates, um, in terms of like when they started taking it, as you said, seriously.
Yeah.
And that's something that keeps coming up on the podcast. So I wanted to also kind of start with that and get your thoughts on it. Is people ask like, what's a real streamer anyway? And my opinion is a streamer is anybody who streams. Because to me, like the best correlation to that is either theater or even sports. Like you can be part of a community sports league. You can be part of a community theater and just be doing it as a hobby. Maybe you pursued it up through college, but you didn't go professional, or can be something that you put all of your effort into to try to make it your full-time profession. It takes up a lot of hours and it's a full-time work. So to me, that's a streamer is anybody who just hits go live, and kind of like sports and actors and things like that. There's no proper delineation between the two, and I think that creates some of the confusion. What are your thoughts on that?
Agree with you. Sorry, my cat just came in. I would agree with you that it really there is obviously such a huge disparity in who is on the streaming on Twitch, but in any streaming platform, between people who take it seriously, between people who just do it for fun, between people who see it as a hobby, and between people who see it as a full-time job. And any of those people are totally entitled to consider themselves a streamer, and I would also consider themselves. I would consider them a streamer myself. I don't really think there is any point in which that you're deemed a streamer. I don't think that's really a thing. And I don't think there should be that mentality because I think it puts a lot of pressure on people to reach a certain point and kind of get a certain level of validation, which you shouldn't necessarily be striving for. You should be doing something for the enjoyment and for the love of it, you know?
Yeah. And I definitely agree with that. I do think it puts undue pressure, honestly, from all directions because people who are full-time streamers, might view people kind of dabbling it as a hobby as like not taking it seriously. I've seen that kind of come up from time to time. But I think mostly what happens is newer streamers feel this pressure that they have to be immediately going for affiliate. And as soon as you're an affiliate, you have to immediately be going for partner and things like that. So I think you're right that it puts a lot of pressure on people to not to think that like you have to be a certain thing or go for a certain goal just to be a streamer.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I think it also it doesn't just put pressure, but it also just like it kind of at least for me, I'm someone who I tunnel vision really hard with things. And I find it quite difficult to divide my attention across a lot of different pursuits, which is weird because I do have a lot of interests. But it can be really difficult for me to try and separate streaming from the rest of my life and view it as just one of the aspects of my life. I become very kind of tunnel vision and focused in on it, which is a part of the reason that I kind of took a lot of time off throughout my streaming career, if you want to call it that. And I think it is really important that streamers of any level, if you even want to say the word level, kind of are encouraging a healthy lifestyle and a healthy kind of balance between streaming, content creating, but also the rest of your life and your other pursuits outside of streaming.
And that's also something I very much agree with. One of the reasons I even got into streaming in the first place is I have ADHD. And so we have a focus on mental health, or at least being a place that can be supportive for people to, be neurodivergent, not have to mask, or be able to talk about those mental health issues. I think it's very important. I think a lot of people, they don't necessarily practice self-care when it comes to streaming. You see people who are on the grind, they have to hit 8 hours every day. They're doing all these hours off stream, and it gets to feeling because it is self-employment. At the end of the day, each of us is our own business. And so it becomes really hard to take days off because, at least for me, and I don't know if you have these thoughts, where it's like, well, if I take a week off, am I suddenly going to like not be there for my community? Are the community going to be there when I get back? And like all these worries at the start of streaming for me made me go like, I can't take time off. And it took me a long time to get to where it sounds like you are, where you're like, I need to take a break for my own well-being.
I wouldn't even say that I'm there, to be perfectly honest with you, actually, not at all. I think one of my biggest fears is actually kind of irrational, and that's that I will one day just turn my stream on and no one will join. And I think a lot of streamers share that. I think there's always that fear of like, I've put X amount of effort. And for a lot of us, it's a lot of freaking effort and a lot of time that goes into setting up streams and commissioning everything that you need to commission for your channel art and your emotes and everything that you put into your setup and all of the hours that go into it. There is always that fear of what if people just don't care anymore? And that's something that's really scary. And I think that's something that's scary in anything, any kind of creative or self-made project that you have. It's really difficult to get past that point of like fearing that people may not be interested and people may not want to be there for that content. And I think it's important that you're able to identify that those fears are irrational, but it's also really difficult to actually do that. And it's so much easier said than done because it is a normal feel if it's something you care about, and we do care about it.
Yeah, if we didn't care about it, we wouldn't put the level of effort in. That actually relates to a comment. One of the larger streamers on the platform, Maya Higa, actually said something a while back that was basically like, you spend your whole day being, in her case, like a 200 viewer Andy. Every day you have 200 viewers. Some stuff happens. Now you have 1,000 viewers. The 1,000 viewers go down to 500. In the streamer's mind, they just lost 500 people. In truth, the numbers are up. And it kind of relates back to that, like this irrational fear that, oh, the numbers are lower now. People no longer like me. They no longer like my content. Or even in my case, like even today, and that's why I always start the stream, I like to be transparent. That's why before we went live, I was like kind of talking over myself and being a little tongue twisted and stuff, is because like even now, even though I've done a few of these and people genuinely seem to be responding to the podcast, it's completely different than anything I've done for 6 months. And so in this first week, I still keep having this like irrational fear that that's not why people watched my content. I'm doing something completely different. What am I doing? Even though it
Yeah, and
is
I
irrational.
think that makes sense, and it's understandable. I mean, I think also the thing that's very important to note, as any streamer within whatever content, whether you're trying to branch out of your regular content or whether you're just sticking to the content that you usually do, um, is that there's going to be good and bad days. There's going to be good and bad weeks, and you might have a week where your channel pops off, and you may have a week literally right after that where it's a little bit slower, and that's something that I think you always get pushed this idea of exponential growth, or this idea of like you're going to get discovered and then that's it. Like it's going to just be your channel's going to blow up and then you're never going to drop viewers. But of course, that's not true. I mean, people, every single one of your viewers has a life of their own. They're all a person of their own, and they have all of their needs that they need to attend to. And so it's so easy to get caught up in the idea of numbers, but it's also very unproductive, of course, because I mean, if a bunch of people have a lot to do on that day, of course you're going to have lower view counts than if everyone's just chilling at home. I mean, it's just rational, but your brain doesn't let it be rational.
Yeah, exactly. The brain just doesn't let it be rational. And you can, like, people can see it every day. And I see it every day as, like, I spent years watching Twitch well before I decided to stream. Like, and if somebody switched the game, you'd even see it in the biggest streamers, Ludwig, Hassan Abi, Pokimane. Like, they'll switch games and they'll drop like 25% of their viewerships also, which means it is a consistent across like the board. But yeah, it's still like that irrational fear, like what's going on. And so I have to kind of do the same thing, which is like remind myself, no, even if it's a really small day, go out there and just do what you were going to do, no matter what.
All. Yeah, it's super important to have that mentality, and that's something that took me a while to develop, and something that I just didn't understand. I just didn't get it, and it's kind of embarrassing how long it took me to understand that. But that no matter how much effort goes into no matter how many people are there, the same amount of effort should go into every single stream. I mean, it's also very easy as you start maybe gaining a little bit more of an audience, which I've been lucky enough to see, quite a bit of growth in the last few months, and I feel very fortunate to have that. But at the same time, I've had to sit back at times and just remind myself of the position that I'm in and be like, just because there's more people in my chat doesn't mean that the amount of effort that I put in individually should be lower just because more people are carrying the content by creating conversation. I should still be putting 100% in at all times, even if there's 20 more people than there were a week prior, or even if there's even more than that. If there's a bunch of people in chat, it doesn't make a freaking difference. I still am the one that has to be creating conversation. I have to be instigating. I'm the entertainer. We are the entertainers. And that is something that I think the bigger your numbers get, it's even more important that you keep reminding yourself of that, because when you're a streamer at the beginning, you have to do all of the entertainment by yourself, and that should never change. You should always be the one that, I mean, it's your stream, you're the one that has to be putting the effort in. And I think I've just gone on a very large tangent, but apparently I care about this topic.
No, I was gonna say that just shows passion for the topic, which is awesome. So the way I view streaming is, so my background is I used to run pop culture conventions, like anime and comic conventions. I also just used to run parties for a living at one stage of my life as well. And so that's why I actually call my community the Locktopus Party, is because I view it like being a party host. Sure, if the party's bumping, everybody's there, everybody's in their own conversations, everybody's mingling. As the party host, you can just sit back and go, everybody's having a good time. But when you're the host, it's still your job to make sure like people aren't drinking too much or people are having a good time. Oh, is somebody having like as a party host, it's always like you still have to be keeping an eye on everything, keeping things like focused and making sure people aren't just like having to like take care of themselves or have to worry about, certain things. Like, we're not taking care of, well, not all the time, but we're not taking care of like drunk people at a party like I used to, but at the same time, we still are making sure like toxic people don't come into our communities that ruin people's days, provide the content, provide the safe space for people to find each other. Or safe space might not be the correct word. I should say like-minded space, because that's one of the things I think brings people to streamers is kind of a shared mentality. Like they bond with the streamer, they bond with how the streamer like has curated their community, and it becomes kind of like a shared mentality of like, this is how this space is.
Well, I actually think safe space also does apply in the sense of having the ability to identify when someone is not best serving your community. And if someone is continuously coming in and causing issues, then they either need to be spoken to or, timed out, whatever it is. I think that is important because people should feel that when they're in your stream and when they're kind of involved in your community, that they are safe and they're respected. And I think creating that space is something that, again, is underrated, especially as a small streamer, because you want to make sure that every single one of your viewers there is having a good time, not just the troll.
Yeah.
And it's I think safe space applies from that perspective as well.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I am going to roll the conversation back just a little bit to get to a few like other questions, but we are going to definitely get back into it. We're going to get back into talking about how we curate our communities, how like those communities grow, how we deal with toxic elements. We're definitely going to cover all of that. I'm not shying away from the conversation, but just to so how would you describe your style? So we talked a lot about community and stuff. We'll talk about them more later. And this is a very vague question on purpose because it could be anything from the way you provide entertainment to what emotes you choose. But just in your own words, what would you describe as a streamer is your style?
I think there's a few things that I focus on in my streams, but I think the primary one is I want it to be as relaxing as possible. By far the most important thing to me. Yes, I want people to be laughing and having a good time, but the number one priority for me is the relaxation element, which is why you'll notice that most of my music is kind of lo-fi, retro wave kind of background music, not very much kind of vocal stuff. Obviously, that's a little bit to do with DMCA, but even prior to DMCA being a thing, that would always be the case. That's the same with kind of every aspect of my stream. Is I want everything to be quite simple and approachable. Like I keep all the UI is very simple. I try and just create an environment where you can come in and it's going to like soothe your anxiety. I deal a lot with anxiety myself. And so I want someone to click on that stream and feel the way that I do when I click on someone's stream who has that same energy, that energy of like, you can come here and you can either lurk in the background or you can be a part of it and you're just going to feel like at peace. That's what I want more than anything. I obviously have a focus on mental health as someone who's studying psychology, but also has, dealt with a lot of mental health things in my life and known obviously friends and family who have had the same. And I think that is just such a huge focus for me. And so when I create, everything that I create in my stream is geared primarily towards that. That being said, we do have a laugh. Like it's definitely we're not super serious all the time. And I would never want that either. And yeah, I think it is all just focusing on that relaxation, but also just, mixing it up a little bit as well. Along the way, I suppose, would be the best way to describe it.
Yeah, no, that's a really, really thorough description. The reason I like to ask the kind of the style question is streamers are very different, even in the same thing, even if we're all in the same, say we're in the same category, we're all playing Elder Scrolls. Just use the guests we've already had, like KJ Drizz's community, how KJ Drizz is, how I am, how Sakar is, how you are, how other streamers in the community, such as like Aesma, Mini Maria, and like there's so many people I couldn't possibly list them all. Everybody, like, it is like one big community, but at the same time, each of us is a very different and unique person, and there's a lot of overlap, but it draws kind of different people there, or they might go to certain streams for different reasons. They might go to a really high energy stream, like a Bizlobo stream, because they just want to be pumped up. They might go to your stream because it's lo-fi, it's chill.
They come there to like cool down after Bizlobo stream. There's like
So that's why I always like that. I think that's why I think the style question is, and not just even in ESO, just it's really interesting how streamers develop their it is brand. I worked in reputation management and brand development before I was a streamer. I've realized since streaming, people consider things, and I want to roll into that next, words like networking, brand, and things like that. Some people view them almost as negative words, when I think what's happening is there's a misconception on what a brand is, a misconception, or as a person as a brand, there's a misconception of what networking actually is. And I'm just curious, kind of your thoughts on like, if you've noticed that, how you kind of see those sort of things happening where there's, it doesn't even have to be the two I listed, just kind of misconceptions about certain things.
Like specifically about how people perceive it, do you mean?
Yeah, how people perceive streamers or how they perceive elements of streaming.
I think it can be, it's a difficult one because I think at the end of the day, networking is a vital aspect of streaming in itself, and any type of social media that you're trying to grow on, networking is vital to do that. And actually, if you even want to go further than that, in any job that you're going to be in your life, you will have to network. That is just how the world works. And so I think people who give streamers crap for doing that, or like interpret it as fake, are just kind of maybe a little naive to the way that the world works. I mean, for the most part, in any industry that you want to work in, you're going to have to network and get your name out there somehow, because otherwise people are just not going to know who you are. They're not going to know what you have to offer. That being said, I think there is definitely a way and means about going and networking. I don't think it's very appropriate, obviously, to go into someone's channel or kind of infringe on their space in an attempt to grow your channel. Obviously, I think the vast majority of people would say that that is very, very rude. And I think if I can, I try to draw the least attention to myself possible when I'm watching my friend's stream or anything like that. Even though obviously some viewers overlap and they want to talk to you and they want to mention things that happened in your stream, it's very important to give the streamer that you're watching their space. And the reason I mentioned that is because obviously as a streamer myself, I do like to watch my friends' streams. I like to be there for them. I like to give them the support that they offer me. But I think it's really important that that support comes from a genuine place and you're not trying to draw attention to yourself by being there. I think that's really, really important. And I think it obviously shows when people are doing that. It's very, very clear. And you can tell as a streamer when someone is in there just trying to get clout. And there's not many of them, luckily, in the ESO community, which we're lucky to have that. But there are some, and there's always going to be those people. And it is also possible that they are very well-meaning and they just haven't had as much experience networking.
Yeah.
And having that genuine understanding of how networking works is really important, and something that I think also does come a little bit with time equally.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a self-promotion thing for something we're doing in the future, because I am putting together a presentation on what networking is and what it isn't. And you already covered basically the whole outline of it, which is networking is not trying to like latch on to somebody and just self-promote yourself, but networking is making connections with people, whether it's just people you can talk to for advice or starting the show. I've been genuinely part of a lot of people's communities, and I think that's why people like KJ, yourself, Sakar, and others have been willing to come like on the podcast, because well before I even had this idea, I was already interacting, at least in good faith, throughout the like community. It was a genuine part of the community.
Yeah. And you notice that from yourself. It's a good example, actually. Obviously, the reason I'm even here is I came into your channel, found your talk with Sakar, and was like, oh, this is so cool. And that immediately, started the flow of what has now become this interview. And that's a very good example of like, I would like to say that we've done some good networking. It's not fake. It's very genuine. And I hope people can see that. I think that's very important. And the other thing I would like to maybe just say, without going too much into a tangent, as I know, obviously you're going to do your own segment on this in the future, is that if you're a smaller streamer than someone, please do not think that you do not have value to add by being in a networking relationship with them or even being their friend. I think it can be really easy to doubt what value you have, but it's really important that, the only way that you're going to get people to believe in your channel is if you believe in your channel and in your brand and in what you have to offer. If you're a smaller streamer than someone, numerically, that does not mean that your value is less. That just means that you haven't had much exposure. And always go into every single networking interaction with the concept of, I have value to offer to this relationship. And that's really important.
Yeah. It's extremely important. That is actually that's the crux of networking is it's a mixture of effort, and when you go to somebody, being able to bring something that's just like getting to know them and trying to becoming friends with them. So you have a relationship. So like maybe if you need some help, you ask for some advice here and there, or something along the lines of what you described. Like it doesn't matter if you bring, like if you're smaller. There's a really, really famous example of this, and that's so Dr. Disrespect. I know it's not on the platform anymore. The person who did the music, does all of Doc's songs, is J+1. J+1 was part of his community, made a song for him. One of the first songs, this Dr. Disrespect songs came out, goes, hey, I made this song. And now they collaborate on every single song he does. And he's a huge streamer. So Ludwig's another person who said the same.
Example, yeah.
Yeah, Ludwig's another person who mentioned this as well, which is it's about effort. Like he's a top 50 streamer. He gets 100 emails a day from people who are just like not really like presenting anything that's like a tangible idea. It's very low effort. Obviously, he's got so much to do where he's at to be able to do things that are low effort. But if somebody comes to him, no matter their size, who's like genuinely bringing content, we're content creators. We want content. We want to do new and interesting things. And that's what it means. And
yeah,
that's one of the biggest people on the platform saying, if you genuinely come with something that's like good, like an idea, like he's not going to just say no out the gate. So I like to use some big streamers sometimes, like the top ones, to showcase like this is not just people between like 1 and 200 viewers. This goes all the way through Twitch.
Yeah.
To roll back just a little bit, a couple more of those like getting to know you questions. I feel like we're already really good at doing that. But for the sake of consistency, so it's a kind of a two-part, it's the same question, but in 2 parts, because you started streaming just as a hobby, and then you started streaming, you know, again, as you said, seriously about a year ago. So we're not really looking at when it was a hobby, because as a hobby, the goal is just to have fun, and the goal can still be to have fun now. But when you started streaming seriously, to use the phrase I used earlier, what was your like goal? And does that have to be like a numerical goal, unless your goal was numerical? And how has that changed? What are your goals now?
So when I first came back to streaming from like my 2-year break, I would say, was honestly, I was in such a bad headspace at that point in my life. Like kind of, I would honestly, and I've actually spoken about this on stream before, is that I actually feel like I was in a very selfish headspace in that point of my life, and very defensive, and very almost like my goals were numerical, because like I was just very, very up in my own world, and just not really connecting with anyone else. And I think as a result of that, that is potentially why I didn't really network, and I didn't really get to know anyone in the streaming industry, because I just wasn't in the right headspace to do that. I didn't really know what I was doing, and I was just, at that point, it was like, oh, I'm just going to keep streaming, and my channel will grow. And it didn't really have a goal, I suppose. Maybe that was the biggest issue of all. And then after I took a 4-month break and I really had a lot of things to work on at that point, I took a lot of time, and I was quite introspective, and really just looked at what was really bothering me, and what I was dealing with, and why I was deflecting and behaving like a total ass in a lot of cases. And I think after that, I came back with a very refreshed perspective of what I wanted to achieve. And it was to provide people with something like a safe space, and provide content that was going to bring people out of dark times. And with that goal in mind, I definitely have seen a lot more of a positive growth, because people are starting to see a genuine side of what I'm putting out there and what I'm providing. But not only that, I think looking at every single person that I've met through streaming, and every viewer, every other streamer, whoever it is, as an individual, has really been an important part of my growth. And I guess my ability to it's so hard to explain. I think what I want to say here is that I really made a focus on individual cases, and made a focus on trying to develop a relationship with every single person that comes into my channel. And that was my biggest goal. And it spoke for itself. And I think that was, I would say my goal hasn't really changed now. Sure, numerical goals are always going to be there because I think just naturally the human brain likes to think in those like numbers and those goals that you can attain. But my goal of just creating that safe space and meeting everybody and just chatting and enjoying my time with everyone has stayed the same throughout. And it's only gotten more, it's only become more of a goal for me because the more people that come into my channel, the more excited I am to meet them and the more that I want to just have that interaction with them. And so I think that's really just my biggest thing. If I want to go into the future, then, there's definitely a route that I want to take and, the way that I want to see my channel and my content grow over time. But I think the most important thing is to kind of look at things in increments and focus on the next best thing rather than focusing too far in the future and having crazy big plans. I have dreams, but I'm not gonna mega focus on those at the moment, I guess.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. I don't think there's anything wrong for people who do just have numerical goals, but I think you discovered something that I think is really important, something that comes from my time doing reputation management and brand development for tech companies before I was here, which is an understanding of who you want to be, which changes. Your brand changes over time. Your community changes. It changes because you grow and you change. You grow with the people in your community. You grow with your content. So you start, to grow in that way. I think the only time numerical goals can be bad is when it's your only goal. It's like you're getting super mad because of a number and you only care about how quick can I get there without building things. And the reason I bring that up is another thing that I personally feel, and I like to ask it on these podcasts because I'm curious how people feel, if they agree, if they disagree. And that's my belief is the most important thing to focus on is the content. That content, if you're a community streamer such as yourself or myself and plenty of other community streamers, that the community is part of the content, not in terms of how you entertain, but it is part of your brand. And so you're developing that. You're developing your stream, how you want to approach certain things, how you want to grow. For example, when I was at your stream the other day talking about in shooter games, it's really easy to have I want to accomplish get this many kills in a row, get these things. How do you do that in an MMO? That's active thought process, both involving the community, how would I do that? And also being that would be a way to further develop the content. The reason I bring that up is my belief is if you really focus on the content less than the numbers, you still have to network, you still have to do a bunch of things, to grow. But it came from a statement. And we're going to get to inspirations in a second because you probably told my inspiration is another statement that Ludwig made, which is he looked in on people. Shroud raids somebody with everybody that Shroud can bring. That person's a 15 viewer person. And then Ludwig's back in a month. They still have 15 people. Different person Shroud raids that's small. Ludwig's back in a few weeks. That person has hundreds of viewers. And that's because one person's community and content was ready. And the other person didn't have that developed. So the content wasn't there. The community wasn't there. So people didn't stick around. Because a lot of people talk about I'm going to get that big raid. Something's going to happen. I'm going to pop off. And I think...
Oh, yeah. I have a lot of opinions about that.
And I guess this was a very long-winded way with my ADHD to say, I think the people that pop off are the people that put in a lot of work and dedication, because then if that happens, a big raid comes through, that opportunity comes along, and you're able to snatch it, that lottery ticket or whatever happens. If you're developed, then that could be net positive. If you're not developed, then that's just going to be one good blip and it's going to stay the same, in my opinion, at least.
Yeah. So I 100% agree with you. And I think that's actually a really nice way of putting it, is that the content is not ready. Not that it won't ever be ready, but that it is not currently in a position where people want to stick around and be there for it. Raiding obviously is a very, very, very great way to grow your channel, but it's only going to grow your channel if you have already put in the amount of effort that it takes to actually produce good content and content that people want to see. Like genuinely speaking, if I raid into a channel, or if anyone raids into a channel that has, I don't know, 2 or 3 viewers in the attempt to maybe help a friend or whatever it is that they want to do with their good faith, whatever it is. If that person is just not talking to their chat, they're just on the Discord call with their friends and streaming the game, which by the way, there is nothing wrong with that, but that's not going to grow a channel. That's not what people are going to stay and watch for. Raiding into that channel is fundamentally useless for that person. And that's exactly why it is so important to have those goals in your mind of like, what do I want my channel to be? What do I want to achieve by streaming? And if it is just to chat with your friends and stream, good for you. Like there's absolutely nothing wrong with that whatsoever. But in terms of a very competitive platform, which Twitch is, obviously your content needs to stand out in some way, and it needs to have some sort of flow that people resonate with. And so, yeah, I think that's super, super important, is making that kind of differentiation between, this person, and also not having that mentality of, this person got raided, that's why they have these views. No, like, and also if you have ever got raided as someone who's maybe watching this channel and think, oh, this is where my success came from. No, you built your success. Someone believing in you does not mean that you did not make the effort to create content that people want to continue watching and come back for. So yeah, I think that is very, very important to note.
Yeah, I'm a very statistically minded person, so I do not have my view count on while I'm streaming, because I want to make sure
Nor do I.
I was like, I want to be there 1 or 1,000. I'm going to be the same. I mean, obviously, if it was 1,000, but the sentiment is like, I am going to be 110%. I'm going to be all in, regardless of what the numbers. That said, I am an analytical person, and I really use analytics to grow, not because I'm looking where my numbers are up and down, but trying to find like, okay, this didn't go well. People didn't resonate with this. Maybe I can fix that content. The reason I bring that up is I don't have all my statistics, and there wouldn't be the most entertaining thing in a podcast, especially since the people who listen to it wouldn't be able to see them. But there's raids in my first few months where people come in, the initial amount that leave. Some people stay for a while, and then most everybody left. Whereas I've stayed focused on like, because my approach is like to build my community, but my other approach is I always try to identify one thing that didn't go as great as I wanted it to, and one thing that did go good, and go, how can this thing that go good, how can this turn into something more? What's a tiny little piece I can put on that? And how do I take a tiny little piece off this bad so that we start edging towards more good? And as I only focused on the community, the people in my community, friends I'd made, all of that stuff, then when raids came in, this is where my watching statistics helps me. I go, oh, I'm retaining a lot more people, because when they're raiding in, there's at least a couple people that are go, oh, I'm about this. I'll stick in. I'll check this out for a while.
Yeah. And that's 100% the truth. And I think there's nothing wrong with looking at statistics, as you say, to what's the word, kind of inform your content. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I mean, I think that's kind of what everyone does, and probably what people who are, very, very big streamers are continuously doing, whether that's on Twitch or on, if they branch into YouTube and all of that. Channel analytics are there for a reason, of course. And I think it is a good thing to be able to reflect on your content and be like, you know what, maybe the reason that people aren't sticking around, or maybe the reason that I'm losing some viewers here and there, is because I haven't, taking a hard look at what content am I putting out there? Is it up to the usual standard? Is there areas that I need to improve on? I think that's totally valid. There's nothing wrong with that at all. Don't wave that monster too much in Dave's face, she might snatch it. That's so true. Yeah, that's very true. But yeah, no, I think that's something that's honestly a smart thing to do. You should be able to look at your content and be like, this isn't my best content. I'm gonna fix that. There's nothing wrong with that whatsoever.
Yeah, that's why I like to bring up the numbers as well. Is a lot of people approach things differently. Some people are just like, I don't care what the numbers are. I care how I was. Some people are very like, I guess the term is gut driven. Like, I felt that went good. I felt my community went good. I don't care what the numbers are, because I know that was good. And some people are like, need to analyze thing. And that's part of the reason I wanted to do this podcast also, is to show all these different viewpoints, because they're all equally valid. Everybody is growing in their own ways. and there's not like a set approach. And that's the other thing that I was going to bring up in this section of like kind of the interviews. There is great advice out there, but people get really stuck on there's only one way to do things. There's only one way to grow. There's only one way to do this or that. And I think that's really detrimental. That's why I wanted, like I was saying, that's why I wanted to do the podcast, is because there isn't only one way to do things. The way I go about things is definitely very much different than how, you know, I was talking to Sakar, how Sakar did things. And Sakar is growing, and Sakar has a great community. And how Sakar does things is different than how Ella does them. And how Ella does it's different than how you do it. We're all developing our communities. And that's for people who are listening to this or people who are already streaming. I think it's important to know, like, that's part of brand is finding, and that's why I asked the question earlier about what is your style, because finding your style, what makes you, what makes your content is, in my opinion, more important than like following some like structured plan that's supposed to be like the best way.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, that's kind of the most important thing, is that your content in some way stands out, and that you as an individual are sharing something that resonates with you and therefore will resonate with the people who choose to come and watch you. That, yes, obviously you can still be improving on your content. That doesn't mean changing the niche that you fit into and the niche that you are aspiring towards. It just means obviously continuing to push yourself and be the best streamer that you can be, whatever that is or whatever that means for you and for your community. And it is a very individual thing for everybody, as you're saying. And I think there is a lot of people, of course, who are like, you know, numbers mean nothing to me, whatever. Yeah, totally. I think numbers at the end of the day are very variable. They're going to change. They're going to be ebbs and flows, as there is in every aspect of life. And I think getting caught up in it is very detrimental to your growth and to your mental health. But at the same time, being aware of them without getting caught up in them, I think that is the key. And that is obviously something that, you know, that's a balance that is hard to strike. That's not something that's easy. Trying to be aware of something without kind of obsessing over it is something that is probably the most effective way to do well with anything, but it's a very difficult thing to grasp hold of.
Definitely. And I think a lot of people, I can only speak for myself, it also ebbs and flows. I can go on a streak of being like, I understand this, and that, you know, where numbers do and don't matter. And I can go on like a 2-day like tear in my own mind about like, this is horrible. What am I doing? And I think a lot of people, like, I don't think everybody who streams deals with that, but I think a lot of streamers deal with that, which is the like trying to strike that balance, and then sometimes shifting too far to the nothing matters,
one side or the other kind of thing.
To this point of like, now you're not really growing because it's all about fun without any focus, or going all the way to this side where it's all about like focus. And now it's not, and you know, I think the goal of streamers is like falling off the path isn't a bad thing. It's being able to recognize it and like trying to have more days where you're like actually striking that balance. And that was kind of my next point, is forgiveness, being able to forgive yourself. Something I learned a long time ago that I still know, and I don't think anyone's perfect at it, is being able to be self-critical without being mean to yourself. And I think a lot of people are very mean to themselves when things aren't going how they think they should, instead of just going, all right, we kind of fell off that balance. How do we get back?
Yeah. I mean, I think the key thing is accountability. It's looking at what effect am I having and what am I creating, and everything, you know, just being aware that, you know, because I'm choosing to be a streamer, I'm choosing to put myself out there and my content. A, I should be creating something I want to watch. And B, if that is not the case, I should be able to sit back, look at it and be like, you know what, this is not good enough. I would not watch this content. And being critical of yourself, it doesn't have to be negative. It doesn't have to be, oh, you're not doing good enough. It just means, you know, it's almost like kind of separating emotion from it for a second and be like, you know, it doesn't matter. Like, I was about to swear. Let's try not to do that. I was like, screw it. Like, you know, let's not beat ourselves up about this. You know, everyone goes through things in life when they're just, they're not doing their best. They're really just not putting their best foot forward, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that, but as long as you recognize it and make it change, then it's fine. There's nothing wrong with that at all. Definitely don't beat yourself up about it.
Just real quick side note, if you're just wanting to work on your own language, because I know some people are trying to get away from cursing and things like that, that's fine. If you're worried about the podcast, the audio is going to get edited before it goes out to YouTube and before it goes to podcasts. And as far as the channel goes, as long as you're not like every other word, I shouldn't get in trouble for the occasional like cuss we're getting out there. There are clips of moments. It's so really, if it's for you, if it's for me, don't worry about it.
It's also respect, just gotta keep it clean and respectful for you Loctopuses. That's it.
Yeah, you just don't know all the Loctopuses. Anyway, there's something before I moved on. I wanted to. There's actually two things I wanted to loop back to. One of them is we didn't really talk about it, but some of the things we talked about as far as taking care of yourself, recognizing like finding balance, is support networks, and whether that is maybe it's streamers you've networked, maybe you have a mentor, maybe you have people who you're growing with, maybe it's your not streamers, maybe it's your family, maybe it's your partner or what things like that. I found the only reason I've been able to sustain is by having such a great support network and continuing to build on that. And my support network is other streamers, because some of them have like taken me under their wing, like without really asking. I just got to know them. They're like, they look out for me a little bit. And some of them are other people who are growing, in the same space I'm growing in. So like we've bonded. And then obviously my partner. So I was just curious, like, what's your support network like? Because obviously this is a job, a career path, a hobby, whatever, that has a huge, as somebody who looks at mental health, has a huge toll on the psyche, because it's not like playing games for 6 hours. You actually have to be engaged. So it does take a toll on a person.
I'm actually super, super fortunate in the support network that I have. And I honestly think it's probably the biggest reason that I'm even here, able to sit down, have this conversation, and have any platform to speak of. Not to negate, obviously, my own efforts, but my support network has been incredible, and I am so thankful to each and every one of them. I think the biggest thing I would say is my mods, actually, is the majority of my mods are some of my closest friends ever, and continuously pull me out of my spirals where I start second guessing every little action that I do. But also are just continuously there for me. I mean, like, we have Mothica in the chat right now. She's and Husky as well. Both of them are my mods. Mothica actually is my oldest and dearest friend. We've known each other since we were 11 years old. And having someone who's believed in you for that long is it's a great feeling. But not only that, I do have I've been super, super fortunate to have met Minnie Marie, who obviously you spoke about earlier. And she really has taken me under my wing. And there have been other streamers who I've met along the way who have been super influential, but we've become super, super close over the last few months. And I have learned so many lessons from her, and that's been a really great thing. And something that is, that you can't put a price on that. It's been incredible. And then, yes, I do have my partner as well, who he is very good at telling me that I'm being way too hard on myself. I am pretty hard on myself at times and get into ruts where I just can't seem to get myself off of my sofa or out of my bed. And he's pretty good at helping me and kind of giving me a kick up the ass kind of a thing. There's a lot of people I have to thank, I suppose.
That's really great. There's spawned a few things. I want to roll back to two other smaller points. So earlier you were mentioning like being able to tell when somebody is trying to just like come into a community because they're looking to get something, or when they're trying to genuinely interact with it. And I think that's important to talk about a bit, because again, I'm not going to speak for others. I've talked about it. I'm just going to speak for myself. I struggle with ADHD. I also have something called rejection sensitivity dysphoria, which is not a actual ailment. It's just kind of a thing that's come to like people with ADHD. A good percentage of them behave this way, which is a genuine fear. Like I go into your room. I'm like, okay, maybe I give some bits if I have bits, maybe I don't. And then I'm just like, I'm going to be here. I'm just going to participate. And then like people start talking to me and I'm like, I want to say hi to everybody, but also at the same time, I'm like, I don't want to take up someone's chat, make them think I'm there to take up chat. And then like, I lost my train of thought there with my ADHD. Oh, I feel
rejection sensitivity.
Yeah. I struggle with shout outs. Like, I'm like, I'm here to hang out. And then like, let's have a great time. I love to watch Ella. And then Ella shouts me out. And I'm like, I'm not here for that. And like, I know that streamers don't shout out people because they think they're there for it. But at the same time, like I get worried. And I think I've talked to other people who are like, I'm like, obviously listening, it's like, where you actually get where it's like, do they think that I'm just coming into their channel so that I can get like a quick shout out? And it's definitely the other way, but like I get really in my head about that. I don't know if not that specifically.
I get that so much.
Oh, do you? Okay. That's what I was curious. Is like if that was just like a weird nuance with myself and a few other people, or if it was like a more common than I thought. Because I'm like, no, I just want to here to hang out.
Oh, I don't know if it's common, but yeah, I deal with that a lot. Like every single time I go into a friend's channel at this point, I do get a shout out, or even someone who a lot of the time now, I guess because of the ESO community being quite small and niche, I'll go into a channel for the first time and I'll get a shout out and someone will know who I am. And I'm like, what? Why do you know me? Like, what the fuck is going on? Like, how? And so that really like, yeah, I do kind of, I'm in those situations, it's not too bad because if I've come into a channel for the first time, I feel like it's pretty obvious that I'm not just in there for a shout out. But if it's, someone whose stream I'm in every single time, a really key example is, of course, Mary, because I am in every single one of her streams, no matter what. And obviously, a lot of the time I actually do stay quiet for a little while because, to be honest, I don't necessarily always want to be shouted out immediately and have any kind of focus moved to me because at that point, a lot of people know who I am because Mary has been so supportive of me. And it's not just in her channel, of course, but I definitely don't want to like draw all the attention towards me because that's definitely not the reason that I watch her stream or any of my friends' stream.
Speaking of which, she just said hello in the chat.
Mary. Yeah, no, it's definitely not the reason that I'm there, but I guess there are a lot of people that are there for that reason. And it's not, I don't think it's an unreasonable thing to be worried about that people are kind of thinking, oh, are you just trying to take advantage? Because I think a lot of people have that little bit of a guard up sometimes being like, oh, is someone in here trying to kind of rake in some viewers or some attention or whatever? I think that's a reasonable thing to be fearful of. But at the end of the day, like people who know you are going to know that that's not the case.
Yeah.
And know that you have good intentions behind your actions.
I as extroverted as I am on my own stream, and will occasionally have bouts where the streamer will say something or something's going on, or I'm like, oh, I really want to say hi. I actually am a notorious lurker. I spend a lot of time in people's streams. I just never say anything. I'm there to support without saying anything, and that it doesn't even come from fear. But that's where the fear for me at least started developing. I'm like, oh no, I pop in, I have my coffee, like it. I generally like sometimes I'm up a lot earlier, so I'm watching other people's streams, but like most of the time I'm just like grab a coffee, I go watch Asma for like an hour and a half because it just like lines up perfect with my breakfast. And most days I don't say anything, or if I say anything, I just say a quick like hi. I just want to say, hey, I'm here. Love your stream. But then once the shout started happening, I'm like, oh, people see me say like 3 lines and they don't see me. I get really in my head about how that.
Yeah, I get that all the time. And I think in those cases, like if I feel that I'm getting that kind of attention all the time and it's making me uncomfortable, then a lot of the time what I'll probably just do is for the next few streams, I'll just kind of lay low a little bit. Because a lot of the time those fears, they come and go for me. And I don't know if maybe that's the same for you, but those insecurities will be very prevalent for a while and then maybe they'll settle for a bit. And so what I'll find is that if I'm getting a lot of those insecurities about how people think or look at me, then I kind of just lay a little bit low and just take some time. Clearly, I just need to be with myself for a bit, and I can still support my friends, I can lurk in their channel, but if I'm needing that extra bit of space for myself to feel more comfortable, then I'll just take that time and I'll just be a little bit less talkative, and I think people respect and understand that.
Yeah, I think they do too. Like I said, we're mostly getting stuff in chat, using the channel points, but this, like the comment Lasambe just made, is actually really prevalent here, I think. So I'm going to go ahead and read it. It's I've actually heard streamers saying that some streamers do think like that other streamers are just coming in and saying hi to get the quick shout out, and the streamers being a bit toxic because of it. It can go both ways. And then Soul shows they can go both ways. And that, I think the reason I read that is I think that is also part of the anxiety. It's not just the ADHD. It's not just the anxiety. It's the other side of the coin does exist. People do those things, or even if they're not doing those things, it can appear as it's just it's a very like delicate thing to tread. And there's no answer to it. Like your answer is very, very solid. I think it's probably one of the most like safe for mental health ones. It's just like sometimes it's just withdraw, make sure like calmed down from it's like I just take a step back. I also just want to throw out, I don't think anybody is wrong. Like when people come into my chat and everybody's saying hi to them, I don't think there's anything innately wrong with that. When I say like it makes me feel a little comfortable, I don't want people to think I'm saying, how dare you say hi to each other like in my channel or other people's channel. It's just for me, like as a streamer and just how I am, I analyze every little thing. I'm like I don't want it to ever edge up to the point where people think, oh, you're doing this specifically for this reason or that reason.
Yeah. No, I mean, yeah, and I hope that I didn't come across that way either, because like when I go into someone's channel and they say hey to me, it's a great feeling. Of course it is. I'm like, cool, like it's my bud, like we can chat. It's great. Or vice versa, if I'm streaming and one of my friends comes in who is also a streamer and someone recognizes and say hey to them, I'm like, cool, like that makes me really happy. So I think honestly, the level of connection that we all have in the ESO community is kind of adorable, and I actually really like it. So for the most part, I definitely don't have an issue with it. I think there are definitely people, and there's going to be people in every single part of life who just want to take advantage, of course, and they're going to come in and be like, I'm just here for my shout out, and then I'll move on with my day. But I don't think the vast majority of people are like that. And also, I think people should go with their gut in those instincts, and I think they know when that's someone's intention. And a lot of the time, those people don't go very far.
Yeah.
People can tell when someone's intentions are pure.
Yeah, I feel like for the most part, like the streamer usually genuinely can like tell that sort of thing, because I know just from myself as a streamer, I shout. And that's the other thing is like, as worried as I get about every last thing, people say hi to each other and be like, oh, I'm sorry to take over chat. I'm like, no, keep doing it. If some streamer comes and I'll shout him out. Like, I'm being like, oh, it makes me uncomfortable. But when it's my channel, I'm just like, on the other end, just I'm the one shouting everybody out. So like, it's a weird thing to get worried about. But at the same time, I have over time, sometimes you're like, this person doesn't like, and I don't want to get too into the weeds on the subject, but for me, like, I start realizing when I'm like, oh, this person doesn't interact. Okay, maybe they don't interact in my community. Maybe they're just, here lurking, hanging out, saying hi. That's fine. But then you start seeing them like not interact anywhere, and that's when my brain sometimes starts going, putting things together. But that's kind of getting a little into the weeds about a very specific thing.
No, yeah, it's all good though. I think it's important to be able to trust those instincts that you have. If you get a really bad vibe from someone, then I think it's totally okay to kind of be a bit more reserved from them until they prove it otherwise. I don't think there's anything wrong with looking after yourself. But obviously closing yourself up from everyone is not the right way either. So it's just keeping that balance in between, being aware that people may try to take advantage in any aspect of life, but particularly in something like social media, and just being aware of that, but also just trusting as openly as you can and saying yes to opportunities, and saying yes to the kind of support that people offer you without because obviously in some ways, if you're really just out there being like I don't like getting shouted out. It makes me uncomfortable, which I know you're not saying that, by the way, but if there is an element of like self-sabotage in that as well, of like, oh, I don't want people to think that I'm doing this, this, and that, because in some way you feel like you don't deserve that support, when of course you do. Of course you deserve that support, and you should never sabotage your ability to go further,
No, it's a form of self-sabotage. And that's why I like to talk
we all
about
do it, I suppose.
Yeah, and that's why I wanted to talk about it. Like, I was trying to be very transparent about things like that, because it is a form of self-sabotage. Because if you get too worried and too withdrawn, then now you're cutting yourself off from like communities. You're not just cutting yourself off from like your own growth. You're literally cutting yourself off from like forming meaningful relationships. As you mentioned earlier, you've become very close. Some of these people you were really close with before you streamed, but other people you met through streaming. And if you get too worried, then yeah, it becomes self-sabotage on a lot of levels.
I mean, to be honest, sorry, finish what you were saying. My apologies.
Continue.
To be honest with you, if we want to talk about the biggest thing for me, I mean, was again, I'm going to bring up Mary purely because she kind of did take a chance on me and supported my channel a lot. And there were aspects or like times where I felt so stressed that, oh my gosh, what if she thinks I'm trying to take advantage? What if she thinks that, all of these things that you think about yourself, like, oh God, I don't deserve this support. I don't deserve, and anyone else who continues to come back to my channel, like, what if people think that the reason I got this publicity is just because I'm leeching off of someone, or any of these like fears that you have. And I'm lucky enough that I literally just spoke to Mary about them, and I was like, I'm feeling like this, and we spoke through all of those concerns and communicated openly, and that was the best way to go about it, because she was like, you're being dumb. And I was like, oh, okay. And then that was kind of it. And I haven't felt that way for a very long time, because we were just very transparent about our relationship, and it became so much, for me, I was like, oh my God, what if like my biggest fear was that she wouldn't want to be my friend. Like, I didn't care so much about like anything else other than like, I just wanted Mary to be my friend. I was like, what if she thinks I'm taking advantage and then we can't like hang out? I just want to hang out. And so like having those conversations was very, very important. Yeah, but we all get in our head about these things, I think.
We do get in our head about these things, and it's also a form of self-sabotage, because networking can be as simple as, I have a cool idea for this business, and when I go to the convention next week, when I ran conventions, I'm gonna go, I do this thing, you do this thing, I have this idea where we can work together. That can be networking. Other forms of network are literally just, we work in the same industry, we're in the same space, you start hanging out, you become actual sincere friends. And then because you're friends, if your friend's in a position to help you out, they're going to. And it's okay, because you didn't go in there, the person didn't go in there with the and that's the thing I always say, is like, if you don't go into something with expectations, if I befriend this person, then I will be close to them, and therefore I will be able to leech, versus I'm just going to get to know this person because they have cool ideas, and I want to like talk to them about ideas, or I'm like, in one of the cases of the things I had to deal with on my channel was I have a small community. I do giveaways. I don't advertise them in my header, and I'm not saying anything about people who do. I just try to, because the main purpose is to keep giving back to my community that's been so giving to me. But I had an issue where somebody had multiple accounts and they were cheating, and were a huge stream, that might not be an issue. When there's 24 entries, 3 extra entries is, and I didn't know how to handle it. Yeah. And so because I had networked and had sincerely got to know somebody, I was able to get advice on it. But if I had gotten so in my head, which at times I did, was self-sabotage, like, no, I'll just deal with this on my own. I don't want them to think that I befriended them so they can tell me how to, And it's good that
No, I totally get you 100%.
It's good, like you have Mary who said, you're being dumb. That's the...
Yeah, no, literally just like a little bit of a slap of reality of like, no, like you're overthinking this. And I think also it's like, when someone chooses to support you, it is an indication of them being a fantastic person, for one. I mean, it's, someone's not doing this because they're like, you know what, you look like a bit of a leecher, let me help you out. Like, first of all, they have a good judge of character because they're choosing to support you. And also they, we can tell, like, you can tell so clearly when someone is just trying to take advantage. It's really, really, really obvious. When someone has expectations, when someone goes into any relationship with expectations for what they can get out of it, you can freaking tell. And if you can't tell immediately, it makes itself apparent. So don't definitely trust those signs, I would say, is an important thing. Like, if you start noticing those red flags, they're there for a reason.
Yeah, and I forgot what the term was called with my ADHD. I've actually been reaching for the word red flags for about 5 minutes
Red
now.
flags, yeah.
Yeah, because like, even if you can't tell, sometimes you can't tell right away, like, as more things happen, like I said, like, in some cases, I'm like, this person does the same thing everywhere. They don't seem to be genuinely part of any part of this ESO community, like, anywhere. Or, they start, like, doing things that are, like, trying to take advantage. Like, yeah, people can figure it out real quick with somebody's sincere or not. Like, or sometimes that maybe they don't come off as sincere. And then over time, I guess that's the other thing, is like, I worry about maybe I don't come off as sincere because I can be very direct and things like that. But over time, I think people prove themselves one way or the other. Like, even if you're initially I'm not sure, a sincere person, you're going to see that over time, just like a non-sincere one, you'll see it.
Yeah. Yeah. And let themselves, prove themselves to you, and in the same way that you would prove yourself to someone else. Like, you don't go into any relationship expecting, the whole reason that we doubt ourselves in these situations is that we don't expect someone to always look at us with that frame of mind of like, oh, they're just a good person, because we always factor in that someone may be worried that we might try and take advantage. Of course, we all factor that in because we know how human brains work. And so in that same way, as we prove ourselves to our friends and our the people that we network with, that we are not out here trying to steal from others or just cause any type of issues like that, and that our intentions are genuine, then I guess people should also be proving that to you, and people should make it clear to you that that's not the case. At the end of the day, like, I think there's also a fine line between that and also just kind of kidding yourself, because like, the reason that people are on Twitch is that they want to grow, for the most part. So it's like, there's a very fine line between, like, obviously being fake about things, but at the end of the day as well, like, if someone is coming forth, like, offering ideas or is like in your channel, to some extent, they may be there because they want to gain an audience for themselves. And I think that the problem is when you demonize that. Like, I think there's a balance between the two, as there is with everything. There is nothing wrong with wanting to grow your stream. There's nothing wrong with wanting to put yourself out there more. That's a totally fine thing to do, and that's very natural for a streamer, is just making sure that you go about it in a way that's respectful to your peers.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. We're going to talk about other games here in a little bit. The reason I'm going to stick with ESO on this one is I think it comes back to something you said earlier about, like, ESO being a niche community. And yeah, if you look at the channels, like the max viewership, the people in it, like, ESO is a much smaller thing than, say, World of Warcraft. And I think that lends itself to, more streamers are in streamers' chats if they're wanting to see content or if they're wanting to network, whatever the case may be, because we are a more niche game when that's the game we're in. But yeah, also, not necessarily demonize it, because it could be the one thing where you're self-sabotaging and not accepting help. But the other thing is like obviously, I want to build my community. I want to grow. I came up with an idea for a podcast, and to be able to do that podcast, I needed to ask people to be guests. And started off with Sakar and KJ, because I think they're the two streamers in ESO that I'm the closest. Like, I'm a mod in Sakar's channel, and I spent a lot of time in KJ's channel even before I was streaming. So I went to them first, but obviously I went to them going, you're both known, you're both very sincere people, you're going to be great interviews, and then people will see this. And I was, transparent about it. People will see those interviews, and then maybe that will help me be able to continue the podcast. And that's why you're on the podcast, because you did see one of those. So that's not necessarily to be demonized.
Yeah.
just because
That's
you're
just
going to like, hey, we networked and now I have a
smart.
situation where I can ask you, like, it's the expectation. Like, if they'd both said, "Now we don't want to do it," then I'd been like, "Oh, okay, I got to move on to a different idea."
Yeah.
So it's
No,
a
I mean, like, yeah, exactly. That's what I meant by not demonizing it. Like, there's literally nothing wrong with wanting to collaborate and wanting to create relationships with fellow streamers. That's kind of smart. That's what you're supposed to do. And I think, yeah, there's just that fine line that unfortunately some people do cross. Some people become pushy or, you know, disrespectful in some way. And just being aware that those people maybe aren't the best person to support.
yeah. Yeah, every time we came around, it's always the expectations, because just because someone's asking for help or networking for reasons that they're transparent, because to me, in other aspects of my life, when I was the running conventions, people would come to me, as long as like they come to me and sometimes like be like, yeah, I can help you out. And sometimes I'd be like, I actually can't do that for you. It's not best for the event we're building here. As long as the person's like, oh, okay, I just wanted to ask, then that's like cool. Like, no harm in that. We circle around. I know we circled around that topic a lot, but I think it's important because I struggle with it, and I know a lot of other people struggle with, like, they struggle with networking or not networking, how to communicate, what's the right way to communicate. Before we kind of move into more stuff, there's one last question, just kind of cycling back. And with ADHD, this is how all of my interviews go. We just so people might be listening this first time, we'll cycle down and be like, okay, we got to go back to a question. So a question I did have is of inspiration, and presentation Ludwig did about, you know, how to grow as a streamer. First thing he said is, who are 3 to 5 people that you draw inspiration from? It might not be people that you're trying to copy wholesale, but like, I like how they do this. I think I could put my own spin on that, or I really love how they connect with their communities. And some people don't have that. Some people have, like, for lack of a better term, like inside inspiration, where their inspiration is literally just their own kind of like willpower and want. Where did your inspiration come from?
All over the place, but predominantly again just in the gaming community. So if you want, for specific people, my biggest inspirations are Felicia Day, who incidentally is also a redhead, of course. But she, if anyone doesn't know who she is, which you obviously know who she is, come on. She wrote the Guild web series, but also is a founder of Geek and Sundry and like a bunch of other things within the gaming community. She's very well known and she is very talented. Unfortunately, I'm not an actress like her, and so my pursuits had to be slightly less creatively inclined. However, I would love to write at some point in my life so much, and she is a huge inspiration to me. Also, Loserfruit is a huge inspiration as well. She is just a very down-to-earth streamer, but who has succeeded massively. And I really love her content. I think she's just very fun to watch, just really fun-loving, and I really adore her content. So Loserfruit and Felicia Day are probably my top 2. But then within the kind of MMO community, I'm also a really big fan of Tainmoo, who unfortunately does not stream as much anymore. However, we have spoken a few times in the last few months over like DMs and stuff, which has been really nice to get some insight from her. And obviously, of course, Mini-Mari is my biggest inspiration in the Elder Scrolls Online community, and the more direct streaming community that I'm involved with.
Awesome. Completely unrelated to the interview, other than you mentioned Loserfruit. I actually didn't know who Loserfruit was at all, but Ludwig and Moist Critical have a show called Hive Mind, a weekly game show that she was on last week. And I was like, while she was on that show, it gave her a lot of exposure. I noticed, because I'm like, because she's having a good time playing the game and things like that. I'm like, oh, she seems really cool. I should go check out her channel sometime when she's on. So, I just random say was like, oh yeah, she was just on the really big Twitch game show Hive Mind that they're doing right now. And it was pretty cool.
Yeah, no, she's great. She's really great.
And just to make sure I'm like kind of answering some of the same questions along the way, although probably heard another podcast. So instead of, I'll say the same one I always say, Ludwig. Another huge inspiration for me that I didn't mention in previous ones is Sweet Anita. And it's because of how she deals with Tourette's. And Tourette's is part of her life, and she's transparent about it. She brings awareness to it. She doesn't shy away from it. She doesn't let her not stream. And while ADHD doesn't have the same like outward tics, actually seeing her succeed on that level, because I went back and forth for a long time about streaming in my life. I was like, I'll go work in reputation kind of behind the scenes with tech companies because I don't know about streaming because I have ADHD and I'm not going to be able to mask all the time. And it's going to come out that I have all this. And it was actually the first time I saw her stream over a year ago. I'm like, that is so awesome. So yeah, she's another huge inspiration because while ADHD and Tourette's aren't the same thing, it was seeing somebody who was neurodivergent just be like, this is me. This is unabashedly me. And I'm going to succeed on the platform. Yeah, I'm not going to hide it.
Yeah, it's really cool.
So yeah, she's another big inspiration for me. So moving along in the interview, I just want to take a real quick pause because I like to do 2 giveaways throughout the interviews just because I know I'm not able to interact with chat on the same way I normally can. So still want you to know how appreciated you are here or being part of the conversation. So we did give away a hat earlier, so I'm going to go ahead and put that out. And that hat's going to Demos Thea, so congratulations.
Wait, what?
Streamlabs picks names that are in the thing. So congratulations.
Dude, that's cool. Thank you.
Okay. And we're just gonna roll that same giveaway back because I grabbed the link because it will get lost in chat, though I can DM it to you. Because yeah, the reason I originally made merch was so that I could give it to people because I'm like, oh, I have these cool designs. I am a aspiring small streamer.
Wait, can I give it to my best friend? Is that okay?
So you can, but the way Streamlabs work is it's tied to your account. So if it's your best friend, you're gonna put. I love Streamlabs for it being tied to your Streamlabs or to your Twitch because you're putting all your information in Streamlabs, and I don't have to collect people's personal information this way for shipping them stuff. But that means if they're your best friend, you could put their information and have it sent to them because you'll be the one that actually puts the information in.
Okay, I will do that.
Yeah, yeah. I
can do that.
I was like, I want to give away stuff, and that's why I settled on using Streamlabs store. Was like, oh, thank God, something I can give things away to people, not ask for their addresses because I am not about to want to.
Okay.
I don't know yet.
I'll sort that now.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you so much.
Yeah, let me go ahead and get the next giveaway going while you're getting that sorted. For those of you who weren't here when you did the initial giveaway, you might have saw it just on the overlay. It's there's 5 colors you can choose between. It's a pink embroidered octopus on a beanie.
You want pink or purple?
Most of the questions are hopefully in the channel points thing, but I'm going to grab a couple while we're doing this little pause. I won't be able to scroll that far back, but I love Loser Fruit. Funny, has a really adorable smile. Loved her in Supernatural. Oh, that would be Felicia Day. All right, so this is back when we were talking about Felicia Day and Loser Fruit. Husky, the dog tour, and I hope this isn't toxic. Wants me to ask you how your can you ask her how the hippos are?
Wait, did he DM you that?
No, it's right in the chat. I have better Twitch TV, so when I scroll back, if somebody's added me, it highlights the whole line. So,
Husky, I don't want to talk about the hippos.
So yeah, we will be continuing on here with our interview with Demos Thea. We're just getting the hat giveaway. It's exclamation point ante up, by the way. We're giving away another hat, just my way of saying, thank you for being here at the podcast while we're having these conversations. Know you're here too.
Thank you, Theon.
But I wanted to make sure that y'all knew that you're appreciated, and that's because for me, I'll just stop what I'm doing to try to interact with chat. So doing these podcasts is really hard on me because I see chat scrolling and I want to just talk to chat. I'm like, but that doesn't make a good interview if I'm just, it's very hard. Also, while we're catching up here, I do want to say thank you, Husky, for that tier 1 subscription. Thank you for joining the Octopus Krakens. I really appreciate that. Thanks for the support. And also thank you, Blood Lovely, for following. That was very kind of you. Thank you so much. All right, let me know when you're ready to continue.
I am really enjoying this, having to do a postal address in the format I don't know. I'm just like, what is this?
Yeah, Streamlabs can ship anywhere in the world except for it just defaults to like the US shipping setup. So it's
yeah, that exactly. Yeah, it's in a different format to what her address is, but we'll figure it out, I think.
and no worries whatsoever. Bum, 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 bum.
Okay. Okay, I'm ready whenever
Okay, cool. I'm
you're
just
sorted.
I am all sorted. All right, so it's been a really good conversation about a lot of things. I am going to swing the conversation a little bit before we move on to other things to, well, to video games. It doesn't have to be video games. I should more say to like the category we're in when we stream, because there is plenty of categories that aren't games. But starting with ESO, since the initial focus of the podcast is sticking with people that are in the Elder Scrolls community, because it's the community I have been a part of for so long. Like I felt comfortable kind of starting here. So while that's why I started the podcast here, I'm just curious why ESO. And I know that's again a vague question, but why you stream it, what brought you to the game in the first place, however you want to kind of approach the question, because some people stream ESO because they've been part of the game for a long time and that's what they're going to stream. And some people kind of fell in love with the game after they were already streaming. So I'm just kind of curious why ESO.
Okay, so I do talk about this a fair amount on my stream as well, because it wasn't actually a game that I really I was familiar with it, but I never played it that consistently. I got it in beta, but I just didn't get into the game whatsoever. And what actually happened for me is that I kind of reached a breaking point with World of Warcraft, which was my main game for quite a while, where I was just so sick of it, and it was actually having quite a toxic impact on my life. And so I started watching Elder Scrolls Online streamers in a hope that maybe I could become more into that game. It had always been my intention to play the Elder Scrolls Online because I am out of every kind of, I guess, fantasy world that's ever been created, my top is Tamriel. I don't know, it may even beat Middle Earth, but at the very least they are tied. I love Tamriel so much. And so a MMO based in that world is perfect for me. And I was always kind of drawn to it for that reason, but could never get into the game mechanics. I watched Mary's stream, and I just started watching on the daily whilst playing by myself on at the time, my main, which was a Stamina Nightblade. And I just started really falling in love with it. All hail. I now play a Warden.
I played 4 years. Stam Nightblade is my main on PlayStation before I moved to PC. So Khajiit Stamblade is always
same. I now play a Magical Warden, but the other thing is that my mum has been playing this game for longer than me. And she plays on the PlayStation 4 and she's obsessed with it. And I would always watch her, like every time she would have a free day, she would just be like sitting on her sofa hooked on ESO and would not log off for like a solid 24 hours. And I was like, I want that, man. Like, I want that. That sounds like so much fun. And so once I finally got into it myself, I was like, oh, this is why she's addicted. And yeah, I just found a little bit of a home here, I guess.
Awesome. That's really cool. I like hearing what brought people to ESO. I always talk about how I did 4 years on the PlayStation before I became to PC. That's a split 4 years. I did pre-1 Tamriel beta into the base game back in vet ranks, and I was like, well, they messed this game up. And then people talked me back into it. And then once 1 Tamriel was the thing, I'm like, oh, there's so much to do.
Yeah.
And an MMO is finally going to let me actually decorate a house the way I want. And that's why ESO for me is I can decorate the house the way I want to. And for as much rating and as top of a raider as I was in WoW from open beta through Kata, they never gave me a house I could decorate.
Don't go.
Sorry about that. Just like Virgil, it's just the neighbor. My corgi. He's okay. Good boy. You talked about it a little bit, but that's the other thing I was going to bring up is, um, you play obviously a lot more in 2 games. We'll talk about other games you play as well, but differences between WoW and ESO. You kind of mentioned the differences as a game, but as somebody who actually has streamed within both games, do you think there's a difference there? And I know there's not a difference when it comes to your community because the community is built up one way, but I mean, how you feel about streaming one game versus streaming the other, or do you just feel like the same regardless of what you're playing?
Actually, no. So I feel that Elder Scrolls Online, for some reason, just flows so well. I just feel like no matter what you're doing, it just looks engaging. Unless you're just like kind of standing still, that maybe would be the exception. But I feel like even when I'm playing by myself, I could genuinely watch someone run around the landscapes and just like pick up crafting nodes for 3 hours straight. So for some reason, I just think the content is just, it kind of creates itself sometimes. Like that for me is what I want to watch. Like I just want to watch someone run around because it's so beautiful. This game is just so gorgeous. And so like that's all I really do on my stream. I just feel like if I want to explore for 3 hours and then go jump into a dungeon, everything flows so well, and I've never experienced that in a game before. World of Warcraft is very much, I don't even know how to explain World of Warcraft. It just doesn't feel as open world, and like, even though it actually is technically more open world, it just doesn't feel it. It feels very like you're stuck in the expansion that you're playing, and you should be doing these amount of chores per day to keep up with everyone else. And it's like, after you have 2 years to get this good at the game, and then you're going to get squished into nothing, and now you have to climb back up, and it's just it's exhausting. Like everything just feels like it flows in Elder Scrolls Online. It feels like you can just be yourself and create your character, which is what an MMO is supposed to feel like. It's supposed to feel like you have this fantasy life. And that's what the Elder Scrolls Online feels like. And so streaming it just flows in the way that kind of it would be if you were just streaming your real life. It's just like, I'm going to go do this now. I'm going to go do this now. And everyone's just really excited for you to go do that thing. They're like, you know what? Cool. Have fun. Go dig up that antiquity and fail it 3 times in a row, Chloe. Like, we'll be here for you. And it's just such a great feeling. I just love this game. I think it's made for streaming. And I really hope that we can see some positive growth in the category over the next few years. I think that would be amazing. It's already such a great community, and I really hope we can just keep growing it. It's such a good category and underrated for sure.
Definitely underrated. I never streamed it because I stopped playing WoW back in Cata. But my issue was when you're in the thick of it, when you are part of a major raiding guild and you're a progressive raiding, or if you're a PvPer and you are on an arena team and you're progressing through the season, WoW feels like I'll do all these chores because then we're going back in to Icecrown Citadel and we're going to finally, down the 9th boss. We're going to finally get to the Lich King, and you're just doing progressive raiding and you're in it because it takes so long. And eventually that burnt me out, which is for me why Elder Scrolls works. Because yes, you can sit there in a vet trial, hard mode trial, and burn yourself for 4 hours. But that, even to this day, years later, that doesn't feel like burning myself, because I'm like, the way you progress in WoW is literally just dying on a boss for 5 hours straight and going, next week we'll have the strategy down to beat it, or next week we'll have killed the first few bosses enough time to have a few pieces of loot so we can finally down the 4th one. Like,
soul destroying is the only way I can describe WoW raiding, and I mean that with all respect to people who enjoy it, but I don't know.
I don't want to stick on it too long for risk of people thinking. I have a lot of friends. I have friends who stream WoW exclusively, and I watch.
Yeah, me too.
Watch WoW, so I'm just saying my own experiences. But like, yeah, it is sold. It's I am a gambler by nature. That's why I love crown crates. I do them within reason, but like even in real life, I go to cities that have casinos here in the States.
Within reason.
Yeah. Do them within my.
I'm kidding.
It's true. It's not reason. I'm like, I did it within reason because I gave away so many crates this season. I only opened 60. So anyway,
I mean,
which is low
I
for
wish
me.
I could do that. That sounds so much fun. The crates are so much fun.
Anyway, other than my weird bad spending habits, the reason I brought up gambling in the first place is WoW is kind of a gambler's high. You're not really gambling, but like you lose so much, but next time you're going to succeed, next time you're going to succeed. And I feel like Dark Souls, which I love Dark Souls, I adore Dark Souls, but I feel it's the same. You lose so much that when you finally win, you're like, and then it hooks you again because you get that big rush from winning. Which is originally why I was like, I don't want to do trials in ESO because they're not as hard. I'm not going to get the same impact, but actually you do, because you can teach new people on a consistent basis and you can learn it with new people, and it's actually better. But for the longest time when I was ESO, I'm like, I'm going to decorate my house and I'm going to do all the quests.
There's so many avenues.
Yeah.
I think it's undeniable that WoW is a very fun game. I still will play it, but
it's the biggest in the world for a reason. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. And I think that the reason that I moved on though is literally just because for me it didn't feel rewarding. For me, it felt like a full-time job, and that's as someone who wasn't even like a cutting edge raider. I was just a mythic raider, without pushing for a ranking, and I was like, this is hard, this is enough for me. Like, I already feel like this is taking too much of my time for very little reward, and that is the only complaint I would really have. Otherwise, the game is absolutely fantastic and really fun to play, and I'll never quit it. Probably, I'm pretty much set on that.
My ADHD, I actually, some people with ADHD can, I actually just can't. The minute I was like, yeah, because like the new X Pack came out, I'm like, okay, I'll at least go try it. They changed so much, I'll at least try it. And then with ADHD, I'm like, but I still got all this stuff to do in ESO. Like if I'm on, I can do every other game in the world. I can't do 2 MMOs. And I'm so envious of people I see, like, I'm doing WoW and now I'm doing ESO and now I'm doing Final Fantasy 14. Cause like I can't, and I wish I could. But yeah. So yeah, again, this wasn't to dog on WoW because I really love it and I still have a lot of passion for it. But
yeah,
I do feel like ESO's community also is does just want to watch and hang out, because if they didn't, there's no way to explain how an entire month of my content was going around every alliance zone, just getting sky shards, clearing delves, and getting points of interest, and doing nothing else but just, well, I'm back here from PlayStation, I need to go get hundreds of sky shards. But people hung out. So this community is really amazing because they want to just hang out with you. They're like, well, I guess we're going to see some pretty zones while you run around and just get 16 shards over and over again.
Yeah, there's so much opportunity to just be yourself on the Elder Scrolls Online, just because you have this beautiful open world game to work with, and you have so many avenues that you can take. The end game can be whatever you make it, and if you want to leave the game for 3 months, you can come back and just jump into it again, and it's just so forgiving, and I love that. And I think for streaming as well, it's perfect.
Yeah, I do. I also think it's perfect for streaming, because when I first started streaming, actually was I was going to be an IRL streamer because I travel a lot, but then that wasn't going to happen. So I was originally a just chatting streamer, and I'm like, well, I'll play ESO again, but I'm not going to play it online. It was actually I was up late one night for my time, and I clicked into a stream, like, well, who's streaming? That's why I started going through the categories. And the first one I clicked on at night, because I'd watch people earlier in the day, was Vandalia, and just was walking around, had the UI off, was just talking to chat, walking around, just literally enjoying the scenery. And I went, oh no, this game is great for streaming. That was when it like clicked with me. I'm like, oh no, this game, you can literally just, if you want to talk with chat, you can just walk around with the UI off and just literally just look at the things together. So
yeah, it's so perfect. It's so relaxing, and it fits well with my concept for my stream, which is relaxation and mental health, because it is truly, I think anyone could agree that the Elder Scrolls franchise creates some really relaxing atmospheres for you to just wind down with.
For sure. And so before we move on to other games and a couple other topics, one last thing that I've like to ask everybody while we're having people who do ESO on the podcast, which is hashtag ESO fam. And the reason I ask this is because it means nothing to some people, and it means completely different things to other people. So when you see the hashtag, or if you use the hashtag, or you say ESO fam, what does that mean to you? Because I don't think there's anything wrong with how it means, but like everybody from Reddit to the decorating community to the art community on Twitter to streamers, like a lot of us say it. So it can mean different things to different people and all still be valid, but I'm just curious what that means to you.
I think as someone who's relatively new to the Elder Scrolls Online family, or the ESO fam, I maybe don't feel as strongly towards it as someone who's been in there for maybe a long time. But what I do love to see is how universally accepting it is, and how no one is shunned away from it. If you want to be a part of the Elder Scrolls fam, you're welcome. Like, we'll love to have you. And everyone has been so welcoming to me, and I feel super, super, super honored. And I think that's really what, I mean, people are saying it in the chat right now, in your chat, is how welcoming the community is in general. And it's nice to see that that is being celebrated. It's nice that you can actually feel like you are part of something. And so when I use it, I guess it is just because I like that it makes me feel involved and it makes me feel included. And I think that's just amazing. It's something that I think again, yeah, it's hard for me to comment on just because I'm new. I guess I'm quite new, but I feel very, very lucky to be a part of it.
Yeah, I think the community was to me surprisingly welcoming, because I had a lot of apprehension, because I've had friends who've streamed for a long time, some started before me around the same time, and in different communities. And some communities are like, "Oh, you're great, have fun streaming," and then you get to like 20 average viewers, and all of a sudden it's like, "Oh, are you coming from much more competitive inserted communities?" And I'm not gonna like call communities out, and ESO's never felt like that. Maybe it does happen, but I've yet to see a lot of it. I see very little people like, I see genuine compliments when people succeed, not like, "How dare you succeed?"
Yeah, it's really nice to see. I think that's something that there are, obviously you're going to notice that in other communities as well. But again, like, because we were talking about how niche the Elder Scrolls Online is in general, is that, you know, we are a small community that just wants to kind of do it for the love of the game, and to see that Twitch category get bigger. That would be the best thing that could happen for any of us. And so the more that we can all succeed together, the more that our category succeeds. And that's something that we seem to have the right mindset, which is good.
Before we move on, saw Sakar pop in and said, "Oh my God, Loctavian, big fan." Sakar, don't you go complimenting me. I am a good mod, and I stop people from complimenting you in your stream because you know how it makes you feel. So stop it. Anyway,
me and Sakar both have shitty flute sound alerts on our stream.
I know, because I go to both your streams. So hi.
So happy about it, man. I was so happy.
So yeah, that's kind of like, as far as like ESO goes. Moving on, like mentioned WoW, mentioned ESO. What other games do you stream, or have you streamed? Just kind of talk more about your content, or if you only do ESO, that's fine too. Just kind of like curious about what content you do or want to do in the future, or if you want to just stick with what you're doing now.
Sure. So I think, well, at the moment, everyone will tell you I play nothing but the Elder Scrolls Online. But in my defense, when I log off my stream, I'm just playing the Elder Scrolls Online. So like, it's just what's happening, okay? But I do have every intention of streaming some more variety here and there as well. There are a lot of games that I really, really love, and that I play off stream every now and again. Overwatch is one of them. I actually did do an Overwatch stream recently, and that felt quite good because I actually started streaming as an Overwatch streamer in 2017. So it was kind of cool to get back to the roots. And I'd love to do more of that because I love Overwatch. It's probably the game that I'm best at. So it's, you know, it's a good game. I really, really love it. And it's perfect for streaming because it's so fast paced and fun to watch. I've also been getting into Apex, so I would love to do some more of that as well, because again, it's another shooter, it's very fast paced, and there's something on the line, you know, winning and losing, and that's something that's exciting for a stream. And that with out with FPS games, I would also love to do, and actually I'm planning on doing single player playthroughs of Morrowind, Oblivion, and Skyrim, because I adore them. And seeing as my stream is so predominantly focused on the Elder Scrolls franchise now, it seems like the perfect, the perfect way to go, and the perfect single player games to play on stream, and do some audience votes for what I choose to do and all of that kind of stuff. I have a lot of ideas, though at the moment I would just say Elder Scrolls Online is definitely my comfort zone. purely because it is what I play the most off stream as well. And like I said, when you stream that game, it just flows, it just plays itself sometimes. And that is something that when you're trying to get into streaming as like, you know, trying to build your community, it's great to have a game that helps you do that. You know, it gives you some support. It's like, you know, this is a nice thing to look at. Look at this pretty tree. Come on, viewers, it's a nice tree, right? You know, it's just, there's a lot of stuff I want to do outside of Elder Scrolls Online, but for now I feel lucky enough to be able to stream that game and have people want to tune in.
I think it again goes back to the more niche community. When people join Elder Scrolls Online, even if for me, when I was just playing on console, you want them to stay a part of it because chat is so knowledgeable, even with people who aren't streamers. If you have backseating on, like they'll backseat, which I love because sometimes I'll turn the backseating tag on and be just tell me what to do. And sometimes I'm like, don't tell me what to do, but also when I ask for help, like there's just so many knowledgeable people.
It's nice to have them, yeah.
And like if I don't know something, they know the add-on I should look into. They know where this thing or that thing is. Like there's just such a knowledgeable. Or if someone asks a question in chat, I'm like, oh no, like I'm not, as much as I play the game, I don't actually know about that. Someone in chat's like has the answer. So like it's a really knowledgeable community, which also I think makes it a bit easier to stream because everybody just wants everybody to like.
Yeah, everyone helps out.
Yeah. So, but the reason I brought up other games is like it's very easy and it's very fine to stay in one game. Some people only do one game. I'm curious though if you feel like, and you're talking about wanting to do more variety, if you feel like that might eventually pigeonhole you. And the reason I bring that up is because, you know, talking with streamers in their streams, looking at Twitter and places like that, there is a certain amount of backlash. And this is not an ESO specific thing. There are certain people who want to only watch a streamer do one thing because that's their comfort zone. So like if you only do that thing and you start to move away from it, there is a risk, and some streamers have to deal with backlash from people for like trying new things. Do you worry that there is going to be some level of pigeonholing if you want to try new things, or is that not really a concern for you?
I would say it is and it isn't. I don't think it's something that actively concerns me purely because I kind of get their point of view. And maybe that's something that is helpful insight for me to have, but I agree with them. Like a lot of people do watch purely for the streamer, and that's great, and you know, good for them. But there are other people who genuinely do not want to watch a game, and they're like, no, I do not want to watch this game. I come here for this content. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And so if I ever, you know, if I go into variety, for the most part, I do plan to continue being a predominantly Elder Scrolls Online streamer, because I would want to A, stay true to the people who have supported me from the ground up, and B, I love the game. And so a lot of the time, yeah, at the moment I'm playing here and there quite a lot, quite frequently off stream as well. But I think it's important to also not burn yourself out of a game that you do plan on streaming frequently, because my intention is to keep streaming it, and my intention is to provide the content that people subscribe for or follow for. And yes, I want to branch into variety, but I would never, I'm not saying never, because never is probably the worst thing you can do to yourself if you don't want to pigeonhole yourself. But
yeah, you never know. Like ZOS could just really tank the game like 5 years from now, and you're like, people are like, you said never, and the game's like,
sure, and then you hate it, and that's fine. And and I guess as long as that's a justified decision, then you know, you can work on that. But I don't think I fear it. I think I just understand where they're coming from, and I would most likely want to do it, you know, stream other things in a manner that is in keeping with what people also want to watch. So, you know, I'll keep streaming the Elder Scrolls Online as long as people want to keep watching, and if I can throw in the odd variety here and there, and if people want to support that, that means the world to me. And if I ever lose interest in the Elder Scrolls Online, I think what I would probably do is just add some more variety in there. What I generally find out, I don't know why I struggle to say that word, what I generally find with games is if I do add a little bit of variety here and there, then I find it really easy to jump back into a game, especially a game like the Elder Scrolls, without burning out. So it's just important to be aware of that. And if you promise to deliver on content, I don't think there's anything wrong with an audience expecting that content from you, as long as you're also aware and realistic with when you're branching out into something else, that it may be a little bit of an upwards grind again. And I think that's okay.
Yeah, I think that's the thing is other than, yeah, you might get one or two people who are just actually being really jerks about it, like trolling you because you dared to switch one of your days. But other than them, most people like,
Yeah, but
yeah, but
they can shut up.
but yeah, I think you have a really healthy take towards it, because I started mixing in more things recently than just Elder Scrolls Online. And I like to be transparent. I still do more than 65% Elder Scrolls Online, but that when I'm talking in chat, that's like the number I use, because like that's about as low as I think I'll go. And I like to be transparent that way. If I do take a day, if I decide to do a talk show like this, or I decide like Wednesdays are my day, I do this thing on, yeah, my numbers are going to be lower because the people who come for Elder Scrolls aren't going to come for that. And that's okay. Like you said, that's like, okay, that's because some people do just watch a game. I find a streamer for the game they play. And then if I really like the streamer, I end up following around everywhere. And that's a really valid, that's really valid too. And there's people like that, but it's also valid to be like, I really like this streamer, but I actually only like to watch this game. If they're going to play this other game that I don't care about, then I'm just not going to watch them while they do it. Like you said, that's also valid. I think as a streamer, as long as you're going into it knowing like, yeah, your numbers might drop a little bit, and it's okay that they did that. They're not turning their back on you as a streamer. They're just saying, you know, those other 3 days you're doing that game, I'll be there. But so
the other thing is that actually I think is kind of worth noting is that if you're used to streaming one game, for example, if you're used to playing the Elder Scrolls Online every stream or the majority of your streams, you're going to have a certain level of expertise at streaming that game, and you're going to be comfortable streaming that game, and you're going to maybe put your best foot forward while you're streaming that game. And people are going to be like, oh shit, this person's entertaining. This person knows what they're talking about, even if they don't like me. But, you know, sometimes I say the odd word of wisdom and people are like, okay, so she's not a total idiot. But, you know, you have that level of comfort within that community. And so if you do branch out, you may also want to look at, when I play this game, is my content still good? Because I think that's worth noting as well. You know, just because you play another game doesn't mean that people have to think that you're entertaining playing that game.
No, that's
I don't know if that makes sense.
No, it's the most valid thing is like I said, I started out as my initial streams were just chatting streams, and I was still growing in just chatting, and I was doing marbles and I was doing just chatting, and we were talking about ADHD. And if we played a game, it was always a one-off. It was never a consistent thing. That was my first few months before like I finally went, okay, I can get over the fact that I'm losing everything from console and I'll actually play. That's what took me a while to get into
that makes sense.
And I lost my train of thought there. I am so sorry. I did ADHD under that one.
Just talking about playing one game and whether your content would be as good.
Yeah. So I'm going to play this game. It's kind of like Skyrim and games like that. It's called Kingdoms of Amalur. They did a whole relaunch of this.
I know that game.
And I never played it. And my friend who's in the chat, Belnorn's like, I love that game. They just remastered it. I'm like, I'm going to play that on stream. I want to play it. You know, we play a variety of games here. We do just chatting. And because I hadn't played it before, I kept getting so engrossed. I'm like, I can't stream this because either I'm going to want to rush through conversations. I'm not going to want to do what I like to do, which is steal from everybody and just like meticulously do this, because that's not like that works in ESO. But when people are watching a game, they generally want to see the storyline progress. And I just went, oh, and that's why when Cyberpunk came out and everybody's like, time to play Cyberpunk, I'm like, I already know I can't do Cyberpunk. I could do Skyrim because I've played it so many times. I know how to navigate the game. And that goes back to the expertise of it. But like, I can't do single player open world RPGs I haven't played before because I'm so immersed in trying to pay attention to what's going on or pay attention to chat that either the gameplay suffers or chat does. So I definitely understand that. I also,
or your experience as well. Like your experience is important of the game.
And I also don't play other types of games that make me I'm not normally an angry person, but we all have anger within us. And there's a certain type of game that makes me so absolutely angry, I would never stream it because I would. And sometimes people like to see that, but that's not what I want my content to be about. So I don't need people to be subjected to my my rage towards like I don't get mad about many games, but this one it's League of Legends.
I think that's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair.
That's the one where it's just like after a few mentions, it's like, okay. But yeah, so I think it's valid to know what you can. It's also, and it can be worth trying and not trying. I think it's important to like, I like to talk about pigeonholing versus not pigeonholing, because some people go, oh, poor streamer got pigeonholed into a game. They grew in the game and they can't leave. And I'm like, in some cases, they don't want to leave. Like Sakar's in the chat earlier, but had Sakar on the last podcast. And Sakar's like, I do ESO PvP. Sakar's not pigeonholed to do ESO PvP because that's what he wants his content to be. Just like if somebody wants to do variety, you know, they're not betraying a game because they want to do variety, because that's a streamer's decision based on what they're doing and how they want to try to grow their community and content.
But also it's like, oh yeah, poor streamer having this following in Elder Scrolls Online that won't let them leave. I was like, yeah, poor streamer having any following. Like, you know, some people would kill to have any following. Like, I'm lucky to have a following. I'm not a poor streamer. I feel very fortunate. I don't know. I don't think that mentality is productive.
Yeah, I don't either. Now, obviously, would never want to call people out, but it's the same way that also, about 3 months into streaming, somebody like really liked watching ESO because I was playing ESO by then, what we're doing, but they kept going, oh, will you play this game? I'll be like, I'm not sure that's the game I'm going to play. And they keep asking, people are like,
oh, that's so annoying.
Yeah. But it wasn't super bad. So for like me, it would be the occasional ask. And it's not like one of those people who's like every other chat, but like what I'm saying is there's a couple on both sides. There's some people who are just like trying to pressure a streamer who doesn't want to do something into doing a game they don't want to do. But I think people make a big deal out of that, and I feel like that's such a small percentage of people who watch content.
Yeah, I think obviously it is annoying when it happens, because it's like, at the end of the day, yes, if someone is responding well to your content, then yes, you're going to want to keep doing it. But at the end of the day, like, you also don't control a streamer's content. A streamer controls their content because they put the effort into it. So it's like, maybe don't be forceful about what they should be playing or doing on their stream. Just move on if you don't like it.
I thought you were actually going in the other direction with that, so I'll go the other direction with that, which is
Sure.
if a streamer's enjoying playing a certain thing and that's what they want to play, that's great. But if a streamer wants to make in my case, make a leap to other sort of content, then that's fine too.
Of course.
I bring that up because I think when people start being successful or see other people successful, even if they don't mean it in a bad way, they start worrying about like, if this streamer does that, that's going to hurt them. Like they're worried about the other streamers. Like for me, I take leaps, and sometimes those leaps like break my ankle. We retract, and sometimes they succeed. But I'm doing the ADHD thing. I just realized where we're kind of talking in a loop on this. So I'm going to move on to the next thing, which is outside content and whether you do it or are looking to do it, because that is something that's consistently said as TikTok and YouTube. The best way to get discovered on Twitch. So what Harris Heller says, the best way to get discovered on Twitch is to make content off the platform that brings people to the platform. So I'm just curious, do you do other forms of social media or content creation outside of Twitch, or do you predominantly just do your content creation by streaming?
So for me at the moment, my focus is on Twitch, purely because I do agree and look up to people who are able to make content on multiple platforms. But for me, with my schedule and the way that my attention span works, I just know that I would not create good content on all of those platforms at once. So I don't. However, that doesn't mean that I don't want to. In the future, I would love to have a YouTube channel, and I do have one. I just don't use it. I really want to start singing. I want to start creating YouTube videos and stuff like that, more creative endeavors. And I also would love to start writing and create my own. I actually have stuff in the works as well, but obviously that's something that is not concrete enough to even talk about at this point. But yes, I have other things that I want to create. I want to go into other outlets, but at the moment, my focus is just on being the best streamer that I can be before moving on to anything else. I want to feel like I guess you'll never feel ready to delve into another content area. And that's something that maybe is never going to happen. But I definitely want to see where this goes first.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And yeah, it's really hard because the way you grow on every other platform is different from each other. The way you grow on
Yeah.
Instagram, if you want to actively put in work to grow on Instagram, because I have friends who are Instagram influencers, and that's a lot of like being in your tags and like curating, but that's completely different than growing on um, Twitter, which is about making engaging content that gets people to want to comment on what you said and thus retweet it, versus YouTube versus TikTok. And it's really hard because what you do on Twitch is different than those platforms too. So yeah, it's branching into too many things can be a lot of work for something that's already a lot of work.
Yeah. I mean, I do study full time as well. And not long ago, I was also working a job as well as that. So luckily, I do not have that on my plate anymore, but obviously, it's a little too much to ask my like my brain to like do all of those different things because I struggle enough even with just my studies and Twitch. It's surprisingly difficult for me to stay on top of all of that sometimes.
That's completely fair. And that was actually my next question on my list of things to make sure we get to was like handling content creation and work slash school. So you covered that one. And I think that's leads to the other part though that I like to bring up is like for people who don't stream or have just started streaming, content creation's a lot of work because at least for me, like even before I was making YouTube videos, like I am thinking about what I'm going to do on my future streams, or I am watching content from like big creators and seeing if there's something like I can't do what they do, but maybe there's something they do that I can put my spin on and make better. I am, trying to make sure that I'm actively looking at my social media. So if there's something comes up, I am accessible. Like there's a lot of this like extra like work you're doing outside of when you're actively streaming. And that's true of all creative fields because my original degree was in theater arts and creative creative fields. There's so much work that goes outside of it into like rehearsals or developing your acting skills, things like that people don't think of because they just think of you working when you've gone live, not all the stuff that happens outside of that. So how do you kind of manage not just the hours you have to put into stream, but the external like responsibilities of streaming to be able to continue to grow and develop your community?
I'm not gonna lie, I'm terrible at it. Like I'm actually it's not that I'm terrible at that. I'm actually okay at that. It's just the fact that everything else will inevitably go on hold the moment that something comes into my head about streaming because I care so much about streaming and I can't get myself to care about anything else that much, which is kind of not in my favor sometimes. I mean, if you literally ask Mothica, sometimes I'll just be messaging her at 3 a.m. with like all of these ideas that I have, and she's probably just like wakes up in the morning like, "What the hell were you doing at 3 a.m.?" Like thinking through all these things. And if I have an idea for a stream, anything and everything that I'm doing just goes on hold until I've done it. It's really kind of a little bit like I don't even know, obsessed. um, so it can be a little bit unproductive sometimes when I'm trying to balance that with my real life because it can get in the way sometimes actually. There's a lot of things that go into streaming that people don't realize go into streaming. I would like to say that I've created a somewhat professional looking channel and a good brand for myself, but that's because I put so much time into it. And it could even, yeah, it could even be better. But even with what it is right now, that took me so much effort and so much communication and so much work and so much creativity that people don't, I think, realize goes into creating a channel and a brand. Maybe they don't realize quite how much effort goes into it.
It, it's hard.
Sorry, go on.
It's hard when you're not in that field to know. Because I remember thinking about musicians and friends of mine that were in bands, how being on the road must just be this freaking vacation city to city. And I had
Yeah.
no clue until it wasn't for music, but did a traveling troupe sort of stuff with that theater stuff. And I went, oh no. And I felt so bad for all the years I was basically like, oh yeah, so bad driving to city.
Yeah.
Not even, yeah. So it's, if people haven't done it, I think it's hard to like visualize it. Cause I hyper focus. Basically I work so hard on my stream. I'm like, okay, I'm starting to get things. It's not where I really want my overlays to be, but my overlays are starting to get there. And then I looked down about 2 weeks ago and I looked at my panels and I went, oh, these made sense when I thought this was the direction I was going with how the look was going to be. And they're not the right size and nothing's lined up. And then I slept 2 hours last night because I basically spent all night with an artist friend going, I need to overhaul these. You have time? Like, yeah, actually I have time. You can, commission me, pay me my rate. I'm like, okay. They're like, my rate's pretty high. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to pay your professional rate. And they're like, okay, so we're going to do one piece at a time. And I'm like, nope, got my tax return. We're overhauling everything because I need it. Yeah, I get very hyper focused.
I get you. And that is something that I am that is exactly how my mind works with these things as well. Like I cannot put it down if I've picked it up. Like when it's something I care about. When it's something I don't care about, it doesn't get done. But if it's that, which is streaming and my brand and everything around it, I will not sleep until it's done. Like I can't sleep until it's done. One time I was lying in bed about to go to sleep at about 4 o'clock in the morning, and I suddenly had this impulse to completely change my setup, and so I stayed up for like another hour just moving my entire setup around because I was like, no, it's not good enough. At 4 a.m., like, wasn't even my best idea. Honestly, the next morning, I woke up and changed a few things back because I was like, what was I doing at 3 a.m. and why, or 4 a.m. and why did I think this was a good idea? I am like that all the time, and it takes up a lot of my time, pretty much all of my time.
Yeah, and it's a level of care, but yeah, it's a lot of effort. And I don't know if you get about this with your content, because I was thinking about it with my content. I'm like, all right, we did this thing in October. People love this wheel. We'll keep this wheel to be a channel point reward. People are cashing it all the time. They love it. And it started to dawn on me that I need to temporarily retire this wheel now while people still love it. Otherwise, this is going to go on to the point where people aren't enjoying it anymore. But I can't take away this wonderful thing because I know it's good. I know people are going to be like, why did you take away the wheel? So then I'm like, well, I have 2 days before I stream again. I have 48 hours to figure out cool things. So when I say it, people can be disappointed.
Yeah.
They can be disappointed, and I can be like, I do an 80s dance number now. We got this giveaway. Like, and it's not because I'm trying to bribe them to take it away. It's because I'm like genuinely like, I've worked like doing convention stuff in the past. I'm like, things that seem like they're going to be great forever won't. So the minute I realize that, I'm like, oh, I need to like get this fixed now so that, everybody's still getting cool things, but it's fresh and it's, it's new, so that we can continue to enjoy this. Basically, too much of a good thing can be too much. And so that was 2 days. So yeah, I completely get you. Like once it's in my head, that's what's happening. And that's all that's happening. And
yeah.
Unfortunately, to the detriment of other things.
Yep. Yeah. I pretty much, yeah. I'm happy that you get me, because I sometimes feel like I'm a little bit out of control of it. And it's something that I don't really know how to prioritize. And I don't really know why I don't know how to prioritize, but I just don't. So sometimes Twitch just takes over my whole life. But that being said, I would like to say it does a good thing as well by me putting that much effort in,
There's definitely goods that come from the effort. And like I said, I'm always transparent. You're very transparent about like the effort, and people see it and they're like, oh, okay, like changing the wheel. And that way, when I bring the wheel back, it's special still. But that's because I'm like, oh, I can't. And it wasn't because I couldn't. I could have let the wheel go until people were unsatisfied and then figured it out. But I'm more like, that's not fair to my community. I'm not going to let them suffer through a time where, and that's, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's important to have that ability to see like kind of what's going to work in your favor over a long period of time, not just immediately. I think that's really important.
So, the next question is something I am very curious and I want to hear and listen to your take on, because it's not something that I have a take on. I am bisexual and I'm genderqueer, but I present masculine. So I'm curious what the Twitchscape is like for someone who is female navigating that, because I'm on enough Twitch groups to know that when women are successful, it's always because of looks, or it's because of this or that. There's a very contingent of people who are very negative towards female streamers and try to take away their hard work. Like you just mentioned all the work you did. I'm wondering if that's something you've had to deal with and what that's like. And again, that's just not something I'll comment on because I can't. I don't go through that. So
I think it's good that it's given the attention that it is given, because it honestly is one of the worst feelings. And I've had to deal with it quite a lot. And that is as someone at the stage that I am at, and I cannot imagine the amount of like scrutiny large female streamers are under by people who just assume that the only reason they got to those extreme levels of success was through their gender. I mean, I just don't understand how someone's brain goes to that area, because it's just like, are you deluded? And B, it is so offensive. Of course, you know, there are a lot of people that come into the stream who will, try and pin it on that. Or, for example, recently, actually, I think 2 streams ago, I had someone come into my channel right at the beginning of the stream, who came in and said, oh, imagine having to be a female to get views on Twitch. And I said to them, are you insinuating that the reason that I have a following and a viewership on Twitch is purely because of my gender? Because that would be kind of sexist if that's what you were assuming and that's what you were saying. And they were like, yes, that is what I'm saying. So obviously we insta-banned them from the chat. However, you do get a lot of that. And when you do put so much effort into something, and when you've honestly seen yourself fail more times than you've seen yourself succeed with something that you care so much about, it is really off-putting when people treat you like that, because it's like, no, I worked my butt off for what I've done. Like, you don't get to say that, and it is upsetting. Luckily, I've gotten to the point now where I really can see that it comes from their insecurities and it comes from their resentments that they're acting that way, and I kind of just pity them at that point, that they feel so strongly and negatively towards females for whatever reason it is. And I think it really is, it's upsetting that it's even a thing, and the sooner that we talk about it, the sooner that we can start to change those things, the better for all of us, men and women alike, and anyone in between, however you choose to identify or however you feel that you identify. It is so important that everyone is given the respect for their content, not for anything about their gender, because who fucking cares? Like, it's just so irrelevant. And at the end of the day, like, you're always going to get people like that. You're always going to get people who want to negate a woman's success because it makes them feel better about what they haven't achieved. But they're not going to get very far with that attitude.
I agree, they won't get very far. But yeah, that's why I wanted to make sure I was giving space for it, because I do think it's important to conversate on, even though it's something I obviously, as somebody who's very masculine appearing, I don't deal with that at all. The only thing I can bring up is objective statistics, and I bring that up because Devin Nash, who is somebody who does objective statistics, basically said it's objectively untrue, because even if somebody is watching certain streamers because their content is based around looks, males who do content for the same reason still are more successful than, so it's objectively not true. And that's what so I think it's also, I only wanted to bring that up because I think it's important to bring that up in case anybody's listening or is thinking it's not true. there's statistics that objectively back up that it is harder for women to succeed on this platform, and they also have to deal with a higher level of scrutiny and harassment.
Yeah, it is very sad. There have been incidents on my stream that really, really put me off and actually had me take about a 4-month break because I felt so poorly treated in the community. And this was not in the Elder Scrolls Online community, but in another one. And so I can't, props go out to all the women that deal with that and are able to deal with that, because it's not an easy thing. It does feel very dehumanizing sometimes, to kind of be negated to purely a physical appearance or something like that, or whatever it is that you're seeing someone as, or to have your intelligence or talents insulted as well. That is a pretty awful feeling. But luckily I haven't had much to deal with in the last few months, and when I have an amazing team of people who back me up and make me feel better.
That's awesome. I'm glad that you have like a team to help support when that thing when this shit like that happens, basically, because that's yeah, it's absolutely horrible. But yeah, it is completely and utterly like dehumanizing, and there's absolutely no reason it should be happening, but it unfortunately does. I'm just taking a quick look. Okay, so moving away from that, as long as you feel like you've had the space to like talk about that, since we're kind of into like the final few questions here, is obviously COVID. You were streaming before there was the COVID situation, but obviously we've all been in the COVID situation now for a year, basically. And recently and I bring it up because it was on public social media, you made a post basically talking about mental health, about not being able to go out. So I'm curious, from a streaming perspective, do you think the way you approach streaming will change post COVID, or will it just be kind of more of I can also do these other things in addition to streaming?
I'm actually quite fearful of how it's going to be after COVID in regards to streaming, and I don't think I'm alone in that. I think I am kind of wondering, I'm like, am I going to have to change my schedule when more people can go out to their jobs? Am I going to have to change my schedule when I'm able to go out and do things? Am I like, how is this going to work? And are people even going to want to watch when they have all these other things they could be doing now instead of being stuck in their house and, oh, I guess I'll just watch Twitch? Yeah, it's a big fear. And I am honestly clueless as to how I'm going to navigate that. Because obviously, I think in the first few months, people are going to be ecstatic to be able to go outside, visit their family or friends that they haven't been able to see for a long time, and travel if they've been wanting to travel to see people or places, as well. And so what we may see is a drop in viewership on Twitch. I do think that will happen. And I think it's something to be prepared for. But also, I think at the end of the day, it shouldn't take away from the fact that we should be celebrating that, as the whole all of us should be celebrating that time when we can get back to our lives. And it's been amazing to have something like this creative outlet has helped me a lot with COVID. And kind of, I live alone. I'm stuck in my house all the time with my cats, and so it's nice to have a bunch of people that I can log into every day and chat to, and actually share what's going on in my minds and talk through what they're feeling as well. And it's really been such a blessing and helped me so much get through this really tough period. And I really hope that I've helped other people with it as well, because it's been so hard on all of us. And all I can hope for is that we'll have some really fun stories to share post-COVID, and once we all are able to go out again and party and see everybody, then I just hope that we all get together on streams and just talk about all the dumb stuff we're doing post-COVID.
There's a million conversations, or rather a couple really big group conversations I'm in, that is like post-COVID TwitchCon gonna be lit.
Oh, cute. Yeah.
Because you meet up. Yeah, there's no way for us to know how Twitch, as far as viewership, but also for people, streaming is going to change post COVID. Like I look at the numbers and analyze them because that used to be my job for different tech companies, but I literally used to look at like user base and how it's going to change. So like there's part of it where it's probably going to go down, but another part where so many people had eyes on the platform from so long and made that genuine switch to Twitch, because even though your connection with a streamer is still parasocial, you might bond with them, you know, in Discord and become closer than that. But like your initial connection still is kind of parasocial, like connection where you're not making that full connection. It's still closer than any other medium. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see, but I'm also more excited about being able to travel as well. And for me, like, it's going to change some things because that was my initial point on Twitch, is I wanted to do some of that IRL streaming. That this is my IRL streaming. Me sitting in this chair with my dog back there. That this is my IRL. Anyway, even when I'm not streaming.
Yeah, no. And I mean, obviously, I think also maybe it'll change for a little bit. I mean, I'm someone that actually growing up, I was always a gamer, don't get me wrong. But I also was a very outdoorsy person, and I didn't game nearly as much as most of my friends. So whilst there are people like me who are, you know, a little bit more outdoorsy, there's also a lot of people that aren't really like that and are more inclined just to, you know, be a bit more homebody and want to just sit home, watch streams, and that's their preferred way of communication and friendship, and that's perfectly fine. So I feel like there is always going to be space for everybody on Twitch, and that's what's really great about it. I mean, we may notice a little bit of a shift in when people view or what people view or how much people view, but at the end of the day, it will always kind of balance out, I think. And I hope that is the case. And if not, then we'll just have to adjust and see what we can do with the situation we have.
I agree with that. Before I was here, the tech company I worked for was an events-based company. So I know all about things completely falling out. But I think as long as people are still putting in work into content and growth, there's still going to be the same avenues for people to grow, because at the end of the day, people grow from effort. So just a few more. Really appreciate the discussions for the whole thing. I know I originally kind of gave you a time frame that was a little bit shorter than this, but the conversation's really good. We had a lot of conversations, so I appreciate you.
I talk a lot.
I also talk a lot. In fact, I have to fight my bait because I am hosting the show. I have to fight my baser urge to be like, you mentioned 3 things that are of a personal interest to me, but that is not what we're talking about. So I don't ask these other 3 questions that'll take us way away from this content.
Yeah, like you just kind of just want to start chatting instead of interviewing.
Yeah, like, okay, no, that's why I have my notes that I keep referencing back to. It's like, as long as I keep this thing here. But no, I really appreciate, because I said like 2 hours and we're almost at 3. But just only have a couple more questions. One is basically when it comes to the future, we've talked about some of these things we did talk about a lot, but just like kind of what's next, like what's the like plan for the next like before COVID being over. So I'd say the next like few months to 6 months, however long that may be. What's the plan going forward right now?
Just with Twitch, right?
No, just with Twitch. Unless you want to answer it differently, that's fine. You can answer it however you want, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think for me, it's just I've applied for a partner. I applied like week and a half ago, week or whatever.
Oh, congrats.
If I get that, then amazing. We will throw a massive party on stream, guys. Like, it's going to be crazy. But if I don't, then I will just keep creating the same content, keep pushing my content, seeing if I can keep improving myself as a streamer and as an entertainer.
Luckily,
sorry, go on.
I was gonna say, luckily Twitch has changed their policies in the last year, so if they deny you, they now will tell you why. So at least you'll have some form of understanding, where they used to not tell people. I had a friend who applied for a partner like a year and a half ago, and they're just like, you don't get it. So, but
yeah, no, that's really good to know.
Yeah, now their policy is to be like, this is why we didn't. This is what we want to see before you reapply. So now they give a lot more direction.
Sure. That's really great.
Hopefully you just get it though. I don't want to be like.
No. I mean, I'm being realistic about the situation. I know that being it's not everyone gets accepted first time. A lot of people don't get accepted first time. So I'm not sitting on any false hopes. I'm just, quietly hopeful. And if I don't get it, then I will just continue to put the work that I'm putting in, because I have been putting a lot of work into this and I care so much about it. And I want to continue to makes good content that people enjoy. I want to branch out. I want to start singing. I keep saying this all the time, but I want to start making singing content. It's just a much bigger learning curve than Twitch, I would say, in terms of like, not that even Twitch is a pretty big learning curve in a lot of ways as well, but I just have absolutely no idea how to make a good quality YouTube video at all. But yeah, there's a lot of avenues I want to go down, and I don't see Twitch as like an end game by any means. I just like see this as all like a way to grow a bigger community and get my creative passions out there as much as I possibly can. Things that I've cared about and spoken about since I was like 2 or 3 years old. Like at the moment I learned how to speak, these are the things I wanted to do with my life. Singing and writing being the two that are like the most kind of up there. And so if there is any way that I can make that dream be a reality, then I'm just going to keep pushing. And so within these next few months, before COVID is over and, while I've still got, I guess, all of this extra free time to focus on this, I just really, really, really want to keep pushing and see what I can do, because I care so, so much about it. And it's a perfect opportunity to continue to do that, I feel, over any other kind of time in Twitch history.
Yeah, and I think it's really come out, it definitely has come out in over the conversation, how passionate you are about Twitch, how much you think about it, how much effort you put into it. So, like you said, now's the time to put all of that into it and see where it goes. And also, I think it's really great that you're thinking about like other things you want to do, such as singing, because Twitch is one of the best ways to form like a closer bond with a community. Because like if you just do YouTube and you don't do Twitch and you don't stream on YouTube either, you do get a following, but it's not the same as Twitch where you're having conversations. So I think Twitch is a good way to build an initial community who might be interested in seeing all of your like creative outlets.
Yeah, definitely. I hope they do.
If nothing else, the skill sets you gain from putting an effort towards a creative field like Twitch and doing all that will give you the like tools to pursue that in other creative endeavors.
Yeah, definitely.
So I'm taking a real quick look before my last question to see if anybody asked any Q&A questions. So I'm pulling that up real quick. Raffle entries, right? Nope. So no questions. So
wow, no questions.
So that brings me to my last one, which is for people, and I think there's one of the purpose of doing these conversations and doing these talks is so people can just hear people talk about their passion, talk about all the things they put into it. But just if there's a piece of advice you could give to somebody, whether they're starting out as a streamer or have been streaming for a while, like something like a piece of advice that you want to give to somebody, or maybe you wish someone had given to you earlier, or anything like that.
Oh, thank you, Livy. Oh gosh, where do I even start? I think honestly, just make sure you know why you want it. Make sure you know what you want to achieve. You need to have that driving factor, and you need to have that inspiration and motivation to keep going and to keep pushing through the harder days with anything, but specifically with Twitch, where everything is so dependent on how much effort you put in solely practically. And so I would say, you really just have to look at the bigger picture. You have to be aware of what it is that you want to achieve out of this, and if it's going to line up with your future. Can you see this lining up with your dreams that you've had or that you have for yourself? Is this going to what in what way is this going to what is this going to serve you? And also just how you can give back as well. I think it's super important to be aware of the impact that you're having, and if you have any sort of platform, just knowing that it is your responsibility to use it for good as much as you possibly can. And I think awareness and I can't remember the other word I used earlier, but it was quite good. It was a pretty good word. But just, yeah, that accountability for what content you are creating, and what and why you want to create it. Don't forget to punch that mic. I will.
Also, yeah, thank you for gifting the sub earlier, Striker God, and thank you for gifting that sub, Livy. Really appreciate the support of the community. Thank you so much for those. So before we wrap up, let people know where they can find you. This will be going out as a podcast, so like let people know like what times and where they can find you on the internet, on Twitch and other places.
Man, I've actually never said this before. So I stream obviously on twitch.tv/DamosThea, and I stream on Sundays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays at 1 p.m. UK time, which at the moment is GMT, but will soon probably change to BST. I'm not sure when, but at some point. But I will update obviously all of that. I also have like an Instagram, but all of my social handles are also DamosThea, so it's very easy to find. Because no one else wants that weird name.
And for anybody,
go on, sorry.
Yeah, for anybody who is listening to this as a podcast, you will find links to DamosThea's Instagram, Twitch, and all of that in the description of the podcast.
Yeah, and other than that, I would say look out for stuff on YouTube in the future and keep me like hold it against me if I don't create something on YouTube within the next like before the end of 2021, please. Like I've been saying it for so long, I need to do it.
Yeah, I just started making stuff on YouTube after saying I'm going to make stuff on YouTube and I'm going to prioritize YouTube from the start. And then we go 6 months. I'm like, here's yeah. So I understand. So once again, thank you so much. I want to thank everybody who came to the live recording of the podcast, anybody who's going to be watching this as a VOD or watching it on YouTube or listening to it as a podcast. Thank you so much for taking time, spending it with us while we talked about DamosThea's life, path through content creation, and just kind of all the ins and outs of content creation. I'll be able to edit that dog out in post, but for now, people who are here, that's Virgil trying to say goodbye. And a huge thank you, DamosThea. Thank you for taking 3 hours to sit down and just talk about streaming and games and things like that. I think this is a really good kind of opportunity for people to have these conversations, and so I appreciate you being here on the podcast today. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you guys so much for listening, and thank you, Locke, for having me. I really appreciate it. And yeah, it's been really great to get to speak about these topics, because I think it's really important that we are kind of upfront about how it is that we personally handle content creation. And yeah, thank you so much for giving me that platform.
You're welcome. All right, I'm going to go ahead, and this is always the awkward part at the end of all of them. I'm like, I'm gonna hang up now. I'm gonna keep talking to people in the channel.
You're not allowed to hang up.
Yeah, it just feels it's so much different than a normal phone call. Anyway, thank you again. I'm gonna let you go now. Bye. All right, again, that was DamosThea. Yeah, it was a very great conversation. I feel like we've had 3 amazing conversations with 3 amazing people, and managed to talk about 3 very, very unique and different paths, all going in a forward direction. Obviously, I'm not going to be able to scroll all the way back through chat to see everything I missed until I am editing this for YouTube. So I appreciate you all for being here for the podcast, knowing that unlike normal, both Damos and myself, or whoever's the guest, we really want to talk to chat, but unfortunately it's just so hard while you're also doing this. So I'm glad it seems like most people enjoyed it. So that's awesome. Thanks, Lasambe. Thank you for all those emotes. Thank you, everybody. Again, I've seen Sakar and Damos. So the first person I interviewed was KJ Driz. The good thing, Magnus, is that I'm like 3/4 done before I started overhauling my panels to get them up by March 1st on my page. I almost finished editing that. So KJ's will be on YouTube here tomorrow. So awesome. Log pointing at their dog is my life every day. Yeah, I'm just constantly. All right. Before people take off, I do have a hat to give away. I did not forget. I mean, I almost forgot, but I didn't. So, Wolf OSRS. We'll grab that link when it comes through chat in case Wolf is not here. Because the way the giveaways are, they're linked to the person who won. So I'll grab the link if I don't see Wolf. But congratulations on the hat, Wolf. So yeah, once again, thank you for taking time. It was an amazing conversation. Demosthea has so much interesting things to say, so well like thought out and passionate about things. We covered so much more ground. So this has taken we went 3 hours instead of the standard 2, and I think it was worth it though, because I think it was really great to have have her take on things. Hey, Pirate Steve, thank you so much for the raid. We just finished up our podcast with I just got logged out of my bot. That's why the link didn't come through for Wolf. But yeah, how was your stream? How was your stream, babe? How are you doing, Steve? Let me get you a shout out. For those of you who just came in, if you don't know what I've been doing this week, I've been doing a lot of podcasts. Starting next week, I'm just going to be doing 1 a week, but this week we're actually doing 5. For those of you who are here today, I'm actually doing 2 more tomorrow. I'm meeting with Pirate Steve at 11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. So it'll be about an hour before this one was today. And then at 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, I'm actually going to be having a second interview in the same day with Lady Wolf. And I think I might have one more. I think we're going to do 5 or 6. That was to kind of build up a base. And then we'll just be doing one. Hello, Raiders. Again, I saw so many amazing comments. Also, I like everybody who is having conversations about the topic back and forth. Reishi, thank you so much if you're still alive, for listening to the podcast. Speaking of people who are coming up, but we do not have confirmed dates for, we just have confirmation that they will be on the podcast, so people know. In addition to those I have mentioned, in the future, we will have Juicebox Hero, we will have Palette Box, Maplinator, Zonovich, and Reishi Sports. We have a bunch more people coming up after this month as well. Because yeah, these conversations are really good and fun. Like I said before, there is some other people I'm talking to, but I don't want to list people's names until they're confirmed. But if you have anybody you would like to see on the podcast, just let me know. If you go on the Discord, there's a room for the podcast. You could also, if you're not on my Discord, you can just DM me. I can't make any promises, but I'm happy to try to get people on that you would like to hear the opinions of. Is it an interesting watch? I'm glad it's an interesting watch, Magnus. Such a great discussion to have, and I'm glad you guys spoke. Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to make sure like we were doing questions that were both like, why do you play ESO? Why do you stream? But also talked about like serious topics that are out there as well, because I think it's kind of easy. Easy is not the right word, but like it can be a little safe, but not transparent to only talk about like what's great about ESO. So I thought I'm really happy people resonated with this, because the idea is to like actually just like talk as much as the guest is comfortable with about things. Steve. I think my bot's broken. Bot, why are you broken? I pulled the winner. All right, cool. I can send that link to Wolf now. Interview. That's the plan, Happy Batty. And again, if you are a content creator, if you don't do ESO, I'm taking the first couple months. So the ones we're doing this week and the ones we're doing in March to start with ESO, because it is the category that I've been part of for the longest. So like, I feel that's a good place to start. But we will eventually move away. So if you don't do ESO and you're a content creator and you want to be on it, we are going to branch towards that. If you are a content creator who does ESO, I don't want you to, because we talked about maybe being fearful to reach out. I can't promise I can schedule everybody right away. But if you're a content creator, don't worry about if you are big or if you're small. I know we started with KJ, Sakar, and Deimos. All people are kind of like on the cusp of being a partner. But we do have people coming up who are around the size this channel is. We also have people coming up who are smaller, because I think these conversations are important to have with people who are all over in size, because there's a lot of things you go through when you're at certain sizes. So if you do want to be on, again, I'm not trying to pressure anybody to be on, but if you want to be on and you're like, well, I'm probably not big enough to be on a podcast, this one, you are. Me on interview, deep, meaningful answer. Me now, I like a game. Yeah, that's why I appreciate you doing the interview. I feel like once the conversations on all three start out the same way, which is I like a game, and that's how the interview starts. But eventually, like we get on the side tangents and talk about things, and it's easier to do when you're on a Discord call than it is like, yeah, in a chat room where one of us can talk and the other one can only like type. I do have play game fun. Me like Monster, and I know others like my. This is my second one, and if you're like, why didn't I hear the can open for the second one? It's because before we started the podcast, before I went live, I opened both so that I could set my first one down when I finished drinking it and pick up the second one and not have people tell me, why are you drinking back-to-back Monsters? Hey, no. My dog's really loud. So yeah, thank you for coming in, Raiders. Virgil, there is one thing I want to show some people real quick. I went to the wrong screen. That's here we go. This is my viewing screen. So no pressure if you don't want to, but I have recently started making YouTube content. So I have a number of storytelling videos, tier ranking videos. We're going to get the lore cast up there from the Daedra debate, and we're going to get all of these interviews up there. I also have all the videos from Heat Week, except for the most recent one up here. So I'm going to post the link in chat. Again, no pressure. I don't want to like pressure people, but I will have a lot of content there. If that sounds like something that you'd be interested in, it's absolutely free to subscribe. Also, Poggers. I don't know when that happened, but we have 100 subscribers now. For those of you who don't do YouTube content, you have to have 100 subscribers before you can get a vanity URL. So I can finally get youtube.com/Loctavian instead of that string of letters I just posted here in about a week. So that's cool. That's yeah, this is a milestone I was hoping to get to. So I'm really happy. That's I know 100's not a lot. You can't even monetize the channel, but we just started doing stuff recently, so I'm really happy. And everybody who's subscribed to the channel, I really do appreciate you supporting me as I learn editing, because obviously each one gets a little better, but just like when I started on Twitch, I'm learning as we go. I keep clicking the interview screen. Just gonna interview a ghost now. All right. I mean, I could say that I do say the spiel on every video, you know, while you're here, don't forget to like and subscribe. Like the video and subscribe to the channel. It's absolutely free. You can always unsubscribe later. And since you're there, go ahead and click that bell. And then you can see the lie that they fixed 7 years ago. YouTube sometimes randomly unsubscribes you. So just, double check. Which was a glitch, but it got fixed 7 years ago. Hey, thanks for the bits, Livy. Thank you. I appreciate those bits. Huge. I have like 2 subscribers not to flip.
Congrats on 100.
Thank you. That's where I was at before I started posting videos, so I'm happy. However, I'm also happy that I'm going back to lore content and interviews and stuff because the other content was me torturing myself with hot sauces. So, you know, hit that bell, set to all. Awesome. So I am going to get a giveaway going. It's going to be an ESO related giveaway. So I thought I was going to have a little bit of a like, I guess we're starting content early, but this is my actual normal start time. So that interview worked out really great because I usually start my streams on Wednesdays at 3 p.m. Pacific. So before I go to break, because it has been 3 hours and I have drank 2 monsters, so I need to go to break. I'm going to get a giveaway going for ESO. We're going to give away some crown crates. For those of you who are new here, the reason I give away crown crates is simple. I don't spend twice the money I used to spend so I can give a bunch of crates. It's because I love giving and I feel a lot better about my own impulse purchasing when I give away all those crates that I used to open for myself. What I'm saying is please take away my gamble boxes. You can save the money. I can feel a little less guilty. Luck is very giving and kind. It's true. That's true. I also have skeleton. Sorry. That's also why I'm taking a break is I am decompressing after the interview because it's not masking, but it is like being like, I need to like be focused for the interview best I can. And so now all my ADHD, I usually have beads or something to fiddle in my hand during the interviews. And that takes, so with ADHD, I have 8 tracks going at any given time, but the beads help make 4 of them like not there. So they only have 4 tracks going, but I didn't have them this time. So I'm, yeah, we're going to go. So yeah, we got the giveaway going. But before I take a break, yesterday I promised I would do something and I didn't do it. One, before I forget, because I'm going to get back, people are going to want to cash in their points. They're like, you shut them off for the whole interview. We have points. We want to use our channel points, and I understand. And I respect that. And so I'm turning those things. Oh, I now see why we didn't have any questions. I did not turn on the 25-point question thing. And I'm sure because I wasn't looking at chat, I got called out for that and didn't see it. I'm very sorry. I'm really kind of mortified right now. All right, channel point things are back on. Oh my. Oh no. Uh-oh. I would love to stick around longer, but it's getting really late here and I'm getting sleepy. Yeah, no problem. Thank you for watching the whole interview, Soul Shriven. Really appreciate that. Hope you have a good night's sleep. Hope you are able to get a great night's sleep. It's okay. Breaks help with changing gears. Do some high jumps. No. We're going to get the energy out right now before anybody else has to leave, because I know during the break some people are going to have to leave. Time zones are a thing. Y'all sat here for 3 hours, which is more than I can expect of anybody. So I'm going to do a Dagoth dance. If you haven't seen it before, I'm going to give you the dance of our people. Our people being Dagother. For those who have been here, you know it's coming. I'm going to say the person's name because I have to update the scene so it says. This song is performed by a really funny and really amazing YouTuber called Young Scrolls. Young Scrolls gave me permission to use all this music. So I need to make sure it gets on the scene in the future. But Young Scrolls is who you want to look up. So let's go.
The moon and star come to me through fire and war. Oh, oh, come Nerevar, come and look upon the heart, Oh, lay down your weapons, it is not too late for my mercy. Oh, oh, come and look upon the heart, Oh, 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 I'm a god. kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Marabar. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god. God. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god. Welcome, moon and star. Come to me through fire and war. Oh, oh, come Nerevar. Come and look upon the heart. Look upon the heart. Oh, lay down your weapons. It is not too late for my mercy. Oh, oh, come and look upon the heart. Look upon the heart. Oh, 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 I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Nerevar. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god. God. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god. No recall or intervention can work in this place. There is no escape. No recall or intervention can work in this place. There is no escape. No recall or intervention can work in this place. There is no escape. No recall or intervention can work in this place. There is no escape. Oh, I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Nerevar. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god. God. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god.
Keep coming back to the screen. As someone who grew up in the 90s, early 2000s, there's nothing that cannot be solved with a dance number. But I know people have seen that dance number a number of times. Some may not have seen it before. But don't worry. Me and the crew is Virgil and Edmund, my dogs. Now that Young Scrolls has given us permission to use more songs, we ooh, I'm a little out of breath there. Yeah, I gotta get back in shape. I used to go to the club and now I'm like, oh, whew. But thank you so much for the host, Livy, as well. Thank you so much. When nature calls, you must answer. All right. Thank you again. Thank you, everybody, one and all. I miss dancing in the club, so yeah, me too. But yeah. I must say what I always say. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to turn some music on. We have a giveaway going for crates. For those who will be here when I get back, I love you. And when I get back, we're going to do some Elder Scrolls Online. We talked about it. We need to play it. But I do know that some of you have to go. And to that I say, the most valuable thing that we have in this life is time. We have a finite amount of time, and when it's gone, it is gone. So the fact that if you took a minute, 10 minutes, 3 hours, doesn't matter to me. The fact that you took any of your time and spent it with me, that means the world. So again, big shout out. Speaking of shout out, I spelled it correct. Big shout out. If you didn't know Deimos before today, there is the link to her channel. Go there and like and watch this stuff. It is good. So anyway, again, big shout out to Deimos Thea for being on the podcast. Big shout out to everybody for being here. I'm going to keep saying this because I'm so excited and have so much energy. But I will be back in about 5, maybe 10 minutes if the dogs have to go out. So I will see you when I get back. And if I don't, I will see you around the community. I left my microphone muted and I left my blinds open. I'm going to go shut my blinds real quick. All right. Hello, hello, hello. We are back. We are static. I'm going to adjust my camera just a little bit. There we go. Thank you, Dubat. Got that Crown Crate giveaway going. So we are going to move to ESO. I'm sure everybody knows, but just in case, tomorrow is the Tribunal event. And you get your tickets this event by turning in a daily in Vardenfall and one in Clockwork City. And since all we've been doing is a lot of not those places, we're going to go at least do enough so we can turn in our dailies. Let me update my stream info and I will catch up on chat before that, though. I missed you. I missed you. I know that sounds weird to say, but I did. Come to me. Casual testing and achievement in Morrowind. Hey, thank you so much for the follow. Really, really appreciate that. Good to meet you. Good to see you. Glad to have you here. Harley Quinn 42C. Stream Raiders. Yep, that's good. And we're not a talk show or a podcast anymore, so we are Elder Scrolls. Dun, 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 dun. All right, there we go. We're not doing interviews. All right. And yes, now we're updated. Let me go ahead and catch up on chat. But before I do that, let me get ESO booting up in the background. Booted up in the background. But yeah, it looked like a lot of people, again, enjoyed the podcast, talk show, whatever you want to consider it. And I think it went super, super well. I feel great. I mean, I think all three of them went really, really well. But the level of like passion and just like thought that Damos had for every single answer was really amazing and really inspiring. There's Elder Scrolls. I do this every time. You'd think after months I wouldn't. I scroll in Steam past Elder Scrolls down to T and go, oh wait, E. Certified Bop. Yeah, what the fuck is the song? Oh, yeah, let me go ahead and show you what that is, because it would not be something you would normally know of, because they no longer are together, but this is a band. Let's see if I can pull it up real quick. Called Con Bro Chill. We'll go to their YouTube. I think this was...
So he pulls up and is like, aren't your parents out of town? And I was all, party.
So this guy is Conrad. He was a professional. He was a lacrosse player, and then he had a party rock band for years in Portland. So just Con Bro Chill. They are amazing. So I don't know what song it was on, but they're what they called us as fans was the Neon Army, and we would dress up in the summer in all neon and grab pool toys and just march through Portland, Portland's a major city here that I live near. We just march around in neon and glitter, and it was just good times. And I reached out to Young Scrolls, but I've also reached out to Combrocho, even though they're not together. And since they both self-publish, they said, oh yeah, no DMCA. So I was like, well, now it's time to party. I think the name of the song we were on was, I don't know which one it was. Bad server response, too slow. We are definitely going to ESL. I'll let the song play for a second. StreamRaiders was doing this yesterday too. I'm going to try to re-put in the API and see if that fixes our issue. I'm going to switch back to the talking screen so I can go switch the screens there though. Because I want to get... We don't have a battle going at the moment, but we won't be able to have one if it's not communicating. Meant to follow in the raid, but busy. Hey, no, never worry about that, Harlequin. Thank you for following now. Hey, Damos. Hey, Dreamer Dan. Hello, happy baddie. But yeah, you're mentioning missing... I miss going to clubs. Yes. So much. And concerts? Oh, I miss concerts. I'm a live music fiend. Local bands like Combrochill, major bands. I don't want to get down, but oh man, I just ecstatic for when I can go to live music again. All right, let's try fixing the API on the bot real quick. Good hang out. Your mother's gonna approve. Who it? I look good, you look good. Ow, we look good, we should hang out. And then we'll go to Vardenfall. Alright. Almost done getting StreamRaiders hopefully fixed. Okay, maybe it's because I know more about the local metal bands, but I would think this group would have... Yeah, they were... they stopped performing in 2017, but yeah, they had a number of years. Then again, I always get amazed in Portland. Happy, like, I'll constantly discover things. I mean, mostly what I know about is it's the Coffin Club now, but it was the Lovecraft, which is the local, like, dark wave goth club. You may not know it from my green hair and my tank top, but I've spent much of my life in the goth club. All right, StreamRaiders is currently updating. That's what we're waiting on at the moment. This is Combrochill. Dream Dan, Combrochill. I miss concerts so much. And nice big glass of... Oh. Yeah, you can have beer during COVID, but I miss... Yeah. I was just saying the other day, me and my friends have parties. I'm a partier. But the thing I like miss the most is like my best friend Steve, right? Parties would start to wind down. It didn't matter if it was his house, my house, someone else's house. Steve's always going to end up in control of the music. And I just miss like drunkenly laying on the floor at like 3 a.m, not ready to go home, letting Steve just like take us through a musical journey, things like that. The little things. I miss concerts. Music category on here has been blowing up and has so many talented musicians. That is very true. I've discovered a lot of great music. Get some music turned back on, actually. While we are getting StreamRaiders set up.
If you party on the weekends every day, you're gonna get party.
Yeah, so many talented musicians on here. Also, if you're into nerdcore rap, there is an artist called Megaran. Megaran actually played at a number of my conventions back when I ran conventions. He's a very, very talented guy and streams here either retro games or music. Peter S. David. Oh, that's a bummer. I know how much you love the Highlander. All right, let's go ahead and I'm going to test this real quick. No! All right. Unfortunately, It does not look like we can do Stream Raiders. Like, I know people could log in other ways, but it's so much harder to do without battle. So that's also, I'm sorry, the producer of Highlander there died.
Yes, we are.
Here we go into some ESO, into some Vardenfall. Obviously, we can just keep chatting about whatever. Let me go take a look at the giveaway where we're at with that. Alright. We have 11 minutes left on the giveaway. 11 more minutes. So, ante up. We'll be drawing that in about 11 minutes. It's actually just past 11, so. And I know I said thank you at the end, but thank you again, Striker God, and Livy for gifting subs to Mothica and to Damos Thea. Damos Thea and Mothica, I don't know if you're still around, but we still say it anyway. Hope you enjoy the emotes. You get an extra tickets and giveaways. And always remember to
Release the party.
thank you for the raid, Pirate Steve. Thank you for the bits, Livy. Thank you for hosting. Thank you for following Harley Quinn. I'm just going through everybody because I feel like I didn't give them the proper acknowledgement. Blood Lovely, thank you for following. Thank you, Husky, for the tier 1 subscription, for joining the
Party Kraken.
Thank you, Resharek. I know I said that wrong. Mothica, both for following. Thank you, Striker God, for a 3rd month being a tier 1. Thank you, The Blight, for following. Thank you, Husky, for following. Thank you, Bell Internets and Cheeky Trooper for following. Thank you for hosting the podcast, Damos Thea. Thank you, Coded Sky and It's Not Sam, for following. Also, thank you so much, Medic 1556 and Yellowhammer 503 for the follows. Appreciate you all. Thank you so much for all that. Thank you so much for the support, for being here, for supporting us doing something different. Like, really cool of you to like support the idea of a podcast. So yeah, I got the Fire Doggo. I was like 600 crown gems. I have a lot of crown gems. I'm not going to get the Fire Doggo though. It's not worth it. And then Sakar rode up to me on his Fire Doggo and I just impulse bought it. Not a Fire Doggo. Oh no, I like Stream Raiders. What's up? I don't know, and I don't. Other people are doing it, so I think there's some issue with Cloudbot. Oh, I have an idea. I have an idea. I'm gonna test something real quick. So let's go ahead and turn Stream Raiders thingy on. So first we're gonna see if this thing is communicating. And if it is, I'm going to go to the website, get the link, and then I'm going to create my own bot under the battle command instead of using their API. The timer works. All right, give me a second. We figured it out. You won't be able to see how much time's left on the battle, but you can look at the overlay for that. So that we should be okay. So if I just go to Stream Raiders, make sure I'm going in as a viewer. It won't link you directly to my game, but it will link you to the Stream Raiders site, and then you can select me as one of your 3 captains. We're gonna work our way around this little kerfuffle. Alright, so battle. We're going to get rid of the API command. Instead, just post the link. Play. Stream. Raiders. Here. Select. Octavian as captain. There we go. Alright. Workaround is officially in place, y'all. Yesterday the timer wasn't working, so now that the timer's working, that's what what matters. Oh, I didn't get to finishing it because I got really hyper focused on the graphics, but I want to show you some of the things that we are almost ready. I've been working on a lot of commands for everybody, commands for VIPs, for subs, basically fun things like that. This is really just a test, but for example, I finally set up Triggerfire. So my little test will go here to see if it works. Oh no, I gotta put the browser source on the page. Little scatterbrained today. You know, with me, ADHD, it is about the journey. It is not about the destination. It can't be about the destination because sometimes we just don't get there. Triggerfire, add source. Okay, and let's try this again. See if it works. Aha. So obviously that's just a test thing. And then I'll be able to, so you can put 20 images, 20 videos, and 20 sounds linked to commands, or you can link them to channel points. But yeah, it'll let us do all sorts of things. And I can set the cooldown on them so people can't just like spam them. Like the penguins there have a user cooldown of 15 minutes, or sorry, of 60 minutes after one user does it, and they have a global cooldown of 15 minutes. Like I can do things like that. It's pretty cool. But the other things I currently have in that I'm working on is it's in the channel points and it says hydrate, and you know what hydrate does. It makes me have to take a drink, but when you use hydrate, it should, if this is working.
Oh, drink water, drink water, bitch. Oh, drink water, bitch.
It has the Shale Gorath drink water bitch sound effect attached to it. I'm way too amused, and I'm going to go. Well, I'm not going to use all of them because I want y'all to also select things you want, but and then the only other one I have put in when I was testing it is
Toss a prime to your Twitcher, oh valley of plenty, oh valley of plenty, whoa. Toss a prime to your Twitcher, oh valley of plenty.
I can never get my alerts to play that when somebody subscribed with Twitch Prime, but thanks to Triggerfire, it's not quite set up now. That's why I just used a manual command. Thanks to Triggerfire, I can assure that our toss a prime to your Twitcher actually plays when somebody uses a Twitch Prime. Oh, there should be one for Doggo. There's going to be a lot. There's going to be a lot. Don't worry about it. So many ideas. And like I said, we got. And I have one more thing before we get to Questin. I want to pull up on the screen real quick.
Toss a prime to your Twitcher, oh valley of plenty, oh valley of plenty, whoa. Toss a prime to your Twitcher, oh valley of plenty.
And the cool thing is it's set for a global cooldown of 30 and a user cooldown of 60. So it's not like it can get spammed. It just doesn't count when I do it. I can do it. I can do whatever I want whenever I want. But and then I want to show everything I had. Show you how far I got before it's like it was time to start working on my my page, because then we also have.
I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god?
Oh, don't apologize, Magnus. I'm a child in a candy store. I'm Willy freaking Wonka with this freaking soundboard thing. So I knew you could use Triggerfire to make things in your channel points make sounds. Like Reishi and people use that to like amazing effect. Every 2,000 points in Reishi's channel, I'm making Snoop Dogg say smoke weed every day. I just am. What I didn't know is you could use it for commands also. So we'll like I said, I can have 20 images, 20 videos, and the images can have sounds and 20 sounds. So there's so much we can do with it. Image. There's one more thing I wanted to show you all. Then we can just quest, because then we can just talk. I don't have to physically put it on the screen.
I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence.
Every 30 minutes.
I'm a god. How can you
I might
kill a
change.
god?
We'll see how it goes. I may change the timing. But right now it's every 30 minutes. Oh, Lasambe, if I didn't do a cooldown, if there's no cooldown, can you honestly tell me, just everybody in chat, just be honest, if I put no cooldown on Dagoth Wave on command, would there not be at least 1 hour of chat, 1 hour of stream that was just that looping? Because I know me, and if I wasn't the streamer, I would be doing it all the time. And sometimes that's how I look at things. I'm like, what would I do in the situation? But I just might be worse. It's been known to happen. Where is our thing? Is it in here? I lost my picture. Oh no, I know what folder it's in. All right. There we go. There we are. So, we did Raid Shadow Legends last month, and I said if we max out Raid Shadow Legends, I would do a 24-hour stream at the end of February for our 6-month celebration, and we did max it out, which is why I have so much money for all the extra like prizes we're doing, because I just put it back on the stream. I did decide to do a subathon. Do I think we're going to get to the max? No. But a friend told me I should set up high just in case. But so yeah, we're going to do a minimum of 24 hours, maximum of 36 hours if people do sub or give bits or whatever. Or if we get far enough, it will just be 48 hours. And that's because I did a 24-hour stream. I was going to do another 24-hour stream, and then I was clicking around Twitch, and somebody was recommended, and she was at 60 hours, and I was like, I could do 60 hours. I'm not gonna lie, I'd spam that God command. I know. I know because I would. And there's gonna always be at least one person in chat who would. Yeah. It's the way those commands work is there's 60 minutes for individuals. Oh, let's get some music going, right? Let us get some hair. We'll just put on the synthwave soundtrack. No, I'll put on Chrono Trigger. I'm putting some 16-bit music. All right. Yeah. I troll Soul Shriven all the time with his commands. It's a lot of fun. Yes. It is a lot of fun. And even though I knew it would mean I would get the light trolling happening to me, it's a lot of fun. I mentioned that during the podcast is like we're bringing the wheel back for the subathon, and then later in the future we will bring the wheel back. But I was like, the wheel is fun, and I don't want it to like lose its luster. But I also don't want to take away something fun without giving something in return. So like the Dagoth dance, another dance I'm working on that I'll reveal at the 24-hour stream. The sound effects, like that's my way of making sure there's still a lot of like fun things. And like I set up a soundboard and you can have a couple that cost channel points, but I was like, that's why I'm glad someone told me about Triggerfire. It was Livy. Livy told me a while back and I just didn't look it up till recently. So thank you, Livy, for telling me about it. Like I don't want it to cost bits, and I want some to cost channel points, but I want a lot to just be like free. And I want a couple that are for VIPs just because, well, VIPs don't really get much. So I want a little something for the VIPs. Which by doing less wheel, I need to actually give out some VIPs. Because it used to be you would like get VIP for spinning on the wheel for 2 months. In most cases, I just kept it on people. I have tons of stuff like that too. It took a whole week of my life. Awesome, Livy. I'm catching up on chat now. Yeah, you were the one who told me about it. It might have even been 2 months ago. It took me a long time, but yeah, it would go on loop. Yeah, that's from what I asked earlier. So, the way I set up the subathon, Lasambe, is it does. I'll put the image back up real quick. So the way it works is max of 36, and 36 is 120, and that might be as far as we might get.
Oh, drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Oh, drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch.
The hydrate command is the same as it's always been in my channel. It's on a 5-minute cooldown. That one's not because of the sound. That one is because I don't know how many of you watched the Camp Robber. If you don't, you should. Such a soothing and wonderful streamer. Anyway, I watched people try to drown that poor man. So, hydrate has a 5-minute cooldown because yeah. Yeah, man, just a second, baby. So, in fairness to a 60-hour stream, the way a 60-hour stream, I mean, it's still intense. And I'll get back to my own subathon in a second because it's taking up the screen, but I need to finish killing this guy before I can move it. So, just killing a trash mob that spawned. They did a sleep stream as part of that. So there's a part of the stream where they slept, and then they had a bunch of scare alerts and media share on, and the mods and the chat basically did the best to harass them while they slept. However, it's max of 36, but if somehow we get to 240, which I don't see happening, then the limiters come off. Then it's Rock Lee Naruto time, and we'll just go 48. Yeah, I think I left that up long enough for you guys to see the levels. Like, it does. I try to make sure the goals were worth it if we got there, but also, like I said, oh, I actually didn't say it yet. For anybody worried, like, oh, it's a subathon, you know, I'm not going to really get to have a lot of fun things to do. No, the 24-hour stream is the same as it ever was. And if we go longer, it's the same as it ever was. There's a ton of contests. There's a ton of giveaways. There's a ton of, like, special things I have planned. Because I never want to make our stream... I want to do a subathon because I have never done one. If it brings us some extra money and gives us more things we can do in March, that's awesome. If it doesn't bring in any money, that's fine too. But I also never want to make it feel like, you know, if I'm not paying, I don't get to enjoy the stream. So that's why if you looked at all the reward tiers, it was like chat, like everybody. Like if we get to it, everybody's involved, not just the person who gifts the sub. Because yeah, I never want the channel to feel like a place that if you can't financially contribute, it's not as fun. See, that's why you have to have a timer on freaking, that's why you have to have a timer on your, water drinking. Like I said, mine is just 5 minutes. I did attach a sound to it to test. So, we'll see. I also made it cost more channel points. It does cost 1,000 because I added the sound to it. The overall idea, though, is to have a lot of the things that do cost channel points have little sounds associated with them, too. Just like an extra little bonus. And then also have commands, like I said, that don't cost channel points at all. Very sensible. Thanks, Dubat. I swear, every time I try to talk to chat, something tries to kill me. It's almost like I'm in a dangerous cave in a dangerous land. So yeah, I'll pop it up one more time real quick, as long as I'm out of harm's way, so I can. So yeah, 20 is chat chooses my dinner. We'll pull up Grubhub, which is our local delivery service, and you can order from places wherever you want. I would assume to give me a foul meal. 40 is pick stream outfit. And basically every couple hours I'll do a poll. And we'll switch it up all night if we need to. 60, Juice will do my makeup. Yeah. 80, I'll let chat choose my hair color. I narrowed it down to 2, and if we don't get to 80, we'll still debate between the 2. But if we get to 80, then we'll figure out a system, and you can just go with whatever you want. I have no say at that point. 100 is plan, march, cosplay, stream. And that means kind of like the maid stream. We'll go on Amazon, and whatever you want me to get, will do. 120 is everyone gets a wheel spin. There'll be other wheel spins throughout the night too, but that's just like everybody, no matter how many people are here. 140 is I get the Loctopus tattoo. I will do a poll between the 3 Loctopuses we have. 160 is 2 hours chat challenges. Which I've seen other people do, which is basically chat just whatever you want me to do. You want to play chess against me? You want me to dare me to do things, I'm going to do them. And if that doesn't work, just pick games. That was the one I wasn't fully sure on, but I've seen other people do it. But yeah, 180 is chat designs March merch. That's what it sounds like. If you want to draw a picture, as long as it's not against TOS, you can draw a picture. Yeah, as long as it's not against TOS and we're not stealing anyone's art. Y'all can decide what goes on all of my merch except for the stickers. So we can make it cool, or it can be a stick figure. It could be a shirt with my face on it that says the thing that happens every Marbles where I talk about balls. 200 subs is something you may have seen on the internet before. It is shopping, but chat decides, and that is what it sounds like. You will give me links, and we will go, and we will use the poll system to vote, and we'll buy whatever you want. 220 is chat designs my second tattoo. Again, it goes on my body forever, so I'm game for most things, but I will get a veto on that one because, like, nothing on my face or things like that. And then 24 hours, we're just going to do 48-hour streams. We're just going to take the limiters off and go wild. All right. I know while that was up here, we're missing me just shoot lightning at bad dudes. Have you ever watched Room in Sky when someone uses the helmet for 5 minutes? I have not. So I try to watch so many ESO streamers, and for the longest time I tried to like cycle around and make sure I saw new ones, saw old ones. Then it got to the point where like I would be watching streams and I don't get a chance to see as many new streamers because I'm like, oh man, I haven't seen Lady Wolf in like a month. Oh, I haven't seen Olivia in like 2 months. I've never actually caught Ruben stream. I've caught 10 minutes at the end of one. And then, like I said, when we raided, the truth is I've actually never caught... I caught the whole thing after we raided, but I had never caught Ninja 614 stream. Like, ever before that. But I will definitely check it out. Magnus, I will not die. I promise you. I have ADHD and I have insomnia. I would never do anything that was against my power. If we get 48 hours, I will put on scare alerts, and I'll probably take a 2-hour siesta in my chair while you try to keep me up or something. But yeah, no, I know my limits. I didn't do like the limiters off. I'm not going to do 60. Hey, thank you so much. Thank you so much for that host. I really appreciate that, Mythical Eye. How have you been? Speaking of people, I have not been by the stream of in a while. How have you been, Mythical? I hope you've been well. I'm catching up on chat. You could pick something amazing. The point of all the tiers of the subathon is that if we get to any of them, they are literally all I've just been running in a circle and not towards either of the things I'm supposed to get. Was actually go where we're supposed to go. The worst part is I kept looking at chat and didn't even realize I was running in a circle. I was like, man, I don't remember this cave being so big. Hey, Lasambe, thank you so much for the host. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. When I get up here, I will give you both shout outs. I don't think we have I have a mod present at the moment to do so. So I will grab those shout outs here in a moment. I was about to do it there, but you know, something else wants to kill me. So the tattoo will not be on stream. The first one is going to be a Loctopus. It was always going to be a Loctopus though. Even if somehow streaming doesn't work out for me and I have to stop streaming at some point. Like I said, I get tattoos for what's going on in my life at the moment, not worried about the future because it's just a memory then. Chat will decide between our 3 designs. And then, yeah, the one that you guys y'all design won't be on stream because I don't know if things have changed, but somebody a while back got a suspension for getting a tattoo on stream because it does skirt TOS, because when you get a tattoo, you don't like bleed, but little like, you know, like when you have a rash, like a real bad like rash, because you like wiped out on some gravel or something, if you've ever had that happen to you, and like you see a tiny bit of blood, you're not bleeding, but like, you know, there's a little bit of blood there. That's basically what happens if you've never had a tattoo before. That's what happens as part of it at the end, and that violates TOS. And I wasn't even looking to get a tattoo on stream when I looked that up. I actually looked that up because I was like, I'm so surprised there's no one in the art section doing tattoos, because I was like, seems like Twitch and tattoo artists would be a match made in heaven. Turns out it's because they can't. You've designed all of yours so far, Dubat? Awesome. I've decided on all mine, but I'm not much of a designer. I go to the artists I've used for my tattoos are just amazing artists. That's part of why I select them. Not just amazing tattoo artists, but like they design in a style I like. And that allows me to let them kind of like take my idea. Kind of like commissioning an art piece. All right, let's do this thing. Thank you so much, Dubat. There's a chance some of you don't know. There might be people in the chat who don't know Lasambe. They might not know Dubat. They might not know the Mythical Eye. What you will see there is Elder Scrolls art and me spelling Dubat's name wrong. No, there's no way I spelled Dubat wrong. Oh, I saw the host. And I was actually about to say, oh, Dubat, I didn't know you streamed. Just putting a host on your channel in case somebody stops by it. I appreciate the host still. I was going to feel bad that I didn't know you were a streamer, so. I'm good. I just got home from work. Still a little bruised, but I'm good. Awesome. I mean, not the bruised part. The, that you're home from work part. The part where your work day's over and you can hopefully relax and spend time with family or, you know, do something enjoyable. The bruised part though, no, that part's not good. I always do that where I'm like, you're bruised, that's good. Ninja's pretty good. Yeah, I know I'm behind on chat from what I was mentioning. Yeah, I just, it's hard because I want to see new streams, but I also want to go to other people's streams, and that's why when we raid, I try to like do a good mixture of like raiding, you know, people from the community, people we know, but making sure we also occasionally raid people. Well, people, a lot of times someone in the chat knows them, but people I don't know as well. That way I can hang out after stream, eat my dinner, and enjoy. I got the jacket, by the way. It's really pretty awesome. I'm so glad you like it. That was the first jacket we ever gave out from the merch store. So like basically the first piece of merch that ever goes out of each type. I'm like, I hope it's good. I'm glad it's good. It's awesome. I'm glad you like it. At least I think it was the first jacket we ever gave out. We gave out another one, I just don't recall doing so. Let's go ahead and catch up on chat real quick. I think we're mostly caught up. Streamer still has a couple minutes anyway. Yeah, that's us talking about the tattoo. I prefer, yeah. I won't die from streaming. It's like with the heat challenges. So I've mentioned a lot of times on stream, right? I used to run conventions, and the way my mind is, like, it wouldn't let me sleep. So like it's not super healthy, but I also get checked up, you know, and I am healthy, a little overweight right now, but healthy. So I won't I'm not gonna kill over from staying up late, because that's just like it happens honestly during the week. I know it's a bit different because it's stream, but something I learned from the 24-hour stream I did. So in October, it's like I've been streaming 2 months. We got a little bit of a community going here. I'm just gonna stream 24 hours. There's nothing else I'll learn from it. And one of the things I learned is you don't want to plan every part of it, but you don't want to plan none of it. So I think I have enough like planned versus unplanned stuff that will be a-okay. Not that unplanned stuff would make me not healthy. I'm actually less worried about health and more worried about like being 35 hours in and not being engaging. I caught up on chat now, but Brendan says my next tattoo is going to be on my upper right arm, and it's going to be Mara from The Ring. Oh, awesome. Coming out of the well. And you're going to have Ash Williams from Evil Dead. Standing over this. What is this? A crossover episode? That's awesome, though. I like the combo of Bruce Campbell, Ash Williams, and The Ring. That's cool. Clever. I don't revel in your suffering. I absolutely don't. I promise. I swear to you. I need a black tattoo too already. I'm spending my money on other things. Tattoos take planning. Depends. Sometimes you get a claptrap on your arm because it's free, and Gearbox says that you can get a free real tattoo if you're a badass. And then when your mind is built around challenges, you're like, well, I'm a badass. The claptrap's not a bad tattoo. I don't think I would have got one. I like Borderlands, but not that much. But the story behind the claptrap is one of the cooler stories for any tattoo I have. I think the only one that's cooler than it is two. I have two tattoos that are cooler than it, story-wise. One is obviously I was on a TV show on A&E, which is a network here in the States. So I got a big old free tattoo from an amazing artist, like in a place I probably would have never gone because they had a bunch of people flown in for it. So that was pretty cool. And the other one is, silly as it sounds, like if you look at my shoulder, you can see the little Japanese kanji. So where I'm from in the Pacific Northwest, actually probably America at that time, people like who were graduating high school around my age, it was basically tribal wraparound, barbed wire wraparound, or a kanji, a single kanji. I would say those 70% of the I just got out of high school tattoos. And it's not cool because it was my first. It's cool because one of my friends, Dan, and my other friend, Rich, and Rich's grandma was like all three of our grandmas. She had passed away. And despite it being a health thing, found an artist that would take a little bit of her ashes and put it in the ink. So it's cool because it's a memorial piece. It's like my least cool visually tattoo is my like most amazing storied tattoo because there's literally a memorial and it's a tiny bit of the ashes. And it took a long time to find an artist who was willing to be like, okay, if you sign these waivers, because like, you know, someone gets infected, that really can hurt like his livelihood. But let me catch up on chat. I'm so sorry. I need a black cat. Oh, I see. Dude, you said a relevance. All right. Let's go ahead and do the Stream Raiders battle. Let's see how many people are able to get into Stream Raiders. Yeah, even with the kind of little battle command, it's a lot harder for people to get into Stream Raiders right now. I'll keep doing battles despite that, unless we start like losing consistently. Like as long as we're winning, I'll do small battles. Don't worry about it. But I'm considering what kind of tattoo to get in memory of my granddad. He passed in January, and we were quite close. I'm really sorry to hear that, Dubat. I know you posted that a little bit ago because I'm a bit behind, but I'm sorry to hear you lost your granddad. I actually lost my granddad. Found out about it on stream one day, not too long back. Not to try to make it about me. Just understand the pain. So I'm sorry to hear you lost your granddad. I'll explain. I'm epileptic. Had seizure Friday. Oh yeah, I remember seeing something about that. Or maybe you posted in a chat. I don't remember. Made a big mess of my face. That's healing now. I did put a captain down. Our battle command literally is like a command that'll take you to the website because the thing's not synced up. And I'm like, dogs are weird. Yeah, sorry that happened, Mythical. I hope you feel. I second Dubat sentiments. I hope you feel better soon. Make a full clip of you doing the god dance and nap during. Just put like I said, it's 30. It's 36, and then if it's 36, and we hit 36 hours if I get to 120 subs from that night alone, which is very unlikely. Or maybe it's like, I don't know. Actually, I don't know how likely or unlikely it is to do those on occasion. And I'm kind of doing one now, kind of like I did 24-hour stream a bit early just to see and learn about them. And I'm putting all the money back into community like I always do. But if we get to 48, I will take a nap. I mean, I know the logistics on Twitch because I've seen them on how to do a sleep stream. You have to make sure it's entertaining for chat and it's engaging. And that either means taking a nap when juice is up and letting you have juice mess with me, or because I'll be visible on camera, or sending a really horrible soundboard of media share. Or I'll probably just stay up the 48 hours, to be honest. Samara's Demon Ash is Demon Hunter. Yeah, it does work perfectly. So, all right, let's catch up on chat. I keep saying I'm going to. Oh yeah, Magnus, just a second. Yeah, at PAX 2019, the last PAX before COVID, Gearbox was celebrating Borderlands 3, and they had a line, you know, at PAX they have these big open bar parties, all these free things, and there's a line for free temporary tattoos. As a longtime person that goes to PAX, I know the trick is to basically show up and line up 3 hours early, so you can get in, grab the swag, and make sure you get in the party. But there was a line next to the temporary tattoo line that said, or a real tattoo if you're a badass. And I've known told it a few times, but yeah, that sign challenged me. And then it's a sheet tattoo, so basically there's like 9 designs to pick from, and they were all cool, but I feel like Claptrap on the vault symbol was like the most iconic. Also, hope Mythical heals soon. Got a free tattoo from the place I usually go to because the shop owner wanted to demonstrate a thing. That's awesome, Dubat. Hey, Max Daddy. I'm behind on chat, so I'm sorry. I'm getting to you late, but pleasure to see you, Max Daddy. Yeah, the barbed wire and tribal tats. It was an era. It was an era. But yeah, that's why when I got a little bit older, the first thing I did was get a giant cherry blossom branch around it. And then I got 2 panels done, the Samurai Champloo, the anime one, and the scenery one. Because it's going to be a sleeve, but my artist is so smart. So I have ADHD, so I was afraid that if I didn't do something all in one sitting, I would get ADHD and get a different tattoo, and then I had this unfinished thing because I get hyper fixated on something else and not finish it. So he came up with this clever idea to do a panel, like a comic style. That's why all my tattoos have that big, thick black line around them, but then the cherry blossom comes over top. So there's going to be a bunch of like comic style panels. And then over top is the falling cherry leaves, and then behind it's like that like a Japanese like cloud design to tie it kind of all together. And it had been a few years since I was getting this one worked on, ADHD. So my artist was smart because they look finished. Was about to I had an appointment to go get the rest of my sleeve done, and then COVID struck. And a COVID strike is not nearly as cool as a thunder strike. My first one was a hammerhead shark. Cool, happy buddy. And also when I talk about just getting tattoos without like planning or like meaning, that's not to like take away from anybody who wants their tattoos to have meaning. I'm just the sort of person who my mind doesn't work in that way where I like have that like, oh, it has to have meaning. I'm just like, oh, I can get art on my body. I said hi to Mac Daddy. First was Hammerhead. I didn't happen to get pulled for anything earlier, did I? No. Demos Thea won the first giveaway and gave it to her friend. And then Wolf won the second one. But I am going to have to get a hold of Stream Labs to get the code for Wolf because it didn't come through to chat or my end for some reason. Like, it registers in the thing that he won it, but it doesn't register like the code to claim it. So I have to I already sent an email at the start of my break, so I have to wait to hear back from Streamlabs to get that fixed. That said, I probably ended because I'm behind on chat, and there's probably a giveaway that's due. You probably even told me it was due. All right, here we go. Yep. The winner of 4 crown crates is Brendan2579. Brendan2579. I'm going to do a poll for our next giveaway. I'm going to catch up on chat so I don't get behind like that again. give away crates, outfits, pets. You know how we do here at this point. Oh, well, what a way of, yeah. Yeah, I was going to play Sea of Thieves for the first time. I'd done the tutorial with Typress TV and HCP and literally got back from my break, did a Dagoth dance and got a text message. It was but, you know. Just lost my stepfather this past. Oh, no, Veronica. Sorry, I'm taking me a while to catch up. I didn't see this sooner. I lost my stepfather this past week. It's really tough to, yeah. Stupid cancer. Yeah, fuck cancer. So in the same apartment complex we live, my brother, well, Juice's biological brother, and his girlfriend lived. He still lives there, but yeah, she had cancer and passed away at the start of COVID. It's really extra rough when you can't, you know, have memorials and stuff. So I'm really sorry that you had to go through, you're going through that, Veronica. I really am. Like, if you need to DM me or anything, just let me know if you need anything. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, exactly. Can't do the memorial you'd want. Exactly, Doobat. Sorry to hear about your loss too, obviously. Hi, Loctavia in chat. And my problem with a nap at 40 hours is that really turns into a 12-hour crash. See, that is a good point. Sorry it took me a while to get there, so I don't know if you're still in the chat, Kimrick. That's why I didn't uncap it past 48. I went to 36. If we hit the max, then I'll go 48. Because I know my body really well. And it's about 52. It'd be about 52. I would be fighting it. And then I would, yeah. I think sleep streams are some of the funniest things I've ever seen. And Ludwig's going to do one here in March. But that's when they're not done as part of a 24-hour stream. Because like you said, they just crash for 12 hours. They're funny when, like, you know the streamer's going to end up not sleeping because of media shares and things. Not when they're so tired that you're not going to be able to do that to them. I don't know if I'd ever do a sleep stream. I was kind of half joking about that. Honestly, I love any tattoo story, even if it is, I saw this thing and loved it. Yeah, that's a lot of mine. I can tell how far we are behind because I'm like, oh, I remember when I said something that spring that, yeah, you've been COVID struck. Yeah, nothing's cool about COVID struck. That's just sad and horrible. I'm like thunderstruck. Which, I mean, I guess being thunderstruck isn't a great thing. Stupid college games that we did here in the States is we did a thing called Thunderstruck Waterfalls. So there is a very, very cheap wine. You can get it at any like small like convenience stores, small little mart, and it's called Thunderbird. And how Thunderstruck Waterfalls work is the minute in the song, the AC/DC song, if you're familiar with it, Thunderstruck, every time he says thunder, you have to take a drink off the bottle. And the person to your left then has to start drinking, and the person to your left can't stop drinking until, or so the person on the right can't stop drinking until the person to the left, and it's a waterfall that way. And it's, yeah. It's just one of those dumb things I did when I was younger. Back when alcohol was a way to get really, really hammered without ever enjoying it. I only have one tattoo, tribute to my dad. He worked for the NHL for 30 years. Wow. Awesome. So I have the look. Yeah. Dad worked for the NHL for 30 years. That's awesome, Kai. That's a really good memorial tattoo. There's Brendan. Brendan got back before I caught up on chat, y'all. I think this is the furthest I've been behind on chat in a while. I mean, time's not a hoax, but it kind of is, because time is a construct that we came up with as humans to logically make sense of things. It's not a hoax in that we age. You know, everything ages. I'm looking at getting a tattoo before COVID hit. Was going to get my niece's names down my arm, but realized the initials would spell Elsa spelled the same. Oh, I'm sorry, Mythical Eye. Yeah. It's such a sweet tattoo. But yeah. Glad you caught that. I mean, obviously COVID hit before you could get it, but glad you caught that because, yeah. The other way around, you get the tattoo and you're like, it's my niece's. And someone's like, you really like Frozen, huh? Yeah, being thunderstruck is very metal, Ezra. It does meet the conditions of being metal. Yeah. I think anybody who drinks has that age where they, not that people, I don't still tie one on from time to time, but like, thinking back, I'm like, man, I had access to good alcohol, and instead of drinking it, I'm just like, let's chug it. I will never get over the fact that as a gift, my uncle gave me a bottle of Johnny Walker Blue Label, which is an American whiskey, but it's like a $300 bottle. Didn't know that. Thanked him. Proceeded that night to just do shots. Little while later, I find out that I decided I needed to do shots of a $350 bottle of whiskey.
A moment, please.
Which is something my friend did. I went out drinking with him. We have it's closed now, but before COVID, we have a whiskey bar here in town. And I wasn't with him when it happened, but basically did hundreds of types of whiskey. My friends went there, and my buddy Steve was there, and it was like near his birthday, so I got him a glass of Lagavulin, like 25, which is very expensive. And mutual friends slammed it, thinking it was just like, that's what you do with whiskey.
I can't let Lord Vivek down. Those monsters, it's too dangerous. What am I going to do?
Yeah, I did. Oh, yeah. I actually still owe you a crate. I'm so sorry, Brandon. I just realized I actually still owe you a crate. I'm so sorry. Well, now I owe you 5 crates. Actually, what I'm going to do, Brandon, is I'm going to take care of it right now because I kept forgetting. Give me a second, and I'm going to DM you a Crown gift card. Yeah, just give me a moment. I'm gonna grab it right now. Because I have a few codes. I got them ahead of time for giveaways and stuff. And this is the best thing to do. Digital type, so I can send the code. Yep. Yeah, I think I forgot to write it down until something was just said there. Process. I'm gonna get another let me get the other giveaway going now too. podcast was really good. I'm just a little it's not like ADHD where I need to stop, but I'm just a little disjointed, a little all over the place. Just for the mo. All right, let's look at the poll. Let's see what we wanted. Manage poll. View the results. The results were crates again. Let's go ahead and get the crate giveaway going. Have a good night, Steve. I didn't know you were still around. I love you, my buddy. I hope you have a beautiful night's sleep. Just busy getting the gift card. Then I forgot my password. So now we're resetting the password. Now we're resetting the password. Come on, let me reset the password. There we go. Process the payment. Loading slowly, it's slowly loading. Come on, you can do it. All right, there we go. There it goes. Bum, bum, bum. It has a captcha. It made me select every boat on the screen 4 times. It was not a fun game. Come on. Sorry it's taking so long. It was loading slow. There it goes. Buddy, good bark. Beautiful bark. You're so loud and strong. You're such a good protective boy. You made your brother upset though. Baby. Your leg's not good right now until you get used to that, so. Cool. All right, let me catch up on chat. That took a lot longer than I thought it was going to take. It's emailing me the code now, Brendan. Remember Thunderbird in 2020, the drink, even the thought of those drinks makes me feel sick. Fair enough. It was not good. I wish I'd gone to the whiskey bar. Yeah, it had such an amazing selection of whiskey. That's the way to do it, Veronica. Sip on that delicious, expensive drinks, and then yeah, then put it away and get the the stuff when it doesn't matter. Have some whiskey right now. Awesome, Dubat. I don't like whiskey, but even I know that's not. Yeah, no, it was bad. I was a bad. Good night, Steve. I already said that, but good night. Love you, Steve. Look forward to our podcast tomorrow. Another amazing conversation. Actually, 2 tomorrow. Lady Wolf as well. Ante up, ante up. Yeah. Put passwords and captchas and then captcha passwords. And then it said, thanks for getting your password right. You have to change it now. Send you an email. It was a wild ride. It was a wild ride. I couldn't show you all because it was also my credit card information. Yeah, I can. The thing that gets you in trouble about music is if it's all made and owned by the game company, not licensed, it's fine. Oh no, no. I can, but I can't today. I have to do a thing with video game music where I go through and take out a couple songs, because like it will still get DMCA'd even if it's the original, if it was like covered. And there's a nerd band called Power Glove was signed to a label. So I'd have to look up which songs I can't play. It's kind of like I can play Final Fantasy VI soundtrack, but I can't play one song off of it because that one song was played on an orchestra. So it can get DMCA'd. Bark, 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 bark. Yeah, no problem, Brandon. As soon as the code gets emailed, I'll get that to you. I went ahead and just got you one of the $25 gift cards because you won 4 crates, which is worth $1,500. But I already owed you a crate, which would have been $1,900. And because I'm late on it, this rounds it up. So you can use those 25 Iron crowns however you want to. I love Power Glove too. A lot of their stuff was self-produced, but there's like a couple Mega Man songs when it wasn't. Oh no, Veronica found the tracking. Oh, hey, Ms. Radcore. I was catching up on chat, so I was a little bit, a lot of bit, a big bit. So much behind. But it's good to see you. Thank you so much for stopping by. Hello, hello. Hey, Veronica, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Ms. Radcore. That's so cool of you, so kind. Ms. Radcore, enjoy the emotes. You get an extra ticket in our giveaways. Most importantly, remember to always
Release the party. And thank you for...
Oh, I forgot to turn the voice module off. Gifting that, Veronica. I'm sure by now everybody knows, but maybe somebody here doesn't know. Ms. Radcore. Ms. Radcore, we actually rated off not too long ago during a celebration. Ms. Radcore just got partnered not too long ago. So if somehow you haven't been on and didn't know that, or you don't know Ms. Radcore is awesome and amazing and recently got partnered. It's just super awesome.
Did Canon Valasa take this scroll? Where? Follow me, but keep an eye out for those Daedra.
Far Cry Blood Dragon has been my default ringtone since the game came out. That's fine. That's a great soundtrack.
Careful. The creatures attacked as soon as
You might have already left, but I did a giveaway and there was a runner-up. There's 2 runner-ups. And it's like, maybe you didn't know it happened, but I was like, oh, I need to send it to you on PlayStation. Then I completely forgot about it until just now. So that's why I owed you a crate. I forgot to write it in my list. It's just my ADHD got like triggered and I was like, oh no. And even if you didn't know about it, I still owed it. Hi, Pineapple Friend. Wasn't quite done editing my Hot Ones AMA. But I actually left off editing the Hot Ones AMA for YouTube right at the point where I was asked about what's the best fruit and why is it pineapple? Which, don't worry, I left in the video. I didn't edit that question out.
I came here as a young acolyte to meditate.
I did edit out the one where I said because Mewtwo could consent, you could, in a Pokemon world, you, I guess, could technically have sex with Mewtwo because it's both of age and can consent. That didn't get left in the YouTube video. Yeah, no problem, Ms. Rakor. Super happy for you. It's so cool. There's so much work that goes into content creation. So when anybody hits any milestone, especially like a big one, like obviously it's not like you get to it's like your post says, you don't get to partner and stop, but it's such a huge milestone. It's so cool. And I'm just so happy for friends when they get to those levels. Sorry if I sound a little disjointed today. I was real focused for the podcast, but for some reason my ADHD was like just firing today, and I didn't have anything to fiddle with, so I like compiled it down, so we're pulsing. All right, so now, oh no, why did we left because we were on the wrong quest. We didn't do our quest at all. Two days? Sleep. I say you haven't slept in 2 days sleep as somebody who just like 15 minutes ago or maybe 20 minutes ago was like, well, here's the subathon where we're staying up for 48 hours. But yeah, definitely get some sleep if you can. Oh, it's one of those. Like, try to sleep but can't. I have that all the time. I'm sorry to hear you're going through that. It's one thing to stay up far too long. It's another to not be able to sleep when you want to. Oh. Oh, just a second. I am doing a giveaway, and I was getting the gift card. Oh no, I started the giveaway. I just started the giveaway. Just a second. I don't know why that happened during the I need to get this turned off. That happened during the interview too. I did raise these funds back in December. This was our December fundraiser. Off. All right, sounds off. Let me. Yeah, I have no idea why those alerts keep getting pushed through like that. Properties. All right, let's just turn off Tiltify donations. Yeah, and I even looked during the podcast to see what was going on, and everything's turned off, so I have no idea why that's pumping those through. I wonder who asked that question. Stream today. Yes, can't not stream. Whoa. Oh, sorry, my neighbors were really loud. My whole apartment shook. Yeah. Don't mind bringing it up because it was a trolly question, but yeah. I'll let the pineapple one in, though. I thought that was an important question. You know what, Brandon? All right. Leonardo is my favorite turtle. I think it's going to cycle through all of the Tiltify donations from December again. That's fun. So in case you didn't know, I raised money for Child's Play. We raised $850 over New Year's Eve. My OBS wants you to know that 2 months later. You can literally see every single... Oh no, I think it's cycling again. Oh my gosh. Just a second. What is going on? All right. Dashboard. Campaigns. Oh, they just updated their site today, and I don't know why, but it's pumping everything through because of it. Can I just get rid of this thing then? Hmm. No, that's not gonna do it. All right. I moved Tiltify's connection to my Twitch, so it shouldn't be able to. And I switched things. It shouldn't be able to feed through anymore. There's probably still gonna be some that have already been fed through, but it won't be able to feed through after a while. So odd. Yeah, Leonardo is my turtle. I know it's the least popular, but it is. He's my dude. Oh, we're even with it being a little broken, we're getting some battles. That's good. And but Leonardo is only the best Ninja Turtle if you mean they have to be a turtle. As I said, if it's a character from Ninja Turtles, the answer is and always should be Casey Jones. Power Ranger is the Green Ranger, White Ranger, Red Ranger, Gold Ranger, Tommy. I grew up goth in the late 90s. Of course it's Tommy. I'm exhausted but happy, but feel so unworthy and guilty and happy. Oh no. Talked a little bit about kind of stuff like that in the podcast earlier. Deimos and I was like a mixture of being like guilty. Yeah, streamer life is a lot of push and pull, but you're very worthy. You're very worthy. Your streams are amazing. You put in a ton of work and effort and passion into what you do. You've built an amazing community that I'm happy to be a part of. You're super supportive of the people around you. Yeah, you definitely deserve it. Stop popping up alerts. All right. I was keeping my campaign up. It was retired. It was closed, but not deleted for like posterity's sake. But I just deleted it completely. So hopefully that'll end the the notifications. Oh, by the way, I have a great idea. You go to sleep instead of streaming, and Tom stands in for you and does your stream. Don't bring my... Right, no good, right, meow. Yeah, I know how that goes. Mythical Eye, cool. Went to bed at 2 p.m. today. Yeah, I didn't sleep much last night at all. Have not been up that long though. Yeah, we've lived that life as well, Lasambe. Except for it wasn't YouTube. The first time this happened, it would not let me turn off the tab for Facebook follows. So And the page I used for my streaming wasn't a brand new one like every other social media thing I have. It was repurposed from when I did other creative stuff because I was bringing that community over to Twitch to support me when I was starting out. It was like 250 notifications. So not probably as bad as theirs was, but it was still... Hey, Demon Cat Daphne, how are you? Good to see you. Hey, Sage. Welcome, Sage. You came in on the pirate ship Steeb. Steeb docked the old vessel here before heading off to bed. Yeah, hello, Daphne and Sage. Look at all these great people hanging out. Awesome. Yeah, you got the you use those emotes now. I mean, you're part of the fam without the emotes. The subs are a nice way to show support, but it's just more important to me that people give up any of their time to be here. Yeah. The only raid I had tonight was Steeb, so somehow if you weren't at Steeb stream, you jumped 2 streams. I've done that. I've been working and then not in the same room, and I come back a few hours later and I'm like, where have I gotten myself off to? I'm sure it's fine. All right, we're going the right way now. I'm gonna keep up on chat and just, I'm pretty sure I got here through raid. Yes, you're always part of our fam. Exactly, always part of the fam. Everybody. Tommy's also the right answer. I always liked Raphael for turtles. I think Raph is like. I feel like Leonardo is the weakest Ninja Turtle answer of the 4 turtles for most people, but my personality is actually very Leonardo. For all my loves of parties and things, I'm very much a Leo. Oh, I'm not trying to make you cry, Ms. Radcore. I'm behind on chat, so like, it's like super delayed. I'm so sorry. Hey, Master Meme, how are you? If university taught me anything, it was bad time management and terrible sleep patterns. Whoa, congratulations, Ms. Radcore. I'm sure you just had a ton. I have no memory of this place. Sometimes I'll wake up and I've been raided into a total stranger playing a game I've never even heard of. Yeah, if I have walked away or slept or whatever and find myself in a strange new land, actually, or if I'm awake and we raid somebody and I don't know them, I always give them a good little, like 5-10 minutes. Rare exceptions. See what they're about. I feel this, so yeah. What did I forget to do in here? Oh, did I not get... This time on our adventures in Tamriel, we find our intrepid adventurer, Locke Bailey, heading to clear out these caves where there's an illicit moon sugar farm. They ran around, they grabbed some sky shards. They ran in a circle for a while, left the cave thinking they'd completed the quest, ran back to town, only to discover that they I'd done nothing that was asked of them. All my time streaming ESO, this will go down for now as the most ADHD quest I've done. Why was I in the cave? Something to look up, and I've been raided into a stranger. Oh yeah, we already did that. I've had, yeah. Relatable content is relatable. Yeah. I try. I try so hard. Hey, how are you, old fart? Good to see you, my friend. I was able to lurk through the raid and say hi, but yeah, no problem. Have a great night, Daphne. Take care. Bum 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 bum. All right. Doing good. Gaming. Bum bum bum. Yeah, I know I mentioned it earlier, but for those of you who don't use better Twitch TV, you may see a number of words occasionally, and I guess I don't have a chat scrolling on the game screen, but like when we're just talking, you might see different emotes. That's better Twitch TV. Not a requirement, but I find that it's really helpful, and I finally went through and added like 50 some emotes to the channel. And the cool thing about better Twitch TV emotes is they are ones you can use without having to be subscribed. I've even uploaded some custom ones. So we still have the subscriber only ones, but that gives like even more people the ability to use cool emotes. I try to do the same, give it 10 to 15 minutes and see what streamer's about, and then decide to. Yeah. It depends. It depends for me. What's the goal? I guess it's hard to describe. Like a lot of streamers I follow, I would follow no matter what game they play now. But if I came across a streamer and they exclusively played a game I didn't follow, I probably wouldn't. And sometimes when a streamer's playing a game that I'm not super into, I will still catch their content. Like I always try to catch everybody's content best I can, but yeah. Talked about it a little bit during the podcast. I think it's fine either way. But basically, I don't stay on channels that I don't like the content. But if I find that person playing content I like first, hang out with them for a while, get to like their stream, then they can do anything they want forever. That's I don't think the issue is not that anybody said there's an issue. I'm just going back to the conversation me and Damos had during the podcast. I don't think the issue is like if a person wants to only watch a person, they do a content or they don't. The issue is the people who don't want to watch a streamer do a different content and then think they have the right to like berate the streamer over that. Like if they don't want to watch it, all they have to do is just, not tune in. It's kind of like when a streamer doesn't want to play something and somebody will berate them. And I don't mean like fun ribbing or something like that. I mean like, I've seen it get real bad before. That's when I think it crosses that line. Yo! Mr. Sandman, bring me a dream. I don't know the words other than those. They might be the wrong ones. I'd never know. Yeah, exactly, Dubat. I follow a streamer. They're doing content I don't like. I guess that is true. That is true for me. It's usually not content. It's there's just certain things like I'm just like, not as into it. Usually with like bigger streamers though, where there's more of a parasocial relationship. Yeah. It's that weird kind of like expectation thing that some people get. Like, that's not great. Yeah. I like to at least let people know about Better Twitch TV. I've been a Twitch frog for a long time. Oh, not a long time. 2018. It's not like required to like really get the most out of a Twitch, but like if you ever find yourself like watching a bigger streamer, you'll just see like row after row of like Sag like over and over again, and you're like, why is everybody saying Sag? And as soon as I had Better Twitch TV a few months after I first started Twitch, I'm like, oh, there's pictures for everybody else. Hey, Red Dead Devkin, thank you so much. Sorry about that. The alerts are fixed now, but every donation I'd ever received through Tiltify was going off earlier. Thank you so much for the raid. Hello, Raiders. How was your stream? What did you get up to today? There we go. Now the alerts are back on. Thank you so much for the follow, too. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the Octopus Kraken. How was your stream? What'd you get up to? Cat Jam. Raid. Hello, beautiful Skyrim. Hello, Red Dead Dovahkiin. Hello. I was about to say hello to my bot. But instead, hello. Oh, I can't see orange very well. Polaris. Hello, Dark Zeely. How are all of you? Trying to make as much gold as possible. So I started doing a podcast. We're doing a lot of episodes in the first week here to kind of get a stock of them. So the first half of the stream, I interviewed Demos Thea, just talked about streaming and ESO and life and things like that. And then realized that we are about to be in a tribunal event. And because I moved from PlayStation, from my console to PC, and I've never bothered to do any of the quests in Vardenfall or Clockwork City, that I kind of got to get these done if I'm going to be able to do the event. So we're doing that now. Making that money, making those stacks. That's awesome. That's a yeah, saying hi to your bot. Hello, bot. I'm just reading names and it's like, hello, Luck. The bot's not as like embarrassing as the other day. The other day, Pain the Axe raided in, and somebody came to the channel that had been banned in his that had a troll name. So like I literally call out, I'm like, thanks for following Pain the Axe, thanks for following. Pain buys ESO gold. And then like as soon as it came out of my mouth, I'm like, oh no. But yeah, if you haven't before, you should check out Red Dead Dovahkiin. Mostly for great content, enjoyable times, ESO fam. But also because one of the better Elder Scrolls related names out there. Oh, I'm glad you got the shirt. That's awesome, Cuban. For people who did just come in, we are actually giving away crown crates at the moment. It's exclamation point Anteup, ANTEUP. Red's going to cook an ESO recipe this weekend. Awesome, man. This book. Is that the cookbook you have? He says interviewing KJ, and KJ has that book too. That's awesome. All right, I am just falling in lava. A little scatterbrained up this evening. Hey, thank you so much, Alaris. Thank you so much for the follow. Also, R2 Dieter, thank you so much for following. Welcome all to the Locktopus Party. I'm your host, Loctavian. I am so happy to have you here. I a little scattered because of my ADHD today. I do have ADHD. Because I don't know. So I'm a little scatterbrained tonight, but let me catch up on chat. Red's gonna cook ESO recipe. Awesome. Hetty does that to me a lot. He makes accounts to follow me when I'm busy in stream. And I read basically everything he clips and uses them in the stream as sounds. Oh no. Thank you. I may have already gone to sleep. Fair. Fair. That's awesome though. I will try to catch the stream, or rather, I will do that thing where I tune in while I'm streaming, during that part of the stream, because I have my big 24 to 48 hour stream this weekend. Oh, new baby? Yeah. New baby plus streaming's already kind of a very taxing thing to do. I don't blame him. Get that sleep. Sometimes when you're done with stream, you raid off, you say hi, and you just get to bed. I know those feels. Bum 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 bum. That's all. What? It's on a lore day, so it's not gonna be a full storytelling, but I'm just gonna kind of do the small sharing. Locke Bailey set out being told of an underground moon sugar skooma farm. Ran in circles, got some sky shards, forgot what they were doing, ran back all the way back to town to remember to go back and slay a beast. Then just realized that I slayed that beast twice, thinking it wasn't letting the quest finish when I just had to talk to a person I ran past.
You are kind to check up on Hallingier, but
So
this one is fine. Again, thank you.
you can expect. Bum, bum.
I'm a god. How can you kill a god?
So I'm going to take Solstice in the fact that I've started putting together commands for my channel.
How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Nerevar.
Bum, 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 bum. Right, and here we go.
Toss a prime to your Twitcher, oh valley of
I need to turn that one off.
Oh valley of plenty.
Whoa.
Toss a prime to your Twitcher, oh valley of plenty.
Look now, citizen, I'm up to my Hallingier.
These ones are really all the test ones. I can't wait to actually like get some.
I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a kill a god. Shame on you, sweet Nerevar.
DM me on Discord. Just a second. Yeah, that's perfectly okay. Mythical Eye. Got it. Will do, and I'm okay with that. Oh. Alright, so let's take a look at where we're supposed to go and where we're supposed to be. Let's go to Vivek. We're just supposed to go to Vivek. Okay. We've done all the other little ones. Cool, cool, cool. Perfect, perfect. Let's go say hi to our buddy Vivek. Yeah, no problem. Not a problem at all, my friend. Bum, bum, bum. Yeah, we only... Actually, I think... I take that back. I have one more test one put in here for now. There they are. Never forget.
Never forget P.
Oh. Ba-da-da-da. All right, just a second. But yeah, if anybody has any ideas for things they'd like commands to be, you don't have to come up with them right now. You can put them in the Discord, and I'll consider them. But we'll keep adding things now that I finally got Trigger Fire set up. I love those ripped penguins. I have never in my life, since I've seen them, been able to figure out where they come from. So if anybody in chat happens to know where the big muscly penguin, like anime penguins, comes from, I have never figured out what anime that's from. But they're good dudes. Waiting for something real quick. Because I did need to finish getting the gift card for you. Make this work. Captcha again. Yep, that's me. Save and continue. Nope, that's not my card. Oh, thank you. Thank you for gifting that sub, Sovereign B. Thank you for gifting that sub to Living Suspense. Congratulations, Living Suspense. Say thank you if you're here. If you're not here, still enjoy. Enjoy emotes, extra ticket on giveaways. Enjoy
Releasing the party.
Hey, Ben, how are you? Good to see you. Currently playing a game called The Internet Is making my life harder than it needs to be. But we're almost in. I'm just trying to get a PlayStation gift card for our friend who won. I just want to give him crowns. Please let me do it. So, I'm not a good singer and I like to sing, but here's something I found out about my Go XLR. And it's a real cool thing. It has auto tune. I don't know if that's going to end up being a cool thing, but we're going to play with it one of these streams. Been to a lot of Matt all day. I'm sorry to hear that, buddy. Never want to hear that. Hopefully you feel better soon. Hopefully things start looking up. Almost time for the Stream Raiders battle. We'll go ahead and get that pulled up since it's like 40 seconds away. I don't know what I'm supposed to not forget. And that means I forgot. I have a friend who loves anime. I will have a chat and see. Here's the thing. I used to run anime events and I don't know, but your friend knows that would be wonderful. So please check. It really does have to be as difficult as possible. So I got an email. I had to go through the CAPTCHA process to get, because the email had a link. And I got through the link and the email said that it was confirmation that the gift card would be mailed to me or emailed to me within an hour. Which is fine. Even if you're not around when I get it, I'll just DM it to you. But this has been, they've been giving me the runaround. Just sucks because yesterday was a decent day. Today's blog. Oh well, I'm sorry, buddy. I really am. I know how that goes. Just like sometimes you just have one of those days. I get it, especially if somebody else like ADHD and anxiety and stuff. Sometimes can't explain it. Oh, we're gonna get CSI on it. Awesome. Happy Batty, Cupid, and Blasty. Congratulations on your bonus units. Just a second while I get this to Lazen Bay. Discord. There you are. Penguins. All right. I Discorded it to you. Yeah, we'll be good. We're gonna get back to doing the quest so that we are ready for the event. Oh, I only told the last half of the gift card story. So I have credit with a couple different places. So I first went to use that credit on Best Buy. Best Buy had the Crown gift card. It said digital next to it, which means it's a digital card. At least so I thought. I bought it, and after it was bought, I got an email stating that I had to go to do curbside pickup tomorrow to get it. So I said, that's fine. Not the end of the world. There'd be a prize. So I went to the other place I have credit, Target. And that's where we ran into the Now the email with the capture that's really hard that was an email just to tell me there will be an email. Hiya, Blasty. But yeah. But even though a little disjointed there, still had an amazing interview with Deimos Thea earlier. Following up our ones with Sakar and KJ. Oh, I said it earlier, but yeah, if anybody wants to, I'm not gonna be doing 5 a week after this week, but if anybody wants to, I'm gonna be doing like 1, maybe 2 a week, and you're a streamer, I'd be happy to have you. And again, there's no like size requirement or anything like that. Really just talking about getting into streaming, your experiences with it, life, games, things like that. Oh, hey, you're still around. Hi, Deimos Thea.
This is the person who helped me at the tomb, my lord.
It's me, the Tomb Helper.
We don't need the help of this outlander.
Oh, hush, Archcanon Tarvis. Outlanders have their usefulness. And this
Ooh, do we?
intrigues me.
As you say. I'll be in my office if you need me.
Step forward, friend of Lavul, and let us speak.
No! I got one good shot. I can get another good shot later. Trying to get two really decent shots of Vivek.
Canon Level says you helped him in his mission. As I have written,
Detective Lazenby. All right. Please figure out, please figure out where these, please figure out where they're from, because I've spent years trying to figure out where these buff muscle penguins are from. The shout out, you have to be a mod to use the shout out command.
I have good. Level.
What was that anyone in our community that had us make that change? There's 2 different times in history where trolls showed up and just started like smashing that shout out. Looks like House Moving Castle. A little bit. Actually in Vivek City. Getting some screenies. Need to get some screenshots. And fiddle with them later and see if I can get really nice pictures for like Instagram or places. I love just how many amazing photo. I love how beautiful this game is and just how many amazing pictures you can get in it by turning off your UI screen. Teaching me where things are in your city. Nice. Oh, I'm sorry, Noctis. Of course you meant the penguins. Oh. By the way, if anybody's interested in crown crates, we will be drawing those in just a few minutes. I resumed the entries, just so we can do it here at the top of the hour, so it's like 2 minutes. If you haven't already, make sure you get anteed up if you're interested in crown crates. Hey, Wiener Wasted, how are you, Wiener Wasted? Hey, Cal Medzik. 4 months. Has it been 4 months? I guess it has. I guess I've been an affiliate almost 6 months now, so wow. Time flies. Thank you so much. Thanks for remaining a party Kraken. That's really appreciated, Medzik. Thank you so much. Oh, okay. I thought you had to go much further, so I mean, I'm going to keep doing some stuff here, but you actually don't have to do that much to get to the ability to do some form of daily quest for the event coming up. I thought you had to finish. I actually completely forgot and thought we actually had to finish the storyline through here. So that's good to find out we don't. Hey, Dovahkiin Skywalker. Dovahkiin Skywalker. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Locktopus party. Happy to have you here. Good to meet you. Yeah, last call. If anybody wants to ante up, it's ANTEUP with an exclamation point in front. We're going to give out 4 more crown crates. Basically are in Morrowind, so we could get access to dailies with the Tribunal event coming up tomorrow. I thought I had to do a lot more questing than I did, so pleasantly surprised. Dovahkiin Skywalker is a cool name. An interesting mix. Now I'm just picturing freaking the Dragonborn, like Fuzro dying a like lightsaber into somebody, just like throws up the lightsaber and just like uses the shout to shoot it into him.
I appreciate
Dun. Digging up debris. But yeah.
I thought I was gonna die under there. Oh, thanks for saving me.
Let's see. So oh yeah, I was going to mention YouTube content. So YouTube content wise, as far as the other things, is I have just a little bit to go to finish the Hot Sauce AMA from the end of Heat Week. And once that's done, I've also started on the KJ Driz video. The hopeful plan with the podcasts we've done so far is to put them out like one a day, but it might be every other day starting tomorrow. That said, what I think I might do is I might highlight the full interview part so that you don't have to go through the VOD to get to it for a while. Because I want people to be able to access the full VOD, but I want to also edit each of the interviews down to about 30 to 40 minutes. But that's going to be really hard, not because it's super hard to edit. I want to make sure I go through stuff because it's going to be hard to pick things to cut, I feel. So basically, I'm not sure. Maybe I cut it into parts. I could just leave it as one big thing on the YouTube also. Yeah, I'm doing great, Nocturne Paradox. We had an amazing interview earlier with Damos Thea, and right now I'm just kind of out loud and spitballing what to do with the 3 interviews we have in terms of like YouTube. If I cut it into a smaller digestible size, I'm gonna have to cut stuff out, and like I don't want to do that. Like there's some stuff that's like pretty easy to cut out, but some of it's like all good, so I'm trying to figure that out. But yeah, I'm doing really great. Just got to the point in Morrowind where we can do our dailies for the event coming up, which was a lot earlier than I thought. But we're in Vivec City anyway, so I might as well just keep doing a little bit. Ooh, Ooh, wait a second. Why don't I get Keldor tomorrow because I missed some days? I mean, they're not going to be here yet, but that means so close to the Dwarven crates. Yeah, I'm great, Nocturne. I mean, I already answered that, but yeah. Doing well.
Praise Vivek.
Fabi, you are the factual reason I have not removed the ooh-woo sound effect yet, because you use it a lot. It's fine.
The Outlander return.
I think that is fine. It goes off, I'm like, it's been about 500 points worth of time. Oh, did I not put a captain down? I did not. There. Wait. Oh, they just might already have that pet. Never mind. Because that one's in those crates. Right now, I just keep using Trigger Fire because we just got it to put penguins on the screen.
A clockwork mage.
A clockwork mage.
Cultist. Something interfered with the ritual, my lord. But we may have learned.
You're gonna spend all your points as long as you're able.
Excuse me.
Fair. That's very fair. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, I know I can do this. I know I can do this. I have a plan. Give me a moment. Scheme, if you will, a plan. Scheme plan.
I'm a god. How can
Oh,
you
it's been
kill a
30
god?
minutes.
An intoxicating innocence.
I'll never lose track of time now.
How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Zarabar.
Hey, thank you so much. Quick slots, thank you so much for the follow. It's super appreciated. Welcome to the Octopus Party. I'm just doing a little bit of a scheme. So give me one moment. But I'm glad to have you here. Good to see you. We're playing a little bit of ESO at the moment. Appreciate the follow. It's exclamation point ante up if you're interested in winning some crown crates, which I realized I was supposed to pull a minute ago. So let me do my scheme and then I'll pull those crates. Get another giveaway going. This page. All right, that page. This page. sounds. Almost ready. So then if we do this. And then it should be saved in my board now. All right, so that's step one. Step one, complete. This page. Page. So then we need to enable this. Yeah, exactly like that. Almost done with my scheme. Fabi. My Fabi scheme. All right. So, all right. Visually permitted users have access to the trigger. How do I turn that on, though? But how do I change that? Oh, I see what I did. I figured out what I did wrong. Done. All right, so if I do that. All right. All right, so this is the one I want. Almost ready. All right. And then delay in seconds between and should be able to save this like that then, right? So yeah. Goes back here, cool. And then I go like that. Like that. I think I can still use it because I'm the broadcaster. We'll find out. And then we go to the folder. We're almost done. We're almost done. Almost done with our scheme. And there and here. And this one. Yeah, that's it. Yes, that's it. We can almost draw the giveaway. I want that one. Uploaded. Selected. Saved. All right, Fabi. Till I decide I don't like it anymore.
I'm a god.
Oh no.
How can you kill a god?
My scheme has backfired and I got blasted. Well, the volume was up. Sorry. I got blasted. All right. Try some ooh-woo. Permit list. Oh. I see what happened. All right. Volume save. The sound works. Permitted. Exclusive means exclusive, then only these users can use the trigger. Oh, yeah, that should work. Yeah, it's not working for you either. Oh, let's do the giveaway. The sound is all right. We'll do this. Hey, thanks for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Why is this not working? Let's try it again. Huh. Yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea why it is not working, but tried. Spelled my own name right, yeah. Let me try this one more time. All right. I'm not going to take up any more stream trying to figure this out, but all the other ones work, so I'm not sure what's going on. Command keyword. All right. Permitted users, Fabi, myself. Ignored users, everyone else. Permit mode. Only permitted users can use. That's what we want. Can be used unlimited times. Delay. All right, let's get this drawing done. I'll figure it out later. We already took too much time for that. All right, so the giveaway, the winner of the crown crates is, before we get our next giveaway going, Veronica. Congratulations to you, Veronica. You get 4 crown crates. I'm going to do a real quick poll. You can let me know. Do you want, same as before, the question is simple. We do a giveaway. And you tell me, do I want crates? Or do you want pets? Or do you want outfits? Hype, hype, hype. Congratulations to Veronica, the winner of the crates. Big old yes. Big old congrats. There we go. Just gonna get some more credit crowns today anyway. So there we go. Good, good, good. That does remind me, hopefully the email's been sent so I can get those other crates out. Yep, there it is. All right, perfect. All right, card game, cool. I can give it to Brandon. DM it to him. There we are. Yep, that's it. And Brendan DM'd right there. Don't forget the card. Don't worry, I won't. Here it is. Done. Taken care of. That is up and ready to go. Couldn't get a sound effect to work. Sorry, I spent so much time on that, but let's go and see where we're at with the poll. See if it's close or if it's ran away. It looks like outfits is currently at 4. But the thing is still changing, so we will wait a moment and see. Currently 2 votes for crates, 3 for pets, and 4 for outfits. So real close. Oh, spoke too soon. 3 for crates, 3 for pets, 4 for outfits. I'm glad you love the stream. All right. Gift card has been sent. Crates have been sent. And we're going to do a rapid fire poll. We're not going to put the full 3 minutes on this one. I think we'll just do 2. This one is pretty simple. It's crates or outfits because they tied and we had 3 before. So, oh, no, I was wrong. Never mind. Crates slid in right at the end. I was wrong. I said we're going to do a second poll, but crates actually pulled out the victory right at the end. If you're a crates voter, you love to see it. Anyway, when you see the words ante up, you know, or you see the bot words, you know you can ante up. Hey, QuickSlots, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. Oh, never mind. Sorry. That was a subscription. Thank you for subscribing, QuickSlots. Enjoy your emotes, your extra ticket and giveaways. Remember to always release the party. But it's good to have you here. Thank you so much for subscribing. That's so kind of you. Appreciate it very much. I got a giveaway going for crates, exclamation point, ante up. I was just closing a couple of things real quick. Sound plays fine. But at the same time, that all plays fine. All right, just set it for everyone. Yeah, this is the only test I actually need. If this works, then... All right. I think anything I add while we're already streaming must not go through the trigger fire thing. That makes the most sense here. That's why everything else is working and that one's not working. We figured it out in the end. But that makes sense. All right, let's go ahead and get back to the game now. Now that we know that it's just is a situation that we can't take care of while we're streaming. I was hoping we could. Test this one thing real quick.
Toss
Okay, that works.
to your Twitcher, oh Valley of Plenty, oh
Hi.
Valley of Plenty.
Hi, Dromed. Sorry, I was trying to get something set up and it wasn't quite working, but we did get our giveaway set up. Good to see you. How are you, Dromed? I am doing well. We had an amazing interview earlier. Now we're doing a little bit of questing in Vardenfall. Just preemptively getting hype for the event tomorrow. How are you? Hope you're doing well. You got a snowy Sabercat cub? You love to hear it. That's awesome. That's great. That's awesome. I just... Yeah. All right. So what we're going to do is, as you can tell, I'm a little bit disjointed, but it's not a bad thing. My ADHD sometimes does this. I think this might be the first or second time it's ever actually happened on stream. I'm having a really, really hard time focusing. I'm not ending stream. I'm just going to take a break a little bit earlier than I was going to. We got the giveaway set up. What I basically need to do is just take a walk outside, take a medicine real quick, and then it will get me focused again. So I'm not like spinning in all directions. Yes, please give me all the furnishings, recipes, and motifs. Give me them dwarven crates. Give them to me also. So, for everybody who will be here when I get back, we have a Crown Crate giveaway. We have Stream Raiders. We have more adventuring. I'm excited. I just need to take care of this real quick. For everybody else who won't be here, thank you so much for spending time with me. It means the absolute world. And I love you, and I will see you around. It wasn't switching. It wasn't switching. So here's what happens with my ADHD sometimes. I was in an interview. We're recording it. And we have a guest on. Demos Theo was so kind to do that. And so I kind of pressed it down. Normally what I would just do is I would use like something in my hand and it would get the energy out and I'd be fine. So after the interview, when I no longer had to like compress it down, like it's like firing in all directions, which if we were like IRL streaming would be awesome. But on the computer, I'm just like bouncing. So like I said, for anybody who won't be here when I get back, thank you for spending time. Everybody else, I will see you in just a minute. Put on a little music and I'll be right back. Sorry, my dog's barking. Let me get to the talking, buddy. Virgil, just a second. Sorry about that. So Virgil, stop. Sometimes this happens. I'm gonna go ahead and draw the giveaway, and then we're going to raid. Because I took my medicine when this happens, and I got some air, but it's just I'm really struggling to focus. And I don't really feel like that's fair to all of you to have me just like losing focus and stuff while I'm trying to provide content. So last call to ante up, and then we will raid on out of here. Thanks, Joel. Juice got this for me a long time ago. It's really warm. Also, while I was gone, thank you so much for the 1,000 bits Sovereign Bee. And also, thank you so much for gifting a sub to the community, Quick Slots. That's so kind of you. Thank you, Quick Slots. And welcome to the Party Kraken's Drillhead. Enjoy your emotes. Enjoy an extra ticket and giveaways. And always remember to
release the party.
Let's go ahead and draw a winner. I'll get back on the game screen. We're going to also do the Stream Raiders battle. Veronica. And because I was going to do one more today instead of saving it, Happy Batty. I'm going to give 2 out now. Double wins. They happen every once in a while, and they're awesome when they do. So here we go. Let's go ahead and do this battle. Thanks for understanding, Zenike. Really appreciate it. Given it's very, very rare that it happens, Also, we've been streaming for 6 hours, including the interview, so it's not like it's too short of a stream. I was only going to go another, 2 hours anyway, so. And we'll make up for that time this weekend. Congratulations on your bonus units. Hey, Veronica and Joel, congratulations. All right, let's go ahead and get those crates handed out. While we're doing that, though, I do want to bring up that, like I said, we just finished with Damos Thea. We also had Sakar and KJ Driz. Tomorrow, I'll actually be interviewing Pirate Steeb and Lady Wolf. And on Friday, I'm thinking we might have one more, so we'll have a bulk. The one thing I did figure out, I need to grab some crowns real quick. While it's out, is I think what I'm going to do is I will initially upload a slightly trimmed up version of the or I'm gonna go ahead and upload just the trimmed up version of the podcast for YouTube, because I realized that if you want to listen to the full thing, I'm going to be releasing it as a full thing on podcasts anyway. So instead of worrying about people not getting the full thing on YouTube, they could just listen to it as a podcast. So oh yeah, I'll be fine, Cats with Pika. I just I don't even feel bad. It's just I'm struggling to hold focus, which means I'll just work on I'll be in 100 streams, and I'll be in 2 streams and working on projects, and it'll be fine. It's just I won't be able to focus enough to stream. But also, thank you so much. Hope you feel better. Yay. Congrats. All right. Waiting for just a moment for those crowns to come in. While we are waiting for those crowns to come in, I'm going to see who is on and get an idea of where we can go, who we can say hi to. Oh no, Honk. Cool. Let's get these crates out. So, Veronica. Congrats to you. And Happy Batty, congrats to you. So yeah, before we raid off, I'm gonna go to talking screen just real briefly. Also, if you're still around, Fabi, since I can do it off stream, I'm gonna make you a personal uwu command, so I can take the point thing off of the channel points board. So I can disable that soundboard since we have the new one, and that way you can just do uwu on every so often. But yeah, so before I go, what I wanted to do, and the reason let me grab something real quick. So tomorrow we would normally stream from 3 p.m. Pacific, or sorry, not tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to be at 11 a.m. Pacific time interviewing Pirate Steve. In between, we will be doing the event. At 2 p.m. Pacific time, we will be interviewing Lady Wolf, and then we'll be doing more of the event. On Friday, it'll be a shorter stream. The reason it will be a shorter stream is because we will be spending a lot of time with you all on Saturday. It's no matter what, it's going to be 24 hours. We already worked that out back in February with the Raid Shadow Legends goal that we hit. However, I'm going to be doing a subathon, so various things, as you can see on the list, covering up half my face, can happen. But even if none of that happens, there's going to be giveaways, there's going to be contests, there's so many fun things I already have planned for the stream. So even if no subs are gifted, it's going to be a really amazing 24 hours. So I hope you can join me at some point, since I will be be around the whole day. And with that, the most valuable thing we have in the world is time. So I really appreciate you spending any of your time with me ever. It's really amazing, and I appreciate it so much. Sorry I have to bail a little early because of my ADHD, but let's find somebody to raid. Let's go ahead and send the raid. Where do we want to send the raid? I think we're going to go ahead and send the raid to T the Khajiit, because I have never actually raided T before. So let's go say hi to T the Khajiit. Awesome, Batty. And I should at least have the KJ Driz edited interview on YouTube tomorrow. I love you. I will see you tomorrow. Even if I don't see you here, I will see you around the community. Time to say hello. Here we go.